Cameras bear witness as one symbol of America's financial might burns, only to watch in horror as hijackers send a second deadly message to the United States.
And then, only half an hour later, another target, another city, this time the Pentagon, the military seat of the world's only remaining superpower.
And there was more to come. Plane number 4 goes down in rural Pennsylvania. Dozens of people killed. A nation, an entire world is stunned.
Hello, I'm Jim Clancy.
And I'm Colleen McEdwards at CNN Center. First, we want to bring you the latest right now on Tuesday's terrorist attacks in the United States. In New York City, it is 2 a.m. right now. Many lie dead where the World Trade Center lies in ruins. Some people trapped alive have been placing cell phone calls, we are told, quite possibly from the basement of that World Trade Center building. The combined death toll for New York, Washington, and Shanksville, Pennsylvania will be very high, we're told. President Bush saying earlier, thousands of people have been killed. In New York, search and rescue efforts have continued right through the night. Thus far, at least 2,000 victims treated for injuries. It was little more than 17 hours ago now that terrorists hijacked 4 commercial jets, crashing one of the airliners into the North Tower of New York's World Trade Center, a financial mecca there for decades. Then, only minutes later, slamming a second plane into the Trade Center South Tower. Obviously an extremely well-coordinated attack. Another jet into a section of Washington's Pentagon building, the military nerve center of the United States, causing a terrible fire there. And finally, the 4th aircraft into Pennsylvania's rural Somerset County. Those 3 attacks leaving behind a nightmare of horrendous proportion here.
The dimension will be very large. In terms of the people we're looking for, it's a couple of hundred firefighters and police officers, which is a staggering number. As far as the number of people in the building, that'll be in the thousands. But there's no way of knowing at this point, and we're going to keep praying and hoping that we save as many people as possible.
And in addition to the carnage, the terrorist attacks in New York and Washington effectively shut down both cities, suspended domestic flights at all U.S. airports. Those flights to be suspended, we're told, until tomorrow, at least around noontime. Jim?
Well, between 100 and 800 people are believed to have lost their lives when another suicide jetliner, if you want to call that, slammed into the Pentagon. 64 people were killed aboard the hijacked Boeing 757 as it plowed into the headquarters of the U.S. Defense Department. 24,000 people work at the Pentagon. Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld was in his office at the very time of the impact. He briefly was helping out with the rescue operation. CNN national correspondent Bob Franklin will be joining us with more from the Pentagon in just a matter of a few minutes. All right, as we continue to cover the situation, we know that the 100 and 800 people were in the Pentagon. We know also that there were a number of people on board another aircraft that went down. We want to take a look at some of the events as they happened throughout the day, a tick-tock, if you will, of the events as they unfolded. Astonishing, many Americans, astonishing people all around the world as they watched the explosions, as they heard the events unfolding. Bill Hemmer giving us now a look back at the day the U.S. President. All right, we're going to go, I am told now, we're going to go to New York. Garrett Utley is standing by there with some thoughts from the middle of the night in the city that never sleeps. Garrett?
Jim, the figures we've been able to report that have been more or less given to us by city officials here in terms of casualties really only concern city employees, firemen and policemen and women. 80 or more policemen and women believed to be missing and probably lost tragically. 300 and perhaps more than 300 members of the New York City Fire Department lost. 300 entire units, the elite rescue teams, number 1, rescue team number 2, rescue team number 4, were in the towers. They're disappeared, they're lost. Tonight, we see some of the first video coming out. The giant searchlights have been brought in, run on generators there in Lower Manhattan, around the area where the towers collapsed. Indeed, the third building collapsed in that neighborhood too earlier this evening. The rescue efforts are underway, but it's going to be a long, long process. And of course, when we look at this, the scene tonight, what we remember and what shocks us and touches us is that here in New York, it was a day that started really so peacefully.
It was such a beautiful morning. The air was clear over Manhattan, the sky a rich blue. The 2 twin towers stood tall, anchored in bedrock of granite, so secure, so unshakable. And then, we have seen smoke and destruction before, but we've never seen madness like this. Or catastrophe like this. It was a morning when words could only begin to express the horror.
It was like a blizzard, but a blizzard that wasn't cold, a blizzard that had no wind. It was just hot.
There was an enormous fireball. There was fire debris falling to the ground, and then just a whole kind of mushroom of smoke that sort of just billowed up.
We knew that some of what happened this morning, that there could be another attack on the World Trade Center as there was 8 years ago, that terrorists might attack the Pentagon and hijack commercial flights. But how could we imagine that all this could happen? That much of the government would be shut down, the capital of the United States evacuated, and the White House, that the president of the most powerful nation in the world would take evasive action for his own security. Across this nation, from airports closed down to home to workplace, we watched and tried to comprehend what we were seeing. It took time after the shock of the terror to digest the dimension of the human tragedy. We tried to imagine what those caught in the soaring towers, in the doomed planes in the Pentagon went through. Before the end, we can only wonder what happens next. The president vows action.
The search is underway for those who are behind these evil acts. I've directed the full resources of our intelligence and law enforcement communities to find those responsible and to bring them to justice.
Retaliation, even revenge, may feel sweet one day, but right now there are only the remnants of terror, the pain of the tragedy, and the tears.
And how do we handle those tears and the trauma tonight for the victims, their families in Washington and here in New York City? Frank Donahue is with the disaster relief units of the American Red Cross. You've been down there today. Tonight, there's the logistics. Housing people, how many?
Tonight we have about 13 shelters. The Greater New York Red Cross has 13 shelters open in Lower Manhattan.
These are for people in buildings in the endangered
that have been
area.
evacuated, Battery Park, etc., where apartments, just people cannot return to that area tonight at all. It's too dangerous.
And you're feeding about 10,000 meals down there.
Working with the Salvation Army, feeding about 10,000 police and firefighters and disaster workers on the scene tonight.
These are the immediate problems. We've seen the medical problems, the scenes in the hospital, emotional problems, psychological counseling. You get involved in that too.
Absolutely.
Who does it and what do they do?
We have trained, certified volunteers that are certified psychiatrists, psychologists, social workers that are trained by the Red Cross that we have tonight that are working in Lower Manhattan, that are working at our center on Amsterdam, and that are working actually at LAX, at Boston's Logan Airport, at every airport where people were affected by today's disaster.
And what are the patterns? What are the key things these counselors, these therapists really can do?
Immediate assistance to people, to be there when they hear incredible news that someone that they love very much may well be in that rubble that we see behind us, and to be there to provide solace, to kind of provide direction to them, to help them make it through the first couple hours.
This is psychological, emotional first aid,
absolutely,
if you will.
Absolutely.
What happens after tomorrow, or the day after, or next week with these people?
Red Cross's role is to be there, again, immediately on the scene, to provide that initial, that first aid, if you will. We'll begin to then refer people to their clergy, etc., and other kind of long-term help.
We see again the people in the wheelchair, the people on the gurneys today, and we can only think of those who are still under the rubble. You've been to Bosnia. You've been earthquakes in Turkey.
Turkey 2 years ago, the earthquake, and it's the same kind of eerie feeling when I came through the Holland Tunnel today from Philadelphia. And I got down there and listened to that sort of dead silence that you see, and to see relief workers and hundreds of firefighters just waiting to be called in to respond. I saw it in so many places, and now to see it in America, it's pretty shocking.
Shortages. We've heard about blood. Need blood?
Absolutely. 1-800-GIVE-LIFE. Every American could give blood. We never want our country to have a blood shortage again. This is a sign to all of us. We should never have a blood shortage in this nation.
And in a crisis like this situation we're going through tonight and we'll go through tomorrow, what are the other shortages? Not enough doctors, not enough ambulances, what?
Not enough volunteers, people to continue to provide relief. This operation will go on for many, many weeks. The folks in Battery Park and those neighborhoods are going to continue to need assistance. And Red Cross will be there tonight in other parts of New York responding to the regular disasters that you see. And so volunteers, blood, financial resources, all of those things are what Red Cross needs, and so many organizations like the Red Cross need to continue to be there when people need us.
Have we ever had this kind of a disaster, calamity in the United States?
This is monumental.
Even more than the natural ones? The
Absolutely.
floods?
I mean, certainly the hurricanes, the floods, the things that we've seen in this country are devastating, and people are stunned, but this is overwhelming to think that this has been inflicted upon America by who knows who, but that in moments, what you saw in the beginning of the scene of how beautiful and serene New York was, and now look at this tonight.
And it'll be there tomorrow.
Absolutely.
For days to come. Frank Donahue of the Red Cross,
thank you so much, Garrett.
Back to you, Jim and Colleen.
All right, Garrett Cutley, thanks very much for that. Let's move now from New York to the seat of U.S. military defense, the Pentagon. At the Pentagon, the hijacked airliner that hit that building at 9:38 a.m. ignited a huge fire there. Firefighters battled that blaze all day to try to bring it under control. Now rescuers are searching for up to 800 missing people there. CNN's Bob Franken joins us now from the Pentagon with the very latest. Bob?
Colleen, let me put that figure in perspective if I could just a little bit. That is an estimate, a real wide-ranging estimate from one local fire chief who said there could be between 100 and 800 dead. That was just his estimate. Pentagon sources are saying that's probably wildly high, but they have been insistent that they were not going to release any casualties until the people who you see in back of me, the ones who have been watching this blaze throughout the evening, are in fact going to go into the building. You can see aerials that show just the magnitude of the damage that was done here, aerials that were shot by a Washington station, WTTG. You should understand this is a massively huge building, over 17 miles of corridors. About half of them, by the way, will be closed tomorrow because of concerns of structural damage, although officials here say they are insistent. They want to open this building and at least have some of the workers in to make a statement to the world that the U.S. military establishment has taken a hit, but it is not down. And as a matter of fact, already there's some preliminary planning going on for retaliation once the person or the organization or the nation that is going to be deemed responsible is identified. And there was quite a bit of work done in this building today, quite a few public appearances, including one by the ranking Republican on the Senate Armed Services Committee, John Warner.
We call upon the entire world to step up and help, because terrorism is a common enemy to all, and we're in this together. The United States has borne the brunt, but who can be next? Step forward and let us hold accountable and punish those that have perpetrated this attack.
As I mentioned, the firefighters and the rescue people in the back here are in a holding pattern right now, waiting for the rest of the flames to go out. The plan is at daybreak to start peeling away the section that was hit by the airplane and to go in and see just how really serious the damage was inside. Damage, of course, that we can see is pretty much catastrophic. Colleen?
Bob, do you have any more information about what was in that section of the damaged building? What kind of work went on there?
Well, actually, it was fortunate in a way in that none of the vital offices are located in that section. You had some Army offices here, you had some Navy offices here, but the Military Command Center, the Joint Chiefs of Staff, the various secretaries, including, of course, Secretary Rumsfeld, were in other parts of the building. But as I mentioned, about half of the building is going to be closed tomorrow because of a concern, not just in the direct area that was hit, but other areas there may have been structural damage which could make it fairly dangerous to be there. Colleen?
Understood. CNN's Bob Franken at the Pentagon. Thanks. Jim?
Colleen, we haven't talked as much about the fourth hijacked plane, United Airlines Flight 93. It crashed south of Pittsburgh in western Pennsylvania. Administration officials saying the presidential retreat at Camp David may have been the target. Now, David Mattingly joins us from the crash site with more on the investigation underway there. David?
Jim, Pennsylvania state troopers tonight have the crash site secured, treating it for the moment as a crime scene. Yesterday afternoon, the FBI clearly taking charge of the investigation. According to people in the area, the plane was flying at a very low altitude when there was a rush of engine noise. At that time, the plane then turned and plunged at a 45-degree angle, crashing into a field which is part of a strip mining operation near the town here of Shanksville. FBI confirms there were 38 passengers and 7 crewmen on board. No survivors. There are only small pieces of debris to be found at the scene. At the crash site, there is an impact crater. It appears as a blackened pit on the edge of a green, grassy field. A key find will be the black box, the flight recorder. There are also reports the FBI is examining a 911 call originating from a passenger on the plane taken by a 911 operator at a neighboring county here in Pennsylvania. They hope, among so many other things, to find out why this hijacked plane failed to reach its target. And as you said earlier, government sources are now saying that senior administration officials told Congress they believe the plane was headed for either the White House, Camp David, or the Capitol building. Authorities here today asked anyone in the area who saw the plane in the air or going down to come forward and contribute to the investigation. As for what's going on right now, things are wrapped up for the evening and the investigation will get underway in the morning. Back to you in Atlanta.
All right, David, as we look at the crash scene there, it's a scene that people don't really understand. You've outlined, they don't really have anyone that eyewitnessed this. I had thought that earlier in the day there had been a report of someone describing what had happened as the plane came down.
Oh yes, there were eyewitnesses, but they're calling for anyone who may have seen the plane in the air to come forward. They have the initial accounts, as we have relayed to you, that the plane appeared to have a rush of engine noise and then veer off and then down, striking the ground at a 45-degree angle. There were policemen at the scene of the crash site saying that it appeared that the plane had come down and the debris had scattered into a wooded area nearby. And again, the pieces of debris are very small. We do have some good news for you tonight, though, with a Pennsylvania connection to this horrible attack. At 7:56 p.m., a man and 2 police officers trapped in the World Trade Center were unable to get through to 911 in New York and call for help. So the man called his sister in the Pittsburgh area, who then called her local 911. They were then able to direct police in New York to their location and to their successful rescue. And to quote one 911 official here, a very positive note to a sad and tragic day.
All right, David Mattingly reporting to us there from Pennsylvania, latest on that investigation. Now, a man who was on board one of the flights that was doomed, that flight that we're talking about in Pennsylvania, called his mother as the aircraft was being hijacked. Mark Bingham had boarded United Airlines Flight 93 in Newark, New Jersey. He called his mother in the San Francisco Bay Area just before the plane crashed near Pittsburgh.
That I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again.
I said that.
That the plane has been taken over by hijackers. And then I said, well, we love you very much too, Mark. Let me go get your mother.
I got on the phone, Mark, and he said, hi, Mom, this is Mark Bingham. given me his last name. And he said, I want to let you know that I love you. And I'm flying. I think he said I'm in the air. I'm calling you on the air phone of the airplane.
In his seat.
I presume so. He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And I said, well, who are they, Mark? And he repeated that he loved me, and he said, I don't think he said, I don't know who they are. He became distracted there, as if someone was speaking to him, and he said it's something to the effect of, it's true, and then the phone went dead.
All right, and one person on one of the flights, also a man, actually had the presence of mind to phone emergency personnel from his cell phone to report, to say, we are being hijacked. Let's take a look at a night shot right now, the Manhattan skyline as it looks at this moment. Live pictures now of the skyline. You can still see dust and smoke in that area amid the lights of New York, a city that, by all accounts, will never be the same again, not just in terms of its skyline, its landscape, but in terms of the sensibilities of the people who live in it and who live in this country. Financial markets around the world have been reacting to this morning. You can imagine how the attack has unnerved global financial markets that are already fearful of recession. Asia opening today with quite a downturn. Richard Quest is in London with more on that, and all the international tenants who are at this World Trade Center as well. Richard, quite a few in that enormous building where some 50,000 people would go to work every day.
Absolutely. There were some 435 tenants from around 26 countries from across the globe. There were offices from just a small suite of offices anywhere in the building to large banks that had several floors with employees. Taking a look at some of the international companies that had offices and had a presence in World Trade Center 1 and 2. There was the British company Thomson Financial, which had offices in the World Trade Center. Morgan Stanley, the largest tenant, had over 22 floors in World Trade Center 1. The company put out a statement late yesterday saying all of the businesses are functioning and will continue to function, but obviously the prayers and sympathies are with their employees. Some 3,500 people worked for Morgan Stanley at World Trade Center. Cantor Index, and a company on both sides of the Atlantic, Cantor Fitzgerald, as it's known, had 5 floors. 800 employees at least were working or had a presence in the World Trade Center. The company putting out its statement saying that over 1,000 employees employed by the two companies in the World Trade Center. The chairman saying, in a difficult, confused situation, we're doing all we can to determine the whereabouts of our colleagues. Keefe Bruyette, a brokerage specialising in banking matters, also there. Empire Blue Cross and Blue Shield, that's the US major insurance corporation. The healthcare insurance was an international corporation that had a presence in the World Trade Center. And Credit Suisse First Boston, the Swiss multinational, one of the largest in the world, the banking, investment banking, trading organizations. Not only does it have other offices within Manhattan, but had a large presence in the World Trade Center. And Oppenheimer Funds. These are just a short list, if you like, of some of the major names that had offices, some small suites, others large numbers of floors, like Morgan Stanley in the World Trade Center. Now, joining me on the line is Bob Hormats. Robert Hormats is Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs International. Their offices are on Broad Street by the New York Stock Exchange, but not that far from the World Trade Center. Bob, thanks for joining us. First of all, let's start with Goldman Sachs, your employees, and what you can tell us about the situation.
Well, we stayed open until about 3 or 3:30 in the afternoon yesterday. Fortunately, we're fairly far away, as you know, from the Trade Center, but our prayers and our thoughts are with our friends and colleagues in other banks and institutions. Wall Street is, as you know, a pretty close-knit unit, and they're competitors, but they're also companies we cooperate with on a day-to-day basis at the same time. So we're obviously very concerned about those people and other firms that are down on Wall Street and we're in the World Trade Towers.
The size, the scale of what's taken place in terms of Wall Street, in terms of the economy, we can have no idea yet what's likely to be the effect.
No, that's right, and I think it'll take time to sink in. It's a community that, as I say, works together. We know one another. We work on a day-to-day basis with one another, and firms work on a whole lot of projects collectively and trade with one another. And there's all sorts of business going on a day-to-day basis, and it's part of an overall market. They're part of a market, but they're also friends and people we talk to on a day-to-day basis. So the psychological impact is going to be enormous. And the financial impact is going to be enormous. A lot of companies that have been active participants in the market will be hurt, damaged badly.
Let me just interrupt you. We're looking at new pictures now of the rubble from the scene of Lower Manhattan that have just come into CNN. These shots taken a short while ago. Bob, finally, briefly, the financial community has had words from the Federal Reserve, from the US Treasury Secretary. The key now has to be to create confidence, not only that there won't be a cash shortage or a so-called credit crunch, that basically this will not do long-standing damage to the economy.
Yes, I think there are two major things that need to be done. First of all, in the United States itself, the Federal Reserve has to take action to lower interest rates further and do so very aggressively, and I believe it will. And second, from a financial point of view, we have to now realize that some additional fiscal stimulus is going to be required. There'll be more defense spending, perhaps a tax cut. The idea of utilizing the Social Security surplus to retire bonds, the so-called lockbox, is finished. There's going to be a lot more fiscal stimulus to boost the economy and boost confidence. And the developed countries, the G7 particularly, have to work together to restore confidence by showing that they're working together on this. It's not just one country. It's the overall financial world that needs to have confidence restored, and the G7 leaders need to do that together.
Bob Hormats of Goldman Sachs, Vice Chairman of Goldman Sachs, many thanks indeed. Colleen, the pictures from Lower Manhattan, the latest of the rubble from the World Trade Center.
Yeah, and some astonishing pictures, Richard, as we look at these just in. We've seen windows blown out of police cars. We've actually seen cars on top of each other in that area in Lower Manhattan. These pictures just coming into us now of the search and rescue as it goes on tonight, right now as we speak. Jim?
And as you look at those scenes, there are a lot of people that want to see someone arrested, someone brought to justice or made to pay for what happened in the United States this day. But how in the world do you begin a criminal investigation into something like you've seen here? And who do you focus on as a suspect? Our David Inser takes a preliminary look at those issues.
U.S. officials say fugitive Saudi-accused terrorist Osama bin Laden's group is at the top of their list of suspects. There are good indications people with links to bin Laden may have been responsible for this attack, said one, including specific intelligence. In Afghanistan, however, where bin Laden is a guest of the Taliban government, the foreign minister told reporters, quote, "We have tried to assure the United States in any kind of way we can that Osama is not involved in these kinds of activities." One U.S. intelligence official responded angrily.
Knowledgeable about transponders.
All right. Neil Soderman, former flight instructor for Delta Airlines and a veteran of many hours in the air for Delta Airlines and former Air Force pilot as well. Thanks, Neil, for being with us and sharing with us that view from the cockpit. Neil Soderman in Atlanta, Georgia. We want to tell you that that coming up in just a few moments, many of your local television stations will be going to their local news. Others will be continuing our coverage here with NBC's Brian Williams. To bring you up to date, an international coalition is being constructed by the President of the United States and Secretary of State Colin Powell. Don Rumsfeld has put all military service personnel on alert. They should be very careful with classified material. The White House is saying that the White House itself and Air Force One were targets of the hijackers. They have credible evidence to that effect, but they're not sharing it at this hour. And the FBI reports no arrests have been made thus far. And we still don't have a firm count from either the Pentagon or from the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. I'm Tom Brokaw. I'll see you tonight on NBC Nightly News.
This is a special edition of Action 10 News, Attack on America.
Usually here on Live at 5, we pride ourselves on bringing you information.
White House. At about the same time, Attorney General Ashcroft said each of the planes was seized by between 3 and 6 hijackers, armed with knives and box cutters at least. The Attorney General said some of the hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States. The FBI says there have been no arrests yet in the case. Some people have been, quote, detained. In other developments, late word that the stock markets will be closed again tomorrow. They may open on Friday, but it is said they will open no later than Monday. The confirmed death toll in New York has reached 55 in the collapse of the trade towers. In Providence, Rhode Island, agents boarded a train and removed several people for, quote, questioning. And the FAA is, after a day in which it said one thing then another, is finally allowing some commercial flights today, but keeps the general ban on all other airline flights until tomorrow. It's going to be days before the airline situation is sorted out. The search for bodies and survivors in Lower Manhattan is about to enter a second night. Ed Bradley of 60 Minutes is tracking that monumental and heroic effort. Ed?
Well, Dan, this is more of a search for bodies and for rescue at the moment. There is some hope that people are still alive, but workers there are convinced that most of the people they've pulled out, they've got most of them already. And so far they've found 4 people, as we said earlier. 3 of them were policemen, 1 unidentified woman. We might point out that there are a lot of government workers who were employed, state government workers employed working at the World Trade Center. Governor Pataki said that 198 out of 300
from Newark, New Jersey has crashed 80 miles southeast of Pittsburgh. None of the 45 people aboard that plane believed to have survived. And at 5:25 p.m., 7 World Trade Center collapses. Certainly a tragic situation yesterday in the United States.
Definitely. Now, if the planes had hit the World Trade Center just a little higher, there is a chance the buildings could have survived. Marlene Davis is the Dean of Architecture at the University of Tennessee. She calls the 110-story tall twin tower tube structures. That means there are no internal columns holding it up, only the outside walls and elevator shafts.
Now, that perimeter wall is very strong, particularly at the corners, we're being told. Out a large part of the center of the building, there was simply no way the structure could hold up.
If the plane had hit at the upper floors, chances the upper floors would have been demolished and there would have been fire and all of that. You're still able to evacuate the people below, and chances are highly unlikely that the building would all collapse.
Davis says the way it happened, it was only a matter of time before the Twin Towers collapsed in upon themselves.
Many East Tennesseans have focused their worries on the Y-12 plant in Oak Ridge. Today, the plant remains on a heightened state of alert. Employees are back at work and things have gone smoothly, but access to critical areas is limited.
And things are still in a holding pattern at airports across the country. That is a history in and of itself. No other time in the era of commercial flights has that happened, and McGee-Tyson Airport here in Knoxville is no exception.
Action 10's Mark Stewart is at...
Don't know what the mission of the plane which crashed in Pennsylvania might have been. They also talk about a threat against Air Force One, which started out headed in the general direction of Washington, but then banked sharply left and went to Barksdale Air Base in Louisiana, and nobody knew where it was headed when it changed course. I think they were afraid that there was another plane in the air that might have shadowed them and perhaps impacted them, dived on them when they landed. So all of this is by way, I guess, of trying to tell us and the nation that they believe these threats were real and that at least some of them were not carried out. Dan?
Bill Plant, this came up during the White House briefing, but I'm not sure I understand. We were told yesterday when President Bush left Florida and got airborne that Vice President Dick Cheney, as one would expect, would be handling minute-by-minute, hour-by-hour operations in the White House, and he was in what was called a secure place at the White House. Do we or do we not believe that the Vice President, with Condoleezza Rice, head of the National Security Council, actually stayed in the White House down deep in a bunkered area of the White House?
Dan, I do believe that. It's my general understanding, and of course they're never specific about these things, that there are very secure spaces here in the White House complex. And when they say the White House, they don't necessarily mean the mansion itself. That could include anything in this general area, including the old executive office building. There are two of them, one's across the street. There is a tunnel network. There are various ways, I think, to put someone securely in place here. I don't believe he left the grounds.
Bill Plant, thanks. We're now going to report from 60 Minutes 2 correspondent Scott Pelley, who's been at the heart of the recovery effort.
This is the base of one of the World Trade Center towers. A tower that was 110 stories tall is now collapsed, as you can see, nearly level with the street. What you notice standing here is that there are no parts of this 110-story building anywhere around it. The theory now that's being used by most rescue workers is that the building simply imploded right down the middle like a chute, and that the thousands and thousands of people who were inside the building probably fell through those floors and down into a basement complex that is several stories deep. Rescue workers that we've talked to here at Ground Zero tell us that they haven't seen any victims at all other than firemen and policemen. They haven't seen anyone who might have been inside the building itself. The theory now is that those many thousands of people are all inside the basement complex, compressed under the remainder of the building.
Scott Pelley with a sobering thought and analysis of the search and what's left of the rescue effort itself. I want to emphasize that while no one believes that there are a lot of people still alive in the debris, there is a continuing belief, yes, mixed with hope, that there may be some people left alive in the debris, and that's why you saw the dog there with the man directing the dog. They're going through, hoping against hope, they can still find some people alive. Bob Orr in Washington has laid information on the transportation emergency in the country. Bob?
Well, Dan, finally, the FAA and the Department of Transportation, after a day of meetings and considerations, have come up with a plan to kind of nurse the nation's aviation system back to some semblance of normalcy. But I want to tell everybody this is going to be a very slow process. The DOT Secretary Norm Mineta came out a short time ago to lay out the plan. It's this. Those passengers who were diverted yesterday to destinations they weren't supposed to go to will be allowed to reboard their original flights and go to their original destinations. But that's only after the airlines involved can demonstrate that they meet all the new security regulations. So it's going to take some time to take those thousands of passengers and literally scores of airplanes to get those people back to where they were trying to get to before this nationwide shutdown took effect yesterday. That's number one. Also, airlines, they have planes in the wrong spots all around the country, and the crews are not where they need to be. So for the next day or so, the airlines will be allowed to take these empty planes and ferry them to the locations where they need to be. Once all that is done, and once all the security measures are in place, then and only then will we get back to any kind of normal level of flights. But it will not be something that passengers recognize, and I will tell you, not something they're probably going to like. The delays will be long, the questions will be many. The screening process, which in some cases have seemed cursory, now will be very intense. They'll look at more bags, and there's a limit to things that people can take on airplanes. Aviation travel, as we have known it, is going to change, and change dramatically. And Ed, I think it's going to be several days before the airline passengers of this country have any kind of service close to what they've been used to. Ed?
So there will be a new normal, is what you're saying. But when will that new normal take effect?
You know, it's very hard to say. It's very hard to say, but I would be personally shocked if we're back to any kind of, quote, normal operation before the weekend. And it will probably be sometime long after that, Ed.
Okay. Thank you, Bob Orr in Washington. Let's check in now with Elizabeth Caledon, who's been covering the relief operations at St. Vincent's Hospital in Manhattan. Elizabeth?
Well, Ed, you know, this massive municipal hospital system, which had prepared for this so many times, done the drill, and has been standing by for massive numbers of injuries, is ironically finding itself in some ways with not enough to do as the hours tick by. That is not to say that these hospitals have not been busy. St. Vincent's behind me has now upgraded its numbers to 426 people treated since this all began yesterday. That is, of course, an enormous number of people to treat, and yet the majority of those people are rescue workers, people who were called to the site after the initial plane crash. Not one of the people, according to Dr. Anthony Gugliardi, who I interviewed just a short while ago, was actually taken from the rubble. Accurate?
Yeah, it's actually been frustrating from the standpoint of the staff in that everyone has been assembled, a tremendous amount of specialties, really in an effort to try to help the victims, and we just haven't been getting as many victims as we want. I mean, we've seen a substantial number, you know, more than 425, but many of them have been relatively mild injuries, and we know that the numbers of people down there are so tremendous that we would hope to have seen a much higher number of victims.
Well, that's just it. Now, Mayor Rudolph Giuliani, who spoke here during the day, said that they are concentrating the relief effort on removing debris so that they can get to the injured if they are in fact there. And for the meantime, Ed, the hospital is working on counseling families. They have set up a family center, so while they are waiting for injuries and survivors, they will be counseling families. They've seen now about 200 families and family members desperately hoping for some good news. Dan?
Elizabeth Caledon. Ed Bradley, just a short while ago, it was announced that the markets, the New York Stock Exchange, the markets would be closed again tomorrow and possibly again on Friday. Hope was expressed that they could be open on Friday, but assurances were given that the markets would reopen Monday at the latest. With a little time to check into this and think about it, let's try to put a frame around that development for people.
Well, I think that's the bigger picture. I think the smaller picture for people in New York is to have the markets open in their neighborhoods. Just as an anecdote last night, some people were looking for a place to go out and eat dinner. New York is a city full of restaurants. And in the neighborhood, they could find not one restaurant open. They were all closed. Why? Because so many people who work in the restaurants live outside the island of Manhattan. You have to get here, you have to go through the tunnels or over the bridges, and people just couldn't get in. There was outbound traffic, but no inbound traffic. I mentioned before the ATM machines. People were concerned that they wouldn't be able to go to their bank and get cash. Well, if they can, that's an indication that in my neighborhood, the economic system works. Because I can use the ATM machine, because I can go to the restaurant, because the stores are open. For the bigger picture, you have to see that the economy is working, so that that Wall Street reopens, so that money, large sums of money can be moved, and all of this is done electronically. I think it's just a matter of getting the systems in place and people repositioned to get it done. And I think it's a question now of just trying to make sure that everything is plugged in to make it work. I think they just don't know if it would work, and I think they're trying to take the time so that when they do get up to speed, they can be sure that they have a system that's working.
Well, and Senator John McCain made a good point that it's such a telecommunications center for these Wall Street firms, those who are doing business in and around the World Trade Center. That's one of the things that's taking a little longer to get the system back up. Let's bring in Bill Plant at the White House. Bill, I asked once before and ask again, at the White House, there has to be some concern about getting the transportation system up and working a little better than it is, particularly with the airlines, and to get these markets open as soon as possible, Monday at the latest, they say. Surely they'd really like to have them up by Friday.
Dan, that's absolutely right, but the real focus here today was on two things: showing that the government, the United States government, is on top of the deadliest disaster most likely ever to hit this nation on its own soil, that it was looking after the victims, and that it was doing everything it could to find the perpetrators. We do know that they assured everybody yesterday that the banking system was working. The Federal Reserve said that the discount window was open, enabling banks to make short-term loans. But I think you'll see the focus shift in the coming days to trying to get the economy back on its feet, and that would mean, of course, opening the markets, and trying to get any semblance of normal in the world of transportation. As you and others have been pointing out, without the banking, without the stock market, and without regular airline flights, this nation is really economically crippled. And the routine that we normally expect and understand doesn't exist. So I think you'll see increasing focus on that. But today's focus here at the White House was to show that, A, the government's in charge, the president's on top of everything, B, they're doing everything they can for the victims, and C, and probably not last, that they're going after the perpetrators.
Bill, when you talk about going after the perpetrators, I keep coming back to the interview that Bob Schieffer did with Senator Shelby during the afternoon, in which Senator Shelby made it pretty clear that he'd been briefed and that the indicators were pointing increasingly to Osama bin Laden, perhaps Osama bin Laden plus, but to Osama bin Laden. I think people are interested in knowing what kind of time frame. It's still true, or is it not, that nobody should expect any U.S. retaliation tomorrow or the day after or even necessarily over the weekend?
Boy, I would be very surprised that if reaction were to happen that quickly. Because not only are they not certain that it was Osama bin Laden directly, although we keep getting leaks of information that suggest it probably was, but it may well have involved his numerous followers, different cells that exist in different countries which aid and support them. The question then is, as the president has said, there'll be no safe havens, so do we mount military operations in those countries as well? Places like Syria, Iraq, Iran. All of that remains to be seen, and obviously that's not something that they can decide in some snap moment and say, let's fly off and hit these places on the weekend. That just does not seem possible.
Bill Platt at the White House. Let's go now to a report from Thalia Assuris about the blood bank drive here in New York City.
If you would like to volunteer, you can fill out. Hundreds of people hoping to volunteer their time or donate their blood or give from their wallets streamed into Midtown New York to the regional headquarters of the Red Cross.
We've had many people come in, and we are coordinating it carefully so that everybody who wants to donate can donate, and we will be able to utilize everything that is donated.
Dane Solomon witnessed yesterday's explosions, grateful to have been blocks away. Today, still shaken and searching for some way to help.
I have blood, and I know that there's a great need for blood, so it seems to be at the moment the only action I can take to try to in some way help someone.
Please move forward! At Martin Luther King Jr. High School, closed for the day, donors are being told that they may have to wait up to 6 hours to give blood. Some are being turned away, asked to return tomorrow, the next day, next week.
It has certainly been a strain. We're not used to collecting this much blood in one day, and people are experiencing long delays. I think the tragedy has made the perhaps typical New Yorker attitude of not liking to wait around a non-issue.
And everywhere, that one desire to give anything possible. Lenore Convise trembled, enveloped by the visions of the attacks on the Twin Towers, the destruction she witnessed from her downtown office building. Today, her blood type O positive was one of those in demand.
Anything that anybody can do makes a difference, and if I could give more than blood, I would. Whatever can be done.
The common refrain from relief and blood collection officials is that the response of New Yorkers has been overwhelming. Yesterday, more than 5,000 pints of blood were donated in the New York area. By midday today, more than 200 pints were collected in this one location alone. Freelance writer Mary Plachette Willis is here for the second time.
I've been here 7 hours, 3 yesterday and 4 today, and everybody's just been calm and orderly and patient because I think that there's no question that there's a real reason to be here.
And not only here, officials expect thousands of pints of blood to be shipped into New York from around the country. Thalia Assuris, CBS News, New York.
Calm, orderly, patient, from what Thalia Assuris was just now reporting. Not words normally associated with New York and New Yorkers, but that's an important part of the spirit of the city. Which has come to the fore in this last 24 to 36 hours. I want to take you to Lower Manhattan again, where the cutting edge of the story remains, where the very heart of the story remains. These scenes of dedicated firemen, doctors, policemen, workaday Americans doing what they can to find survivors, if any more exists. There again is the human sniffing dog trying to see with his handler whether there's anybody alive under that mass of steel and concrete and junk. And then also the mournful search for bodies. It was said today that New York, it will probably take 30 to 60 days to finish this rescue, retrieval, and cleanup work. And there are many who think that that's a very optimistic estimate. Now, we're pausing for a second to pick up some information. We're going to give you this live picture that apparently has been another at least partial collapse of one of the structures that remained from one of the towers. And that would be that structure in just the center of your screen. More details at this time. There are no more details. That building is sort of wobbling and wavering in recent minutes. And they've cleared the area because this gives you a sense of how difficult this is. When somebody says, well, why don't we already know how many dead there really are? And where, when is this all going to be cleaned up? Look, this is still a very difficult work and in some ways dangerous work, as is evidenced by this report of that part of what was left of one of the towers beginning to creak, and the sense of, well, this thing may give way even more any moment. Complicates this job down there enormously. And certainly everyone is impatient to get on with something approaching normal life. But in this part of Manhattan, and indeed for New York as a whole, for a long, long while, normalcy is not likely to be a word that we use very often, because this has been a tremendous blow, obviously. And keep in mind that there are many, many people dead in that debris. How many we cannot know. No one would be surprised if it doesn't run into the thousands. No one's predicting that because no one knows. But we do know that there are bodies in there. That, with everything else going on down, just almost, it whispers to us all, patience, be calm, be steady, help one another. This is very much in the American character when the pressure gets on. And no one here doubts that today, as was the case yesterday, the pressure's on. As we pointed out from time to time, each generation has to face its own crises and challenges. In our father and mother's time of World War II, then Korea, Vietnam, the Gulf War, and now here in the first edge of the 21st century, this shadowy twilight war against vicious and evil terrorists. And every time we look at this scene in Lower Manhattan, a strong sense of that cannot help but permeate our very being. Now, a police spokesman is just saying that some of the remaining floors of the South Tower of the World Trade Center collapsed just a few minutes ago. All the rescuers were out of the building, so while we didn't see it, there was a collapse of part of the remaining section of one of the towers. We were told that all of the rescue workers and the others were evacuated from that area, and there have been no further casualties. But again, it underscores that in addition to being tough, grimy, difficult, disheartening work down there, it is also dangerous work, and explains anew why, if any explanation was indeed necessary, that all of it is going so painfully slowly. And if it takes only another 30 to 60 days to get it cleaned up and to do all the rescue and retrieval work, that will be considered very quick indeed. Certainly people could hope that, well, that timetable seems long, but given the enormity of what they have to do down there, it probably is an optimistic estimate of anything. This shot from above, a live shot past the Empire State Building, down you can see the smoke which has been continually bellowing up from this area since the first aircraft at the first tower yesterday continues to envelop a large part of Lower Manhattan and drift over the Hudson and indeed into New York Harbor, all with Our Lady of Liberty looking on. She's not in this particular picture, but would be in the distance on the right-hand portion of your screen. Now, repeating some of the developments in the last hour and a half, the White House says there's what they call credible evidence that the terrorist intended to fly one plane into the White House itself and in some way, not explained way, target Air Force One. There's widespread guessing that maybe what they'd hoped to do is have Air Force One return from Florida, land at Andrews Air Force Base, and then have one of these planes crash into it there. But that's just somebody's analysis of the few details that the White House, the FBI, and the Justice Department were given. But they say there's credible evidence the White House and Air Force One were, quote, targets. But beyond that, the stock markets will not be opening in New York tomorrow. They may not be open on Friday. Officials say that they're hoping to do it Monday at the latest. And the transportation system, particularly the air transportation system, remains snarled nationwide. Some planes were finally allowed to take off today, but by and large, the airlines are not flying and the airports are not open, and people will just have to stay tuned for further details as decisions are made about that. Now let's go to Byron Pitts, who's covering the story downtown. Byron, what about the further collapse of what was left of the World Trade Center?
Sure, Dan, a few minutes ago, the New York City police spokesman came out and told us that the last few floors of the South Tower collapsed. No one was injured. All the rescue workers were pulled back because they were expecting it to collapse at some point, about 4 to 7 floors, not exactly sure. But the rescue workers have been pulled back. It has delayed the mission, though so far today they have recovered, to the best of our knowledge, at least 4 survivors. But once they regain control of the situation, they expect to move back in and continue their operation. Dan?
Byron, how many more buildings or pieces of buildings down there is it estimated that are in a sort of tottering and possibility of collapse condition?
Dan, I've heard the figure 5, at least 5 buildings around the 2 towers that they're vulnerable at this point because of the heat, because of the damage of when the 2 towers fell yesterday. That at least 5 buildings are in jeopardy. They brought in engineers from around the country to sit down with the police department and the firefighters to assess the damage level.
And Byron, the National Guard, portions of the National Guard were called out by the governor of New York yesterday to assist. Have you seen signs of the Guard around Lower Manhattan today?
Yes, Dan, I saw at least 50 to 100 National Guardsmen. They arrived overnight. I talked to one of them, and they said that they worked all through the night. They're part of the mission to recover as many of the survivors as possible. They brought in their cadaver dogs to participate in that part of the effort. I've been told that the numbers that are here today will increase dramatically by this weekend. Dan?
And what's the word down there on how many people, if any, they still believe, yea, hope, may be buried in the debris and they can get to them before they expire?
Sure. Dan, I talked to the police chief for the New York Port Authority. He was the gentleman we spoke with yesterday. He said that yesterday he had 3 of his men missing. They'd had radio contact with them, but they couldn't reach them through the debris. But they do expect, they have recovered 2 of those men, and they hope to get to the 3rd person soon. Dan?
Byron, one of the wire services is saying that one of the buildings that had at least a partial collapse was One Plaza. You have any information on that? We're not reporting it. We can't confirm it, but One Wire has said One Liberty Plaza had a building with a partial collapse. Any information at all on that?
No, Dan, not at all. And the police have been very helpful in coming out and giving us information as soon as it becomes available to them. No word about that here on the ground, at least, not at this point.
Byron, I know that you've come forward, which is to say you've come uptown some to get to a place where you can broadcast, but behind you we can see this tremendous billowing smoke and fog and smog, and we've had on the air a couple of times while you've been talking, picture taken in a different direction that shows people the density of it. Surely this is complicating in no small way the efforts at rescue, retrieval, and cleanup.
Oh, Dan, without exaggeration. In fact, I've been told by one of our producers that something's going on behind us right now. There was some smoke that popped up that wasn't there a few moments ago. We've seen some rescue workers and some firefighters move in that direction. Hopefully we'll have some more information about that shortly. But then everything that happens complicates an already difficult mission. Because there's so much metal, so much concrete down there, they have to move. And then the possibility of at least those 5 buildings that threaten the area now. Dan?
Byron, people have been swarming the local hospitals, particularly St. Vincent's, which is near where you are, and Bellevue Hospital Center, which is in roughly the area. These are people who are circulating with family photographs, camera crews saying, you know, look, do you know where this missing member of my family is? Let me show you a picture of the tattoo who was on him, or this is a birthmark that was on her. Have you seen them? What a...
This is WVLT TV, Knoxville. Right now, WVLT Volunteer TV News at 5:30 is taking action for you.
This is our local coverage. These are the gas prices nearby. In some places in the Northeast, it's a $5.
So far, East Tennessee has escaped such pocketbook-busting pump prices. Good evening, I'm Alan Williams.
And I'm Liz Tadone. We will have that story in just a moment. First, if you haven't been watching our wall-to-wall coverage of Attack on America, we want to take 30 seconds to update you on the latest developments in Tuesday's terrorist attack. Now, amid the search for missing people from the airborne onslaught that toppled the World Trade Center and blasted the Pentagon, authorities now say they believe the terrorists had plans to target the White House and Air Force One.
NATO allies say Tuesday's terrorist attacks can be considered an attack on the whole alliance. All 18 NATO partners will support taking military action if the attacks were committed by foreigners. Early reports estimate 800 lives were lost at the Pentagon, but the U.S. Defense Secretary says the casualty figures might not be as high as originally estimated. U.S. Attorney General John Ashcroft says the government is following several credible leads in the terrorist attacks. Well, a Knoxville couple is desperately waiting to hear from their son. Rob Lenore was in one of the World Trade Center towers during yesterday's tragedy. The Duke graduate is the son of John and Pat Lenore of West Knoxville. Lenore works for a financial firm located in what was the South Twin Tower. His dad was on the telephone with him during the attack on the first tower. Soon afterwards, the second tower was hit. So far, the family has not heard anything else from their son. Rob is the brother of former UT lineman Patrick Lenore. He is married with 2 children, Andrew 11 and Courtney 9.
Fears of gas hikes and shortages send millions to the gas pumps across the nation. WVLT Volunteer TV's Bob Yarbrough kicks off our team coverage. Bob, have we seen much of a hike today?
Liz, what we've seen is word that a major price increase is on the way, but so far that huge increase simply hasn't happened here in Oak Ridge. Some residents, though, are upset with any price increase that they've seen at the pump recently. Other residents here in this area are concerned with something totally different. In a matter of seconds, the price of gasoline at this convenience store shoots up. So does the blood pressure of some customers.
I'm not happy with it at all. I think that big people and big business is making money off of people dying, and it's not right.
The corporation says supply and demand forced the 15-cent increase, and that Tuesday's terrorist attack is causing major consumer concern.
They're in a panic, and they're buying it faster than we can bring it in. We sold more gas last night than we normally sell in 2 weeks. It was mortal chaos in this store last night.
Rising gas prices aren't the only concern here. City leaders and authorities say they've received dozens upon dozens of phone calls from residents. The rumor mill is apparently working overtime, and the questions are many.
People around the area and around the country asking, are we under a heightened security in the entire community? Are there issues associated with martial law? And of course, all of that's false. It's pretty much business as usual in most of the community.
And if business as usual contains rising prices, city leaders say it's not a reflection of price gouging, but rather a reaction to the economy.
If changes occur in gas prices or other prices, I expect they'll track right along with what you might see in other places around the country.
So far, what we've seen in other places of the country has not happened here in Oak Ridge, and that's good news, to tell you the truth. We've heard reports of other locations throughout Tennessee raising prices anywhere from 30 to 50 cents. Some locations in other states like Indiana are reportedly selling gasoline for $3 to $4 a gallon. In Kentucky, the governor there has asked gas retailers to voluntarily freeze their gas prices until this situation settles down just a bit. For the most part here at Oak Ridge, 10 to 15 cent raises, that's what we've seen for gas increases for the most part in the past 24 hours. In Oak Ridge, I'm Bob Yarbrough, WVLT Volunteer TV News. Liz, Allen.
All right, thanks, Bob. Let's check the pump price report for tonight. Many area stations either held their price or went up only slightly. The folks in Newport tell us the new High Mountain Market is at $1.30. The Morganton Road Marathon is at $1.31. The Weigels in South Maryville, $1.35. And the Pilot and Exxon nearby at $1.36. The Racetrack on Western Avenue is at $1.37. If you find a lower gas price, give us a call, 656-TV4U, or email us at pumppricer@wvlt-tv.com.
President Bush vows to track down whoever is responsible for yesterday's attack, no matter where they might hide. And now local police are helping in that search. Volunteer TV's Ron Sproul joins us live with an update. Ron?
Alan, Knoxville Police has a special interdiction team patrolling Interstate 4075 following a nationwide alert that went out this morning for officers to be out on the lookout for 2 Florida cars. 62 million vehicles a year travel along I-40, I-75 through Knoxville, making it one of the heaviest traveled interstate sections in the country. Now, among the cars and trucks could be the following cars: a 1989 two-door red Pontiac with Florida tags D79 DDV, and a 2001 Olds four-door with Florida tags UEP54N.
Especially with the risk degree that was associated with it, they're taken very, very seriously. In fact, there's an apprehension team on 4075 as we speak, literally.
Now, police and sheriff's departments all over the country are on alert. They believe the occupants of these cars, and we do not have their description at this time, could be involved in yesterday's attack in New York and Washington. They are considered armed and very dangerous.
All right, Ron Sproul, thank you. Well, are gas prices slowing anyone down? Let's get a check from our eye in the sky on traffic. Mary Jo Jeffries joins us now. How's it look out there, Mary Jo? Sergeant Lynn, I'm sorry.
Authorities are almost finished cleaning up a wreck at Kingston Pike on the ramp to Alcoa Highway northbound. There was one lane closed, Old Broadway under the 640 bridge, and watch for slowdowns on I-40 east between West Hills and Paper Mill and the ramp from 640 west to I-40 west. For Volunteer TV, in for Pete Michaels, I'm Sergeant Lynn.
All right, thank you.
We continue our coverage of Attack on America.
Still to come, Oak Ridge seems to have a renewed sense of patriotism. Many prayers are going out all across the country, and our Knoxville firefighters are remembering their New York counterparts in a special way. All still ahead on WVLT Volunteer TV News.
Well, it's back to the books today for students around the nation. I'm Kelly Parker. Coming up, we'll let you know how local educators and parents are dealing with yesterday's tragic situation.
Then Dr. James Dobson shows us why it's so important to mentor your kids. That's up a bit later.
Enjoy a new level of personal mobility with a jazzy power chair from GMS. This power chair is the perfect mobility choice for in-home and crowded areas because its stylish, compact design will allow you to turn on a dime in tight spaces. This power chair is also very comfortable and easy to operate. If you qualify, your health insurance may pay for all or part of your mobility needs. Call GMS today for details. We are a Medicare supplier who takes assignment on power chairs. If you qualify, there may be little or no cost to you.
Right now at Pizza Hut, you can get 2 medium pizzas for only $11.99. But there is a catch. It's gotta be pan. Or thin and crispy. Or any other medium pizza we make. Sorry, those are the rules. We know we're asking a lot, but this is less than $6 a pizza. Also, sorry, but you do not need a coupon. Must be one of the 7 days of the week, and the 2 for $11.99 deal is only good on the planet Earth. And only at Pizza Hut. Come on, you gotta give us one catch.
Sister came in with a cervical spine fracture. She broke a vertebrae in her neck and was paralyzed from the neck down. I really, truly believe that her commitment and her hard work resulted in the miraculous recovery that she did have. It's just a pleasure when I'm making rounds to look off in the distance and see Sister walking around assisting patients and their families through the hospital. She was determined that she was going to make it. Sister's on the move.
Blasting into the future at the Tennessee Valley Fair, September 7th through the 16th. Backed by popular demand, the Big Top is here. Your Fairgate admission is all you need to see the circus with all new acts. The Royal Hannaford Circus has amazed, amused, and delighted spectators around the globe. Visit the exhibits, enjoy the midway, then go to the circus. There's fun to be found everywhere you look when you blast into the future at the Tennessee Valley Fair. Visit our website at www.tnvalleyfair.org.
And counting. The new 210 horsepower supercharged Nissan Xterra. Still everything you need, nothing you don't.
Well, today students across East Tennessee are living a history lesson that they'll never forget.
And as hard as it is for adults to understand the attack on America, it's even more confusing for children and teens. WVLT Volunteer TV's education reporter Kelly Parker went into our schools to see how parents and teachers are explaining this attack.
Today, as these students walk to their classrooms, they realize their normal routines are now anything but.
They're having school everywhere, and that's what we're here for, of course.
While the nation's eyes focus on the crisis at hand, local educators work to keep schools in East Tennessee on course today. And the question for elementary school principal Pat Robinette is how to explain the situation to his students.
We held this information from the kids for two reasons. One, we wanted to have school yesterday, and two, we wanted the parents to be the first to talk with their children.
And as parents and Americans, I think we're obligated to talk to our kids and let them know what's going on in the world.
And talking is the tool that mothers like Angela Buchanan use to ease their children's mind.
She looked at me and she said, well, Mommy, she said, are we in war? She said, is this what you would call war? And you know, and really, in real life, it really is almost like war.
South Doyle Middle School students are fully aware of the damage that was done.
It's a very small world. Our kids from here have relatives, friends, and people they know that were in New York that were directly affected yesterday.
While many are still trying to sort through their emotions, the educators say the one thing their students have lost is their feeling of innocence.
And that's been a shocking thing to them. How dare someone from another country invade and assault the United States the way they did yesterday.
But today, the show went on, only with a new page of history.
This was a most tragic day in American history. History was in the making.
In South Knoxville, Kelly Parker, WVLT Volunteer TV News.
Absenteeism was not an issue today. In fact, attendance was actually higher in some of the schools than it was yesterday. Airline flights that were diverted after yesterday's attacks are being allowed to finish their journeys tonight.
And in just a few minutes, we're going to head out to McGee-Tyson Airport for an update with Volunteer TV's Lee Doolittle.
And while we have very pleasant weather here, there could be another storm brewing in the Gulf of Mexico that may affect the big game this weekend. I'll have details coming up.
KUB Green Power wants Knox County Schools to win a free concert from Rick Hubbard. Log on to KUBkids.org and visit the special Kids Mania page. The school with the most votes will win. Hurry, contest ends September 20th. Also, be sure to catch Rick Hubbard's show at Kids Mania.
Well, everyone's a star.
White Lace and Promises Bridal Boutique is setting the standard for personal attention and style. White Lace and Promises knows planning a wedding should be just as memorable as that special day, and our bridal consultants dedicate the attention you need to make your wedding complete.
Purchase today at White Lace and Promises and take advantage of our September surprise sale. Receive special gifts and bridal discounts up to 20% off. All this month at White Lace and Promises, 10,001 Kingston Pike.
More. That's what you get with Verizon Wireless. And right now, you get 3,000 more night and weekend home airtime minutes, free every month for life. And there's more. Now get a free AudioVox 135 phone after mail-in rebate. Plus, you can find it all in more places. A Verizon Wireless Communications store, the Verizon Wireless Center at Radio Shack, or call 1-800-2-JOIN-IN. So hurry in for 3,000 more free minutes for life and a free phone. Only from Verizon Wireless. Join in.
Extra low prices made extra easy. That's our slogan. What does made extra easy mean to you?
Made extra easy.
In your life?
Means just to be able to get in and get out. Easy, no hassle.
Do you ever go to those supercenter stores, those big old yawning things?
I've been there once in a while.
Is that practical for you?
No, it takes all day. You can't find anything you need.
I mean, I'm not looking for tires today. I'm not looking for plants today. I'm looking for just food.
I can save money here and get what I want.
How easy is it to save at Food Lion? As easy as going into the store.
Skywatch 8 weather is brought to you by Shoney's.
Now, East Tennessee's most accurate and dependable weather forecast from WVLT, Volunteer TV's Skywatch 8 weather team.
Well, life is continuing on. The game is going to happen this Saturday, but now we have something else to worry about in the weather.
It's not a tropical storm yet, and not a hurricane certainly, but it is moving in that direction. It's a storm that's down in the Gulf of Mexico, getting stronger and stronger. We'll take a look at it in just a moment. In the meantime, we'll talk about our weather. Couldn't be better here, actually. We've got mostly sunny skies, 84 degrees, humidity nice and comfortable at 48%. The pressure is falling right now, and winds are calm. Well, temperatures around the valley, believe it or not, at this time of the afternoon or early evening, it's 78 degrees over in Crossville. Highly unusual. Everyone else reporting the 80s right now. 83 in London, 86 in Oak Ridge, 86 also down in the Chattanooga area. We're at 84, and 83 over in the Tri-Cities. Clear skies with only a few clouds beginning to show up over on the plateau. These will die off as the night goes on. Also a line of clouds back up to the north. That next front trying to make its way southward. And it looks like that too will be dry as it passes through the area. Now you're seeing some of the clouds and showers down in southern Georgia. Well, there's a whole lot more where that came from. Back down over Florida, moving over to Louisiana. If you'll notice, you can see a bit of a spin right there. That is a tropical depression number 8. If it grows a little bit more, and it does look like it's going to do that, it'll become Gabrielle. So we'll be watching it very closely. There's the frontal system dropping down to the south. This actually could play into this whole system as well, making it curve up to the north and off to the east over the next couple of days. So we're going to watch this thing real closely. Right now, it does look like it could possibly be a hurricane by this weekend. Not good news for the big game coming up this weekend down in Gainesville. Mostly clear skies in our forecast for tonight. The overnight low will drop to 60. For tomorrow, sunshine to partly cloudy skies as the front passes. 84 degrees once again the high for tomorrow. And the forecast for the next several days calls for some nice cool temperatures, highs in the 70s, lows in the 50s. Some areas will actually see lows tonight in the 40s. That's the latest on the weather. Now let's check out what's going on in sports. Here's Eric Waddell.
Thanks a lot, Craig. You know, it's hard to imagine that Mines will be able to be on football, but the Southeastern Conference, in a controversial decision, has said the games will go on. After reviewing all the issues involved, the conference athletic events will be played as scheduled. That's their words, including the Tennessee football game at Florida this Saturday. Each stadium will have a, quote, appropriate ceremony and a common expression of sympathy and mourning. The conference also announced that member institutions will donate $1 million from the receipts and television fees to a fund to assist victims of the disastrous attacks. In addition, fans are encouraged to make donations to these funds. Meanwhile, across Area Division II's Carson Newman football team is still scheduled to host Western Oregon, assuming they can get out of Portland flying here in the first place. Also, Tusculum and Maryville have not canceled games this weekend that they host. Meanwhile, other sports events are being canceled, and guys, we'll talk about that a little bit later.
Okay. All right. Thanks a lot.
Well, still to come, Dr. James Dobson is high on mentoring your children.
Let's get the latest news on travel here at McGee-Tyson Airport. I'm Lee Doolittle. I have a live report coming up next.
Got a taste for the Southwest? Then head into CC's Pizza for the new Santa Fe Chicken Pizza. Tender chunks of white meat chicken, fresh peppers and onions, 100% real.
When you see news happening, dial Star Ball, a direct line to the volunteer newsroom. This is a free call from your Sprint TCS phone.
Air travel around the U.S. is resuming, but very slowly tonight. The FAA has eased its ban on flying.
Still, thousands are stranded away from home. Lee Doolittle joins us now live from McGee-Tyson Airport with the latest. Lee, what's the situation this hour?
Liz, the latest is that there is still no
everything is still uncertainty right now. Each airport is expected to meet a requirement by the FAA before any planes can take off. However, here at McGee-Tyson Airport right now, they're trying to meet those standards, but there is one thing to keep in mind. Knoxville's airport is one of the smallest airports. It's a medium-sized airport, actually, and the larger airports are being dealt with first, so that may put us off getting off any flights a little bit later. The likelihood of a flight leaving out tonight, almost impossible. The possibility of one leaving out tomorrow, maybe. But one thing is for sure, that people are still stranded in hotels or they're making other arrangements.
Home is the Bronx in New York City.
Orlando Crespo is getting ready to hit the road after already being bumped off 2 flights today.
And stuck in Charleston, West Virginia still.
They booked me on another flight for Pittsburgh tomorrow morning, but I really don't have a lot of confidence that I'll even be leaving tomorrow morning.
If you could come by to pick me up, I could take care of it right then and there.
Not to mention, he's a little apprehensive about flying after yesterday's hijacking of 4 commercial flights.
I actually feel better about driving in, but was willing to take the chance of flying if it meant that I'd get home a little bit sooner.
It's 140 westbound. It says Oak Ridge.
But flying's not an option at this hour, so he's doing what most are doing, renting a car.
Okay. Thank you very much. Have a nice trip. Be careful going home.
There are some cars available, but many people who have a car on rental are not returning it.
And I can't get out until tomorrow. Well, at first, I had a car reserved for Friday, and I tried to book it for now. And at first they said it was okay, and then they told me that they couldn't let it go into New York.
The rental company finally worked it out, and Crespo will get the car he needed. Now he faces a 15-hour drive home to New York City to reflect back on how things were when he left.
The weather was pretty good. It was pretty calm. And my family was fine.
But when he returns, things will be quite different.
Just a strange, eerie feeling of going back and not really certain about. It feels like nothing will ever be the same again.
Now, if you're wondering, Orlando Crespo's family is fine, and he's looking to reunite with them once he gets back to New York City. However, things here it's going to be days before anything gets back to normal or before flights actually start taking off on a regular schedule. Now, coming up on Volunteer TV News at 6, we'll talk to an airport spokesman about how they're dealing with their passengers. Reporting live from Blount County, Lee Doolittle, WVLT Volunteer TV News.
Okay, so we're still in a wait-and-see situation here, huh? All right. Well, here's a list of phone numbers for airlines that operates out of McGee-Tyson Airport. You can call American Eagle at 1-800-433-7300.
Comair passengers can call 1-800-354-9822. Continental Express information will be given out at 1-800-525-0280.
Okay, and if you're flying Delta, you can call 1-800-221-1212. Northwest Airlines, 1-800-225-2525. Trans World Airlines, 1-800-893-5436.
For United and United Express Airlines, call 1-800-241-6522. U.S. Airways and U.S. Airways Express, 1-800-428-4322. We'll have these phone numbers for you later in the show as well. The ban on flights hit one airline pretty hard. Midway Airlines says it's suspending all operations and putting about 1,700 employees out of work. The airline says it expects a sharp decline in travel because of the terrorist attacks.
And I noticed some of those numbers that we had on our screen and the ones that we said just don't jive. So we're going to get this straight for you, and we'll have that later on our 6 o'clock newscast, and we'll get them all straight for you. Most children like to find an adult to look up to.
And coming up after the break, Dr. James Dobson will show us why mentoring is very important in a child's life.
Looking for a real power trip? Chevy's moving the 2001 metal. 1.9% financing on 2001 Chevy Silverado half-ton extended cab. That's right, tough guy. 1.9% APR financing with average finance savings of $22.32. We'll give you the power. The question is, are you going to use it? Make your money count now at your Chevy dealer.
Smile.
For years, DentaWorks has brought smiles to thousands of families with great values on the dental work they need. Between now and October 31st, you can save even more. Save $200 on our first-time denture wearers package. Save $200 on our first-time partial wearers package. You can even get a cosmetic whitening for just $169. So smile and save at DentaWorks. Call 1-800-47-SMILE to set up your appointment today.
Everyone loves Domino's delicious cheesy bread. Maybe because it's hot breadsticks covered in a tantalizing combination of cheddar and mozzarella cheeses. Who would come up with such a brilliant idea?
My idea. All mine.
And if you call now, you can get a delicious order of cheesy bread free. That's right, free when you buy a large one-topping pizza for $9.99. Now, where do you suppose that idea came from?
My idea. All mine.
Make it a meal with wings and a two.
Well, you know, all of those funny things your kids do.
Well, they learned it from someone, and that someone was probably you. Dr. Dobson shows us how powerful of an influence we have on our kids and how we can use it in a great way.
From WVLT Volunteer TV News, Dr. James Dobson with his commentary, Focus on the Family.
You know, many young people today have a very vague notion of what they want to do with their lives and almost no information about how to get themselves ready for what's to come. Or they may understand the academic requirements, but they don't have a clue about what life will be like after they reach their objectives or the challenges that they can expect along the way. I found myself in that same situation when I was 20 years old and a junior in college. I knew that I wanted to be a psychologist, but I had very little knowledge about the profession itself or how to cope with graduate school. Then one day, my aunt attended a lecture given by a well-known psychologist named Dr. Clyde Naramore. This man offered to meet with prominent
United Airlines Flight 175 from delivering the follow-up blast. There is new evidence hijackers made some effort to conceal that attack. As this Flight Explorer display demonstrates, crucial radar data suddenly dropped off controller screens as Flight 175 made its final turn over New Jersey. As it closed in on Manhattan, controllers had no way of knowing exactly where the plane was. Sources say that's because someone in the cockpit, presumably a hijacker familiar with cockpit controls, deliberately turned off the plane's transponder, the device that sends flight information to controllers. The transponder on American Flight 77 was also turned off before that jet crashed into the Pentagon. Radar tracked the 757 to the Ohio-Kentucky border, but information was lost as the plane turned and targeted Washington. Sources say the jet seemed to be on a track towards the White House, but suddenly headed for the Pentagon. CBS News consultant Mitch Mitchell was right there.
We watched it go in front of us at a distance of about 100 feet in front of us and about 20 feet over us. It appeared as if we were landing right on our roof. We looked, we watched it go into the Pentagon.
The fourth airplane did not hit its designated target, but crashed in rural Pennsylvania. At least one cell phone call from a passenger indicated there was a plan to take on the hijackers. And sources say there is some evidence of a fight for control just before the plane went down. Alice Hoagland also got a call from her son on that doomed plane. Mark Bingham told her of 3 hijackers claiming to have a bomb.
I asked him, Mark, who are these people? And he became distracted, didn't answer the question, and then we were cut off.
We're told 10 to 12 minutes after that phone call, that plane, United Flight 93, crashed. Investigators say they hope the flight recorders will tell them exactly what went on in that cockpit, but more importantly, perhaps, who was behind the well-orchestrated attack. Dan?
And on that score, Bob, FBI Director Robert Mueller today stressed there are 2 immediate goals: identify the hijackers, the killers, and any accomplices inside or outside the United States. CBS's Jim Stewart reports investigators already know a lot. Jim, what do they know?
Dan, as many as 24 terrorists armed with knives seized the hijacked aircraft, and federal authorities now say they know many of them by name, and that all of them learned how to fly commercial aircraft right here in the United States. Sources say the identities surfaced through a study of the passenger manifest from the doomed aircraft, plus communications intercepts picked up shortly after the attacks. And while the evidence is still in the early stages, sources say all of it still points like a compass to Osama bin Laden. Attorney General John Ashcroft provided the first official details of what happened on board the planes.
The 4 planes were hijacked by between 3 and 6 individuals per plane, using knives and box cutters, and in some cases making bomb threats.
New FBI Director Bob Mueller said after identifying all the hijackers, his next step is to retrace their steps.
And we're attempting to recreate the travels of each of the hijackers on the planes, either the hijackers themselves or their associates. Back up!
And the search for those associates was in full fury today, with FBI SWAT teams storming a Boston hotel to search a room believed used by one or more of the hijackers. No one connected with the hijackings was arrested there or later when authorities stopped a train near Providence, Rhode Island. Officials were also focusing on 2 aviation schools in Florida and appeared to zero in on 2 recent Arab students. Residents say agents specifically asked about a man named Mohammed Atta and another named Marwan Yusuf Al-Shihi, both of whom had their commercial pilot multi-engine licenses recertified in June. Venice, Florida resident Charles Voss said he told agents he rented a room to the 2 men a year ago.
Well, they told me that that these 2 persons were involved, and it was believed that they were some of the individuals that had been involved in the takeover of the aircraft that went into the World Trade Center.
Elsewhere, agents conducted searches in Newcastle, Pennsylvania, Daytona, and Vero Beach, Florida, as well as along entry points at the Canadian border adjoining Maine, where 2 of the suspects may have entered the United States. And, of course, investigators were still collecting all the usual physical evidence.
Rental car receipts, telephone logs, videotape from parking garages, and pay telephone videotape records.
The clear assumption by federal lawmen is that these terrorists had help from accomplices who may still be in the United States. What is not as clear is whether those accomplices were only bit players in this historic assault, or whether they may still have still-to-be-launched terrorist plans of their own. Dan?
Jim, is it expected or not that there soon will be some arrests?
Dan, I do sense optimism in talking with federal authorities, but I have to tell you that if this does turn out to be Osama bin Laden, then we have been down this path before. First national outrage, then a flurry of search warrants and record gathering, followed by months of frustration. We can only hope that this one especially, turns out to be different. Dan?
Jim Stewart in Washington. Even as the fires from the attack on the Pentagon flared up and still burned today, planning was going forward for a possible military response against those behind the terror. CBS's David Martin is tracking both stories. David?
Dan, the Pentagon may not have been the primary target, but the plane certainly scored a direct hit. Defense Department officials say there are no more survivors. Anyone not killed by the impact perished in the flames. It now appears between 100 and 200 people died here, but not the 800 one official had estimated.
And we won't know for some time precise numbers, but from everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high.
Some of the 60 survivors are being treated for severe burns, and their relatives count them lucky to be alive.
I walked in there and I said, "I love you." She moved her head a little bit. I said, "Please wiggle your toes." Her toes wiggled, and that was the extent of our conversation. I was so ecstatic.
When the sun came up this morning, firefighters were still pouring water on the blaze started by the jet fuel.
We are still engaged in a very stubborn firefight with parts of the building.
The wife of an Army accountant who worked right where the plane hit could do nothing but keep a hopeless vigil.
Obviously, the fire is still pretty much going, but it's still frustrating to see them just kind of looking at it and not going in.
By mid-afternoon, the smoke had finally cleared. Now it's the FBI's turn because the wreckage is considered a crime scene, although the force of the crash destroyed much of the evidence.
There are some small pieces of aircraft visible, but not large sections. In other words, there's no fuselage sections and that sort of thing.
Parts of the Pentagon are open, although heavily guarded, as are all U.S. military bases. Not knowing for sure if the attacks are over, the Pentagon has ordered fighters to patrol both the east and west coasts and is sending warships to both New York and Washington. But the most valuable ship may be the hospital ship Comfort. The investigation into who caused all this continues to point toward Osama bin Laden, and there's no doubt the U.S. will retaliate against whoever is responsible. as the Secretary of Defense made clear in an address to the troops.
The task of vanquishing these terrible enemies and in protecting the American people and the cause of human freedom will fall to you, the men and women in the Department of Defense.
The aircraft carrier Enterprise has been turned around and sent back to the Persian Gulf, giving the U.S. 2 carrier battle groups in the region. It's clear the Bush administration is planning for an all-out military campaign against terrorism.
I think anyone who thinks it's easy is wrong. I think that it will require a sustained and broadly based effort.
The European allies today invoked the clause of the NATO treaty, which states that an attack against one is an attack against all. The more allies the U.S. gathers up, the more military options it has.
We're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world.
Osama bin Laden is believed to be hiding out in Afghanistan, which is why U.S. officials have begun talks with Pakistan, which shares a long border with Afghanistan. Dan?
David Martin at the Pentagon. In Afghanistan today, Osama bin Laden's Taliban protectors insisted again, but offered no evidence, that bin Laden had nothing to do with the attacks. At the same time, the Taliban made what could be interpreted as a threat, suggesting that U.S. military action that causes what they call suffering in Afghanistan might lead to more suicide attacks. While officials hold out no hope for finding survivors in the Pentagon attack, a massive effort is still underway here in New York. Workers are braving dust, danger, and more unstable buildings, trying to find thousands of missing people in the Trade Center rubble. CBS's Byron Pitts is at the scene tonight. Byron?
Well, Dan, here at Ground Zero, there has now been a shift in the mood and the wind. In the past half hour, the wind has turned north. That means the plumes of smoke over the disaster site that you see behind me are now headed in our direction. That gas is filled with dangerous gases and fibers. And for that reason, authorities have recommended that we wear these respirators for our own safety. Also, a few minutes ago, a firefighter came out and told us all that they no longer hear those tapping sounds coming from the debris. No more cell phone calls. No more radio messages from police officers and firefighters buried in the debris. Not a good sign of what has already been a very difficult day. Today, in the long shadow of Lady Liberty, as Air Force fighter jets patrol the skies over Manhattan, volunteers by the thousands sifted through metal and misery.
One of the officers came in and said they found a man at 6 in the morning and they had to cut his legs to get him out.
All reminders freedom in America has never been free.
I'm doing this because this is America, this is New York, and these people need people down there right now. I know if I was in there, they'd be in there trying to dig me out.
I was at Oklahoma City bombing the Murray building. This is like 20 of them all in one.
Rescuer and police officer Dan McDonough says he isn't simply looking for survivors or bodies. He, like so many others, is still looking for friends.
We're missing our whole company.
New York's fire chief, a senior chaplain, and head of the search and rescue team, all killed when a building collapsed. More than 200 fellow firefighters missing. Close to 30 New York City police officers unaccounted for. And there beneath 50 feet of twisted steel and crumpled concrete, beneath what were once the tallest towers in Manhattan, rest the remains of countless victims and the whispers of survivors still alive.
We were taking out someone on a stretcher.
They were alive.
And as he came down the line, I saw that his eyes were open and he was talking.
How good did that feel?
I'm almost ready to cry once again.
But there is not a single chance the living here will outnumber the dead.
The numbers that we're working on are in the thousands. Obviously, we hope that's not the case.
There are men and women lined up here who haven't slept much in the past 36 hours, running on adrenaline and running out of time. 8:48 a.m. Tuesday, that moment in time that changed lives and took lives.
Horrible, horrible. The whole building just collapsed on us.
When we get you into Stuyvesant High School.
Nightmares. Armageddon right here.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
It collapsed. The top floors collapsed down.
There was like a sonic boom and a firestorm above my head.
Kathy Capsuto ran from the World Trade Center with her daughters in her arms. What do you tell your children after living through something like that?
You thank God that you're alive. And my kids know that their lives will never be the same again.
Never the same, but still New Yorkers tried. Blocks from the bombing, a father played ball with his son.
We're trying to make the kids adjust as much as possible without making them as afraid as the adults are.
That firefighter who came out and spoke with us a few minutes ago said that he, too, now is afraid. In the past hour, 3 more buildings collapsed, we've been told, around the disaster site. When that happened, the rescue workers were pulled out. That firefighter told us the longer he's unable to do his job, the less likely it becomes they will find more survivors. Dan, many people will pray tonight that firefighter is wrong.
Myron Pitts. The word came late today from Wall Street, only blocks from the lower Manhattan disaster site. The stock markets will be closed again tomorrow and possibly the rest of this week. CBS's business correspondent Anthony Mason tells us what this may mean. Anthony?
Dan, the bond market will reopen tomorrow, but concerned about the damage to infrastructure, much of Wall Street will not go back to business. The stock markets will remain closed for a 3rd straight day because, as the head of the SEC, Harvey Pitt, put it, we didn't want to promise something we couldn't deliver.
Drowned in debris, Wall Street was a deserted corridor again today. The head of the New York Stock Exchange could promise only that markets
will resume operations no later than Monday.
Dick Grasso said Wall Street still had concerns about the soundness of structures, access to buildings, and power supply.
The conduits that sit beneath the streets of lower Manhattan have been subjected to the equivalent of several mini earthquakes when those 2 towers came down.
Many major financial firms had their offices damaged or destroyed in the attack, but the damage to physical capital was only part of the story.
I worry a little bit more about the human capital, the expertise that was probably lost. You know, we can rebuild a building and install computer screens, but to train the kind of people who were probably lost there yesterday, that will take some time.
The investment firm Morgan Stanley had 3,500 employees in the World Trade Center. Today, on its Times Square ticker, instead of stock quotes, the company ran employee helpline numbers. CEO Philip Purcell said this morning the vast majority were safe.
It is not a good story, but we think it's going to be much less bad than it appeared during the day yesterday.
But in a broadcast to his employees, he appeared to choke up.
And we're going to be fine.
But will the U.S. economy be fine? World markets have been highly volatile in the aftermath of the attack, amid concerns about the country that has been the engine of the global economy.
I think there's a lot of caution amongst investors around the world now as they try to understand just how much the U.S. public, how much that engine of growth could have been knocked off its track.
One encouraging sign, the European markets rebounded today, and the finance ministers and central bankers of the Group of 7 nations issued a joint statement vowing the global economy will not be disrupted. Dan?
Anthony, with all of the damage to the buildings and this scene down in lower Manhattan, how can these companies reopen for business by even Monday?
One of the remarkable things is almost all of these major companies have entire duplicate systems, sometimes as far away as Virginia, across the river in New Jersey. There are secondary trading floors just sitting empty, waiting for a crisis. They're just moving people to those places. All of your financial records, whichever company may have it, has a duplicate set somewhere else in the country. They can retrieve that information.
Anthony Mason, thanks. For the insurance industry, claims from the terror attack on the World Trade Center could reach a near record $15 billion. That would make it second only to the $20 billion insurance bill from 1992's Hurricane Andrew. Joining us now from Washington, the Majority Leader of the United States Senate, Democrat Tom Daschle of South Dakota. Mr. Leader, thank you for coming in tonight.
You're welcome, Dan.
True or untrue that your hope and the hope of your Republican counterparts is that you can pass a $20 billion appropriations bill to handle some of the cost of what's happening now by late tomorrow?
Well, Dan, I think it's premature to come to any conclusions about what the amount or how quickly the passage, but we certainly want to act as expeditiously as we can. We've been in close consultation with the White House and with our colleagues in the House of Representatives, and we'll do whatever it takes to be as helpful and as cooperative as possible.
What is the effect of this on our economy? We pull back what we call in television the wide shot. Yes, we're very much concerned about the families of victims and the search for what may remain of the living, but at some point we have to say, they will not.
Today, as new information about the attacks pours in, the president signals the administration's first priority to make sure the rest of the world supports the U.S. in whatever action Bush decides to take.
This enemy attacked not just our people, but all freedom-loving people everywhere in the world. The United States of America will use all our resources to conquer this enemy. We will rally the world.
At the White House today, security eases somewhat. Tourists are allowed back in. The First Lady visits with victims of the Pentagon attack at a local hospital. In a show of unity, the president invites congressional leaders from both parties to the White House and asks for their support in funding relief efforts. The nasty budget fight for the moment forgotten as Democrats pledge their help.
It is our strong desire to do this not as Republicans or Democrats, but as Americans.
Now, regarding the White House claim that Air Force One was a target, officials here were asked the question today, do they believe that the plane that crashed in Pittsburgh may have been the plane targeting Air Force One? Officials would only say that they have no information about the mission of that fourth plane. Tom?
All right, NBC's Campbell Brown at the White House tonight. Now let's go to the Pentagon, still reeling from the attack that killed perhaps as many as 200 people yesterday. Military officials are working tonight on a plan to retaliate, and they're trying to reorganize themselves in the midst of all of their grieving as well. NBC's Jim Miklaszewski joins me once again from the Pentagon. Jim?
Tom, tonight, rescue workers here have given up all hope of finding anyone else alive as the Pentagon becomes one giant crime scene. An army of FBI agents descends on Ground Zero, gathering up bits and pieces of possible evidence. But 24 hours after the attack here, nerves remain on razor's edge. The mere sight of a large plane in the distance sends people running for cover. The scene remains grim. There are no signs of life detected beneath the tons of rubble. The area remains too unstable for rescue workers to even get close. But there's little hope anyone is left alive. The Pentagon now estimates that between 150 to 200 people are killed, including those aboard the plane that slammed into the Pentagon. Tracy Rowenhorst's husband, Edward, worked for the Army and is among the missing.
Mostly I'm just here in case he comes out and that I can be somewhere in the vicinity where I can get to him.
Tonight, the U.S. military is on the move. Warplanes continue to patrol the skies over 41 major U.S. cities as the aircraft carrier George Washington arrives off the coast of New York to provide security and medical assistance. And in a videotaped message to the troops, Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld pledges swift and sure retaliation.
We face powerful and terrible enemies, enemies we intend to vanquish, so that moments of horror, like yesterday, will be stopped.
Osama bin Laden remains the prime suspect. Pentagon officials tell NBC News if there's enough evidence to link him to the attacks, the Bush administration is prepared to move quickly and aggressively. The sources suggest these would not be the kind of pinprick missile strikes that have failed to get bin Laden in the past, but an all-out military campaign designed to capture or eliminate the Saudi-born terrorists. In addition, the military campaign could be aimed at the Afghanistan's ruling party, the Taliban, for harboring bin Laden. Such an effort would require a military commitment the Clinton White House would not make, and a willingness to accept a large number of American military casualties. After yesterday's devastating terrorist attacks, former General Norman Schwarzkopf says it's a sacrifice the American people are willing to make.
I think the American public is angry now, and I think they're going to get more angry rather than less angry. I think they're going to expect action to be taken.
That kind of support evident tonight as rescue workers unfurl a huge American flag on the roof of the Pentagon. Secretary Rumsfeld also warned his troops today against leaking any military secrets. One more sign the Pentagon is dead set on launching military strikes. Tom?
Jim Miklaszewski at the White House, thanks very much tonight. As we have mentioned, it could be days, even weeks, before there's a credible guess at how many people died in the World Trade Center attack. It could rival some of the deadliest days for Americans in all of history, all of which were in wartime. Gettysburg, Vicksburg, the Civil War, of course, Okinawa, Iwo Jima, Pearl Harbor during World War II. The magnitude of the losses here in New York, Washington, and in other cities where the passengers and crew of the doomed planes lived is just beginning to sink in. NBC's Jim Avila tonight at Bellevue Hospital Center on Manhattan's East Side. Jim?
Tom, tonight, the reality of the situation, this very grim situation, being forced upon the families of the victims here in New York City as they go from hospital to hospital, sometimes with pictures and lists in their hands, looking for their relatives. But they're being turned away, and often with no information, even when they're sent here to the city's morgue. A solemn parade of desperate New Yorkers, pictures over their hearts, tears in their eyes.
We love you, Nina. Please come back home.
Clutching the faces of the missing, holding hope in their hands.
We need to keep the streets clear. We need to keep everybody calm, and they're going to help you as quickly as possible.
At this one Manhattan hospital, St. Vincent's, police set up barricades to keep order among 500 relatives lining up for help. A photo gallery of the missing. Catherine Robinson, a 46-year-old trader on the 47th floor. Myra Rodriguez, 39 years old, a secretary on the 102nd floor. Pedro Graham, 35 years old, a broker on the 104th floor. Andrew Stern, 41-year-old broker on the 105th floor. Jack Aaron, a 52-year-old insurance man on the 95th floor. At the end of that long line, Craig Castro.
I have a picture here of Michelle Henry. This is the girl we're looking for.
Looking for his 27-year-old fiancée, last heard from at work on the 92nd floor of the World Trade Center when the planes hit.
I have the ring sitting in my room, and I was going to give it to her within the next month. And I just want to meet her and see her so I can give it to her, and then we can spend the rest of our life together.
Uptown at the New York City morgue, more heartbreak. The family of window washer Rocco Camage, last seen at work on the 105th floor. Today, they're looking for any sign of survival.
He called us about 5 to 10 minutes after the airplane actually hit from the 105th floor. So that was the last we heard from him, and he was just telling his wife and his kids to not worry, that he was in God's hands.
But for some, there is no hope left. New England farm country outside Boston, a memorial for pilot John Ogonowski, American Airlines captain whose 767 was the first to crash into the New York skyline. Father of 3 daughters, remembered today as a family man who loved to fly.
I consider my brother a hero for many reasons.
Yardley, Pennsylvania, home of 15-year veteran United pilot Victor Saraceni, whose plane was the second to hit the Trade Center, mourned today by family and friends.
It's unspeakable. There are no words to describe it. I wish I could. I'm going to have to go home and sort the whole thing out.
And in suburban Chicago today, memorial services for Jeff Miladnik, a popular church pastor, father of 4 children, ages 4 to 21, aboard American Airlines Flight 11 when it was hijacked and crashed.
I mean, he's a tremendously brilliant, loving, passionate guy of 43 years.
On the United flight that crashed minutes later, Lisa Frost, newly graduated from Boston University and en route home to Southern California.
I'm sad that my daughter's gone. I will miss her tremendously. There's nothing that can ever take her place.
Part of the pain being felt across the nation tonight, also identified as one of the dead, Neil Levin, who is well known in the New York area as the executive director of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. That's the bi-state authority that actually built and controls the World Trade Center, one of the now uncounted many who did not survive the accident. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's national correspondent Jim Avila tonight at Bellevue Hospital with the names and faces of just some of the victims. So many more are still to come. For more on the victims, including the list of names that have been released so far by authorities, you can log on to msnbc.com. Of course, if this is the work of foreign terrorists, as most authorities believe, it would not be the first foreign attack on American soil Attacks on what has often been called Fortress America stretch back to the earliest days of the Republic, the war in 1812, to say nothing of the British. But not since Pearl Harbor has another nation attacked us outright. Only terrorists. And now to some of the most haunting questions of this crisis. We've returned to NBC's Terrorism Journalistic Task Force, and joining me first is NBC's Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, why has the United States apparently been unable to prevent such a massive attack? After all, there were so many warnings from so many authorities.
Exactly, Tom. With all the leads being developed now by investigators, the question tonight, why didn't we know earlier, in time to prevent the assault on America? How could the terrorists operate right under our noses? And why didn't billions of dollars spent on intelligence give us an early warning? As they hunt for the culprits, Bush administration officials are also asking tonight, was this a colossal collapse of intelligence?
We did not get the cueing we needed. We did not get the intelligence information needed to predict that this was about to happen or be aware of this kind of event coming our way.
Tonight at headquarters of the top-secret National Security Agency, analysts review hundreds of millions of pieces of information intercepted before yesterday's attacks, searching for an overlooked warning, a pattern of activity.
It isn't just simply information that predicts operations. It's information that talks about meetings among suspicious people, traveling activities, movements of finance.
The problem, experts say, too much information, too little smart analysis.
We're getting to the point where our ability to collect information far exceeds our ability to analyze it. We need some help.
And terrorists speak in codes on the internet, use chat rooms, instant messaging, emails, and rarely, if ever, an explicit threat.
You just don't pick up a phone call saying we're going to blow up the World Trade Center tomorrow. That's not how it works in reality. It's far more complicated, and that's the difficulty.
It is not cheap. Before the attack, the counterterrorism budget request for next year, $13 billion, more than double what it was 6 years ago. And today, the president talks about spending billions more.
This morning, I am sending to Congress a request for emergency funding authority so that we are prepared to spend whatever it takes.
And tonight at Langley, CIA Director George Tenet goes on closed-circuit television to rally thousands of demoralized troops, telling the nation's spies, quote, "Though we did not stop the latest terrible assaults, you, the men and women of CIA, have done much to combat terrorism in the past. Put some spirit in your steps, square your shoulders, focus your eyes. We have a job to do." And, say experts, that job is getting a lot more complicated and more dangerous.
There are groups out there that really are no longer just trying to get publicity and make a political point. They're trying to kill massive numbers of people.
While re-examining what went wrong, the more alarming possibility, Tom, is that our nation's spies will never be able to guarantee that it won't happen again. Tom?
NBC's Andrea Mitchell in Washington tonight. Now let's go to the question of learning to hate, the mind of a fanatic. Joining us from Tel Aviv tonight is NBC's Martin Fletcher with a look at the psychological makeup of those suicide terrorists. Martin?
Tom, it seems impossible to get into the mind of a suicide bomber. How could anyone do that? Well, Israel, at the sharp end of terrorism for so long, has some understanding of the terrorist's mind. How does someone get to this, full of hate, ready to massacre so many and die in the process, turning your body into a guided missile?
Allahu Akbar.
Most experts agree suicide bombers are not lunatics. They're usually rational idealists who are prepared to die for what they believe is the greater good of their society. A typical candidate, a young man from a religious home, first approached in the mosque, then recruited, tested and trained to be a walking bomb.
They are acting, in their view, with the approval of God.
No country has more experience than Israel. Here, suicide bombers are a daily threat, at least 2 attacks a month for the last year. More than 60 Israelis killed, hundreds wounded. Terrorism experts say there are 2 types of motivation for the bomber. First, anger and a sense of hopelessness. Samir Tubazi, 19 years old, a Palestinian, caught by Israel with a 22-pound bomb, driving into a disco, ready to kill himself and as many Israelis as possible. I lost my job, my future, my hope, he says. Then Israeli soldiers killed my friend. I wanted to die. So Tubazi decided to become a suicide bomber. His goal, to kill Israelis, supported by many in the region, angry at Israel's treatment of the Palestinians.
War makes you hard-hearted. Death has become like a part of their daily life. They know that they're going to lose someone.
The second motivation for the bombers, a deep religious belief that a better life awaits in paradise. But Islam is divided on suicide bombers. The Quran, the Islamic holy book, forbids suicide, and many Muslims condemn the suicide bombers.
Islam has a philosophy that opposes attacks on civilians.
But others see them as martyrs, warriors committing not self-destruction, but heroic acts. Every death in battle with Israel fuels Arab anger, much of it directed against America, seen as Israel's chief ally, and in the minds of the bombers, both legitimate targets for terror. And events like today in the West Bank just keep the pot boiling. 9 Palestinians killed by Israeli soldiers who were trying to prevent more attacks by suicide bombers, but causing more anger in this cycle of Mideast violence that it appears has now come to the United States. Israel has found the only answer to suicide bombers is good intelligence, to stop them before they begin their murderous journey. And now Israel's calling on Washington to pool all their resources in the fight against terror. Tom?
Thanks very much, NBC's Martin Fletcher tonight in Tel Aviv. Now for a look at the latest intelligence on how the terrorists are operating, I'm joined by NBC's Fred Francis. Fred?
Tom, intelligence officials tell NBC News that this is the work, very likely, of terrorist cells. Cells, small groups of fanatics who very often don't know that others are on the same mission. The CIA estimates that Osama bin Laden has hundreds of these cells in 50 countries, including, one official said, many in this country.
One of their modus operandi is to move what we call sleepers or submarines into a community, and in some cases keep them there for years.
As many as 5,000 cell agents have been trained using this so-called Encyclopedia of Afghan Jihad, Holy War, captured by U.S. personnel, detailing everything from communication security to bomb making. Then they often participate in local groups in the community and wait.
There was one case where they were prominent members of the local PTA. Another in the World Trade Center bombing was worked for a respected chemical company.
Techniques used by Ramzi Youssef, who ran several bin Laden cells in the 90s. He was caught and convicted in the first attack on the World Trade Center.
He failed in that attack because he couldn't get hold of enough explosives, and it appears that the bomb was placed by the wrong support column. But clearly where he failed, it's possible that other people inspired by him have succeeded now.
Analysts say the cell Youssef ran in this apartment in Manila 6 years ago was like the cells that pulled off yesterday's attack. His plan, called Operation Bojinka, 5 men, independent of each other, planting bombs in 11 jumbo jets, timed to go off in 48 hours over the Pacific. Youssef's captured computer gave up exact tail numbers of the targeted planes, also an unbreakable code used to communicate so no one person knows enough to compromise the operation.
And there's one person in the cell who's responsible for communicating with other cells or with the superstructure of the organization.
Also in that computer 6 years ago, a plan to crash into the CIA with a U.S. airliner loaded with explosives. Today, sources say, cells use anonymous emailing to message each other, often not knowing to whom they are communicating. All this confirmed by several bin Laden agents now in U.S. prisons. And intelligence officials say these people are highly motivated, highly disciplined, and obviously, as we've learned, willing to train a long time to die in a single act. Tom?
NBC's Fred Francis tonight. Thanks very much. Another member of our terrorist journalistic task force here at NBC News. Another casualty of this disaster, this country's aviation system. Another day of grounded planes. A whole new way of life for the flying public coming when the airlines actually do get back to business. Joining me now from Washington, NBC's aviation expert, Robert Hager. Robert?
Tom, air travel paralyzed for a second day in a row, and now it appears that may remain the same until Friday because of FBI and CIA concerns about starting back up too soon. Meantime, only a few flights are being permitted, and it looks as though that's the way it'll be tomorrow as well.
The delay will also give officials more time to prepare for a major crackdown on security.
sweeping searches of airports and empty planes using explosive-sniffing dogs, clearing garages too close to terminal buildings where there'll be no parking from now on, tougher searches of passengers and carry-on bags, no more curbside baggage check-in, even plastic or metal knives banned from airport stores or concessions, and a temporary hold on carrying mail in passenger planes, the post office adding more trucks in the meantime. The Air Travelers Association's David Stempler.
The security lines at the security belts are going to be much, much longer, going to take much more time. There's going to be much more random checking for explosives, and so it's going to be a much longer process.
A few flights are allowed today to get some passengers from cities where they were diverted on to their original destinations, but thousands more remain stranded.
Does anybody want to be part of a carpool going to San Francisco?
Right now, it's up in the air what I'm going to do. Whether I'm going to try to stay here and get a flight tomorrow, or maybe take Greyhound. I'm not sure what my plans are right now.
Hundreds of Americans returning from abroad left in Canadian cities where they were diverted. In Nova Scotia, many housed overnight in a gymnasium. Meantime, do other security precautions need fixing? For instance, how could weapons like knives get through passenger screening? Intelligence consultant Bruce McIndoe.
It's really very difficult, and with modern technology of plastics and ceramics that can avoid metal detection, it's a very steep challenge to try to control those kinds of things getting on planes.
But it doesn't help that until today, some knives were allowed on planes. From now on, they'll all be banned. One warning from officials, the hush-hush program that puts armed sky marshals, shown here in a drill, puts them on a few international flights now as a deterrent to terrorism, will now be extended to a few domestic flights as well. The Sky Marshals program is one that's been languishing because there hasn't been any U.S. hijacking in 10 years until this one. And even before then, most ended in very little loss of life, no loss of life. Now suddenly there have been 4 suicidal hijackings, taking an unprecedented toll in deaths and injuries. Tom?
NBC's Robert Hager tonight. Among the astonishing stories that we're all hearing as a result of this tragedy, the reports of so many of those doomed passengers on hijacked planes calling their loved ones on cell phones to tell them what was happening, then saying, "I love you and goodbye." More now on that from NBC's Bob Fall.
The use of cell phones is prohibited, the stewardess said. But here, those little boxes became a lifeline. Flight attendant Cece Lyles on United Flight 93, hijacked from Newark, called her husband at home in Fort Myers, Florida.
The only thing I'm just going to say from that is my wife said she just called to tell me that she loved me dearly, and just to tell the boys that she loved us.
Just before that jetliner slammed into the Pennsylvania woods, business executive Thomas Burnett, father of 3, called his wife.
He called on the cell phone and told her that one of the passengers was already dead and that they knew that they were all going to die, and that 2 other men and he were going to try to do something.
Inclined to do something to fight back, 31-year-old Mark Bingham, a rugged ex-rugby player from Cal, who called home just before the crash.
He just said, "I want to let you all know that I love you very, very much in case I don't see you again."
We didn't have cell phones 20 years ago, so I reached out by praying.
Held hostage on a Pakistani airliner for 13 days 20 years ago, Jeffrey Belkin knows the captive passenger's terror.
At that point, it's just resignation to one's fate and saying my life's over. Possibly I did some good with my life.
Each call helps investigators, from Barbara Olson on the flight that slammed into the Pentagon. Information hijackers had box cutters. From Burnett, hints passengers fought back. In Cece Lyle's call, passengers are heard screaming. Each call is a snapshot and a precious gift, says Mark Bingham's mother.
We're very comforted to be able to get the news from Mark himself. Somehow it made it much easier to take.
Brief messages that are indelible.
Through all what she was going through, she took the time to call me to let me know that she loved me and to let the kids know that she loved them. And I love her, and I just thank her for it.
At the end, a final link, words of fear and love, and then silence. Bob Fall, NBC News, Washington.
And unfortunately, it does appear tonight that there are so many more of those stories to come. Those stories, all these events, have riveted the country for a second day in a row, and they will in succeeding days. In places near to where the tragedies are playing out and far away, Americans are trying to figure out what to do in the face of hopeless grief and sympathy and anger. Here's NBC's Roger O'Neill. Roger?
Tom, at its prayers. Like the courage of firefighters and search and rescue teams digging, shoveling, sifting through 200,000 tons of pulverized steel, trying to find bodies.
I walked through the rubble looking for my buddies that I know were missing. I walked through the entire rubble and didn't find anybody.
It was basically one big rubble. Metal.
Terrible task of recovering and counting the dead and honoring them for what they are. Innocent civilians who were executed by zealots only because they were in America in the wrong place at the wrong time. For the president and his advisors, the identification of the terrorists and their sponsors, and then the battle plan. It will require the diplomatic support of not just our well-known allies, but the support as well of other powerful nations, China and Russia. Once that is in place, find the perpetrators and strike back hard. No military operation is ever easy, and this one, very likely in very hostile territory against an elusive enemy, will be especially challenging, and more American lives could be lost. So difficult times are ahead in this land of liberty and devastation tonight. That's Nightly News for now. We'll have continuing coverage on this NBC station. Brian Williams will be here. Some stations will be returning to their local news. I'll see you tonight at 8 Eastern Time for continuing coverage.
Deadly attacks which were carried out against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war.
A huge cloud of gray came and everyone started running and stampeding and everyone was falling on the ground. When I fell down, I just covered my head. I prayed that a building would fall on me, and I really thought I was going to die.
Ripping a 200-foot wide gaping hole in the Pentagon.
It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end.
NBC News live and uninterrupted coverage continues now for those stations joining us up and down the line on the NBC television network and on MSNBC as well. Good evening once again. I'm Brian Williams, and let us now take a look at the latest stories making news as we come on the air, 7:30 Eastern Time. A 54-story building in Lower Manhattan known as One Liberty Plaza, the old U.S. Steel building, is apparently in danger of outright collapse. We have suffered a partial collapse, we're told, at this hour. It's across Broadway from the World Trade Center. Also a further collapse a few hours ago, remaining portion of what was left of the South Tower of the World Trade Center. The president has toured the Pentagon, the attack site there. He has talked to and thanked the rescue workers, met with the Secretary of Defense. More on that just moments from now. And Attorney General John Ashcroft and Press Secretary Ari Fleischer are confirming a story broken by NBC News late today that for a time yesterday, The White House and Air Force One were both considered active targets. This explains a lot of evasive flying and secrecy on the part of Air Force One and, of course, getting everybody out of the White House, including the Vice President and First Lady, who were both taken by Secret Service to safe houses. Such was the extent of the threat. After photographs of Lower Manhattan, this screen, this frame before the attack, and then afterwards, the smoke plume is so vivid. Again, these are satellite photographs from spaceimaging.com, taken from space. It gets even more dramatic when the picture widens out and shows the entire New York metropolitan area as it spreads into the east coast of the United States. The smoke plume covering several hundred miles. Look at that, with a southern wind, prevailing wind, taking it right down from Midtown Manhattan across New York Harbor to Sandy Hook, New Jersey, and down the shoreline of Monmouth County, New Jersey. Again, from outer space. You see there clearly the outline of the New York coastline, including Long Island, New York. That is an extraordinary sight, as it is from the ground. Just over these past few hours, the president has ventured outside of the White House. There is the extent of the damage in New York, the Twin Towers missing from the city skyline, and the damage equally horrific at the Pentagon in Washington. The president, as we say...
All day long outside the American embassy, the mound of flowers grew as Russians came to pay their respects and express their grief. "We are with you, America," the messages say. "We offer our support." President Vladimir Putin has ordered a minute of silence Thursday to honor the victims of this week's attacks. But experts here say that Russia may also be offering intelligence information and even military backup if Osama bin Laden is responsible and the U.S. decides on reprisals in Afghanistan. Although Russia doesn't share a border with Afghanistan, its troops are already stationed in the former Soviet Republic of Tajikistan. These bases could provide valuable information and logistical support for an American retaliatory strike on Afghan soil. When asked about this level of cooperation, the American ambassador to Russia was non-committal.
Well, I don't think I would...
The day after, downtown Manhattan, a silent field of ash, rubble, debris.
The glass just flamed, exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
Where yesterday there was fire and chaos, sparked by a surreal sight.
It was a jet. I couldn't believe my eyes watching it.
That began one of the darkest days in U.S. history, as hijacked planes became guided missiles. A day of panic.
A second airplane, a 727, just ran into the building.
Destruction, terror.
Where do I go? Do I go home?
Two symbols of American might crushed in a terrorist onslaught.
I mean, you just cannot overemphasize how many completely innocent people were just, destroyed by this.
Coordinated attacks at our military and financial centers, a virtual declaration of war.
Oh, no!
Airport security outsmarted.
The FAA has blood on its hands.
A death toll that will climb into the thousands.
There are over 1,000 rescue workers trying to get into the buildings, trying to find people, trying to search for people.
A nation forever scarred, its people outraged and afraid.
I am mad. I am very, very mad.
An attack on America.
And now, a Deadline Discovery special, Attack on America, the day after. For Len Cannon, here's Hoda Kotb.
The world's most famous skyline and the nation's sense of security changed forever. The Twin Towers of the World Trade Center and thousands of American lives simply gone. Once a symbol of the economic capital of the world, now a reminder of the most horrifying and devastating attack ever against the United States. Bob McEwen has the latest on a national tragedy unlike any other of our generation.
One day after hell was unleashed on New York City, Lower Manhattan looks like it's caught in a nuclear winter. Ruins still smolder. Grit covers debris. Steel girders are strewn in the streets, remnants of a world that simply vanished on a sunny September morning, along with untold lives. A soldier-turned-statesman talks of a war that must be fought and won.
We're mad. We were assaulted. but our spirit wasn't assaulted, and our fighting spirit was not assaulted, so we want to respond. You don't attack America like this and get away with it.
Amid the shock and the horror, a faint glimmer of hope. At least 6 victims pulled alive from the rubble. There may be others still trapped inside the collapsed remains. Reports of cell phone calls from a few survivors pleading for help.
We do know there are people in the building that are alive. We know that for a fact.
We're very hopeful that there are pockets where there are people, not only the ones that we know about, but hopefully others.
Elsewhere, grim scenes, grim words. The president puts the death toll in the thousands after terrorists, some armed with knives, cruelly turned 4 commercial airliners into guided missiles. This is how the attack on America unfolded. 8:42 a.m. In the city's financial district, the heart of American commerce, thousands of people are already at their desks. The first attack plane, an American Airlines flight out of Boston, slams into the North Tower of the World Trade Center.
The glass just flamed, exploded out the front of the World Trade Center. Glass flew everywhere.
At first, it looks like a terrible aviation disaster.
And we have a breaking news story to tell you about. Apparently, a plane has just crashed into the World Trade Center here in New York City.
On the streets below, shock and confusion. People streaming out of buildings, bloody clothing and body parts scattered all around.
A lady had a big gash on her head, so it was people stampeding one over top of another.
Emergency crews rushed to the southern tip of Manhattan. For many, the same thought. Could it really be happening again? In 1993, the same building was hit by a truck bomb. 6 people died in that attack. 1,000 were injured. But very early on, it's clear that the toll this time would be much higher. Less than 20 minutes after the first attack, a second plane, a United Airlines flight hijacked from Boston, takes aim at the Trade Center's South Tower. It's 9:03 a.m.
Oh, another one just hit. Something else just hit. A very large plane just flew directly over my building, and there's been another collision. Can you see it? I can see it on the shot.
Live cameras trained on the first stricken tower capture the second explosion, to be replayed again and again.
And here it comes right there.
The impact, devastating. The airliner driving through the skin of the huge tower, a rain of glass, concrete, and terror.
It's like this unbelievable ball of fire. And the whole street, which is now awakened, everyone's like, whoa. People start crying, people start running.
As many as 20,000 people may have been inside the 2 110-story buildings. Eyewitnesses say desperate people were jumping from the burning skyscrapers.
But there were people falling out of the sky.
New York is paralyzed. Tunnels and bridges linking the city shut down. Subways closed. Cell phones overload. 9:29 a.m. President Bush in Florida speaks to the nation for the first time.
Terrorism against our nation will not stand.
11 minutes later, 9:40 a.m., another attack, the most audacious yet. A third hijacked plane, an American Airlines flight out of Washington Dulles, crashes into the western part of the Pentagon, another direct hit. 9:43 a.m. Amid concern the White House could be a target, President Bush boards Air Force One, bound for a special secure command post at a military base. Later media reports will say the White House and Air Force One were the intended targets of the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. At 9:49, for the first time in U.S. history, the Federal Aviation Administration closes all domestic airports, shutting down the nation's airspace. In the grim new world, hundreds of passenger planes flying over the country are now potential terrorist weapons.
The Federal Aviation Administration ordered all airports closed, and all planes which were in the air were directed to land at the nearest airport.
Rescue workers in New York and Washington confront a disaster of immense proportions. In New York, local hospitals begin filling up. Urgent calls going out to every available surgeon and nurse. Long lines of people outside waiting to donate blood.
It was a war zone. It was unbelievable.
There's more to come. At 9:59 a.m., the Trade Center's South Tower, The building that took the second hit begins to crumble. In a matter of seconds, the skyscraper is gone. At 10 a.m., news of another passenger plane in trouble. Someone on United Airlines Flight 93, traveling from Newark, New Jersey to San Francisco, calls 911 and reports a hijacking. Then an explosion and silence. The plane crashes here, some 80 miles outside Pittsburgh. There are 45 people on board. At 10:30, the north tower of the Trade Center also collapses into a cloud of smoke and ash. In all, 266 people aboard 4 hijacked planes are killed. Among the casualties, conservative commentator Barbara Olson, wife of U.S. Solicitor General Theodore Olson. Just before her plane hit the Pentagon, she called her husband on her cell phone, saying, "Can you believe this? We're being hijacked." Then the phone went dead. Also killed was David Angel, the award-winning creator and executive producer of the TV show Frasier. The list of missing, presumed dead, grows. Officials say more than 100 people died at the Pentagon. In New York City, hundreds of firefighters and police officers are unaccounted for. Mayor Giuliani is defiant.
The city of New York in the United States of America is much stronger than any group of barbaric terrorists.
A sense of alarm spreads across the country. Troops standing guard as national landmarks are shut down. Fighter jets patrol the skies. Authorities struggle to deal with multiple disasters.
First of all, Chief, do we have any idea of how many people are in there?
We have no idea. Now, as you know, it was pretty much rush hour time that this took place this morning, so the numbers we don't know yet. We tried to get almost everybody out that we could early on.
10,000 people in each tower would typically be in there on a normal business day, and we get about another 5,000 visitors during the course of the entire day. So by 8:30, 9 o'clock, the building should have been full.
New Yorkers are struggling too.
And now they both collapsed. There's no more World Trade Centers.
At 1:12 p.m., President Bush, now at Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana, again speaks to the nation.
Freedom itself was attacked this morning by a faceless coward. And freedom will be defended. I want to reassure the American people that the full resources of the federal government are working to assist local authorities to save lives and to help the victims of these attacks. Make no mistake, the United States will hunt down and punish those responsible for these cowardly acts.
Moments after his speech, the president reboards Air Force One for a then undisclosed location. In New York, the army of rescue workers and volunteers continues to search in the wreckage of Lower Manhattan.
You guys going back?
Yes.
It's our job. You worried about that other tower?
Personally, I am. I got fellow officers that might be trapped. Not trying to be a hero, but I think if you were in this position, you'd do the same thing.
Thousands evacuate Manhattan, trudging across bridges on foot. The city seems more shell-shocked than terrified. About 3 p.m., President Bush lands at Offutt Air Force Base outside Omaha. From an underground bunker at the Strategic Air Command Base, he convenes a National Security Council briefing. As 4 o'clock approaches, Karen Hughes, the president's spokesperson, briefs reporters.
The Secretary of Defense remains at the Pentagon, and the Secretary of State is en route back to Washington.
At 5:21, as people around the country struggle to absorb what's happened, a third building at the World Trade Center, damaged by the attacks, collapses. The 47-story building had been evacuated. But once again, the concrete canyons of Lower Manhattan fill with the sounds of sirens and the sight of people fleeing for their lives. The world was watching and responding.
Terrorists bring war.
World leaders reacted swiftly.
This mass terrorism is the new evil in our world today. It is perpetrated by fanatics who are utterly indifferent to the sanctity of human life.
UN Secretary General Kofi Annan.
We are all traumatized by this terrible tragedy.
Palestinian leader Yasser Arafat condemns the attack, calling it a terrible act. In the streets of the Arab world, extremists celebrate. Last night, Air Force One, escorted by 2 fighter jets, returns President Bush to Washington, where he brands the attacks evil and despicable, vowing that America will win the war against terrorism. The #1 suspect, Osama bin Laden, a radical Islamic terrorist linked to past attacks on American interests. Mr. Bush makes a thinly veiled threat of reprisal against bin Laden's backers in Afghanistan, where he is based.
We will make no distinction between the terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbor them.
A newspaper in Pakistan says it's received a message from Osama bin Laden saying he was not involved. The Taliban-ruled government of Afghanistan condemns the attacks. As to bin Laden's suspected role, Senator Orrin Hatch tells the Associated Press that the U.S. intercepted communications between bin Laden supporters discussing targets that were hit, and that at least one of the suspected hijackers had known ties to the terrorist. But the 2 hijacked planes that toppled the World Trade Center both originated in Boston, where this morning the Boston Herald reports that authorities have identified at least 5 Arab men as suspects, one of them a trained pilot, and that a car filled with Arabic language flight training manuals was found at Logan Airport's central parking garage. Today, 1 day after the deadliest terrorist attack on American soil, a nation has learned a terrible lesson. Things will never be the same again. America is vulnerable, and the unthinkable does happen.
Next, stories of terror told by the people who lived them.
Was there a time when you thought you were going to die?
Oh, definitely. On at least 3 or 4 occasions.
If I went back up, I would have been dead. And if I didn't leave the minute that I left, I would be dead.
Plus, reaching the survivors, tales of...
67-200 was about half full, toting 81 passengers, a cockpit crew of 2, and 9 flight attendants to the opposite coast. The captain likely planned for a 5-hour flight, so there was roughly 8,500 gallons of jet fuel in its 3 tanks. FAA radars tracked the airliner as it followed the flight plan. But then, about 20 minutes into the flight, somewhere over upstate New York, it turned sharply to the south. Flight 11 was hijacked, apparently by knife-wielding men. Airline pilots are trained to handle such situations by keeping calm, complying with requests, and, if possible, dialing in an emergency 4-digit code on a device called a transponder. It transmits crucial flight data to air traffic controllers. The action takes seconds, but it appears no such code was entered. But in the cabin, a frantic flight attendant managed to use a phone to call American Airlines Command Center in Dallas. She reported the trouble, and according to the Christian Science Monitor, a pilot apparently keyed the microphone, transmitting a cockpit conversation. The hijackers could be heard saying, "We have more planes, we have more planes." Radio transmissions like this would have been recorded on the ground by the FAA.
The police have identified 5 suspects that they believe were involved with this terrorist act, and 2 of whom may be brothers, apparently, reportedly. 2 others may have flown in from Portland and originated in Canada.
About 5 minutes before Flight 11 started heading south, another 767, United Flight 175, left Boston, also for Los Angeles, 65 souls aboard. 15 minutes after becoming airborne, it veered off course. One passenger made 2 calls to his father. In one exchange, he said a flight attendant was stabbed. In the second call, he told his dad the plane was going down.
They knew not to carry guns on the airplane. If they fired off a bullet, I mean, they could have had explosive decompression on the aircraft. They knew what they were doing, and they knew what their mission was, obviously.
We know what happened next. The 767 struck and ultimately leveled the World Trade Center's Twin Towers.
I know pilots. No, if you're going to die, you're not going to fly in a World Trade Center to do it. Yeah, there would be a struggle. major struggle.
By 8:20, the third hijacked flight, American Flight 77, a 757, left Dulles Airport outside Washington, again bound for Los Angeles with 66 people on board. Radar tracking information on this flight obtained by CNN seems to indicate the transponder was turned off, which would have made it tougher to see on radar. We do know this. An hour and 20 minutes after departure, it plowed into the Pentagon. On board was Barbara Olson, a well-known attorney and frequent CNN legal commentator. Huddled in the back of the plane, Olson called her husband twice from her cell phone. She described the frantic scene.
She said that they were armed with knives and box cutters, cardboard cutters.
Even as the focus shifted to the nation's capital, a fourth plane, United Airlines Flight 93, bound for San Francisco out of Newark, takes a sudden 180-degree turn near Cleveland. More than one of the 38 passengers called their families to offer final goodbyes.
He said, I want you to know I love you very much, and I'm calling you from the plane. We've been taken over. There are 3 men that say they have a bomb. And then the phone went dead.
The 757 began homing in on the Washington area, its target unknown. But this flight did not make it that far. It crashed into a cornfield in Somerset County, Pennsylvania. Was there a struggle in this cockpit? The military denies it was shot down. Pilots assessing this horrific sequence of events to a person believe the hijackers were in control of the 3 planes that hit their targets and that they must have been well schooled in aviation.
No, these people were well qualified on the airplane. They knew the systems, they knew the navigation, and they knew the flight management system, the computers, and they knew navigation. I mean, they went from Boston and right down to New York. I mean, they had to know which way to turn.
Miles O'Brien, CNN.
And with investigators turning much of their attention to Boston, let's turn now to Boston Herald reporter Jonathan Wells, who's been tracking the hijacking probe. He joins us, as we just saw, from our Boston bureau. Jonathan, what do we know about how these hijackers managed to board these 2 planes at Logan Airport in Boston?
Well, that part of the story is really yet to come out, how they actually got on the planes, other than apparently their purchase of 7 of the tickets that were used for the 2 flights were purchased with a credit card, a common credit card, which helped the FBI detain 3 individuals at the Westin Hotel today in Boston who are apparently associates of the hijackers. But how they actually get on the plane, the mechanics of that, I don't know.
And what do you know, if anything, about their whereabouts just before they got to Boston? Had they been in Boston for some time, or did they get there only just before the flights?
Well, here's what we understand. At least 2 of the hijackers apparently came down from Canada, we believe through Nova Scotia, boarded a ferry to Maine. From Maine, either getting off at Bar Harbor or Portland, Maine. They then eventually ended up on a flight to Boston. Now, there apparently may be other hijackers that entered through Canada by a different route, possibly by car. Overall, what we've learned is that a terrorist cell was apparently operating in Massachusetts, had its members traveling to Canada at various times, it appears, had been operating in Massachusetts for some time leading up to this. We've heard mention of Springfield in Western Mass as a post for some of these people, and essentially, they were able to hatch this plot in Massachusetts to some extent, and use Massachusetts as a staging area for the attack on New York.
Jonathan Wells of the Boston Herald, thank you very much for joining us. And there is a widespread belief that yesterday's attack succeeded because of major security and intelligence failures. Joining us now, the former CIA Director Jim Woolsey, Larry Johnson, he's a former State Department counterterrorism official, and Senator Richard Shelby, he's the ranking Republican on the Senate Intelligence Committee. Gentlemen, thanks for joining us. Senator Shelby, tell us, first of all, what do we know right now? What do you know right now about who may have been responsible for these attacks?
Well, this investigation, as you know, is ongoing. I was in a briefing with the Attorney General and the FBI Director earlier this afternoon. I won't comment on that. But I can tell you, Wolf, I said last night, I've said it again today, there are certain parallels, I believe, between what happened yesterday in some sense with what happened to our embassies in Africa 3 years ago. Think of the timing. The first thing that came to my mind was the parallel between the precise timings of these bombings. In this case, it was the airplanes, but timing's important. Timing's always been important to Osama bin Laden and his group. Now, was it Osama bin Laden, or was it some similar cells? We'll wait for the investigation. I got a belief it's linked.
Director Woolsey, a lot of people say that the signature of Osama bin Laden is all over these attacks. Are you ready to draw that conclusion?
It may be all over these attacks, and I think that might make us a bit suspicious that something else may be up. Certainly, bin Laden may well have been deeply involved and may have been the operational figure and his people in this, but that doesn't mean that he acted alone. When I see bin Laden issuing fatwas, religious edicts, putting out videotapes, issuing poems, having his subordinates talk about how they're taking part in terrorism against the United States, I begin to think that maybe we're supposed to focus solely on bin Laden, and there might be something else in train. My suspicion, it's no more than that at this point, is that there could be some government action involved together with bin Laden or a major terrorist group, and one strong suspect there, I think, would be the government of Iraq.
Larry Johnson, the government of Iraq sponsoring this act of terrorism, is that your sense as well?
No, I think that's highly unlikely for several reasons. Principally, Iraq right now has been winning the political battle against the United States in the effort to lift sanctions. Secondly, the only recorded terrorist attack we have by Iraq against the United States was the attempt in February of 1993 to kill then former President George Bush Sr. Saddam is a lot of things, but he's not crazy. And the motivations for him at this point to launch an attack that's not just killing Americans, but has probably killed people from as many as 40 different nations in the World Trade Center, which would turn the world against him at a time when he's been making progress in the United Nations and getting sanctions lifted. I think, we should not ascribe to him that kind of idiocy.
So let me just move on to Senator Shelby, Larry Johnson, but before I do, very, very quickly, if it's not Iraq, is it your sense it is just Osama bin Laden?
The only person over the last 8 years, the one that we know for sure that has killed the majority of Americans in terrorist attacks is Osama bin Laden and groups linked to him. And that's not a matter of opinion now. We have that as a result of the U.S. embassy bombing trials from East Africa earlier this year. Moreover, and one final point, in that trial, evidence emerged that demonstrated that Osama bin Laden had prior meetings and contacts with Imad Mughniyeh, the Hezbollah chief who was involved with the bombing of the Marine barracks, bombings of U.S. embassies, hijackings of airplanes, and the reason he wants to emulate Mughniyeh is because Mughniyeh succeeded in driving the United States out of Lebanon.
All right, Senator Shelby, you're the ranking Republican, the ranking member of the Senate Intelligence Committee, the former immediate past chairman. I want to read to you a line from what William Safire, the New York Times columnist, wrote today. He said this: "The next attack will probably not be by a hijacked jet, for which we will belatedly prepare. More likely, it will be a terrorist-purchased nuclear missile or a barrel of deadly germs dumped in a city's reservoir." That's pretty alarming kind of stuff. Is it far-fetched?
I don't think anything's far-fetched. We've been trying to prepare for weapons of mass destruction. On the Intelligence Committee, I, Senator Graham, and others have tried to alert the American people to that. We have training to deal with terrorists now, the first responder program, people that would destroy our water supplies, do other things. I think it would probably come in a chemical attack first, but that's just my hunch.
Director Woolsey, yesterday I spoke to Paul Bremer, former State Department and Ambassador for Counterterrorism. He made the point that in 1995, the CIA effectively stopped recruiting agents in some of these terrorist cells, perhaps out of concern that Congress wouldn't like the fact that they were putting on the U.S. government's payroll some sordid, very nasty figures, and that could have undermined human intelligence gathering capabilities by the United States. Is that a fair point he makes?
Jerry and I very much agree on that. He chaired the Commission on Terrorism that I served on. This is some guidelines that were put out a few months after I stepped down as director. They grew out of the Jennifer Harbury Bamako mess in Guatemala. And the upshot is that the CIA has guidelines now that don't block it from recruiting people with violent backgrounds as spies, but they do somewhat deter it and inhibit it. And, you know, there are a lot of good people trapped inside bad governments who want to work for the United States, and that might be one way that is one way we get spies who help us in governments. But inside bin Laden's organization, or Hezbollah, there are only people who want to be human rights violators. So if you don't recruit human rights violators, you don't recruit people inside terrorist organizations. And I think Jerry is on the right track with that. I think those guidelines, particularly with respect to terrorist recruitments, ought to be changed. So by all accounts, therefore, Larry Johnson, would you characterize this failure, this is an intelligence failure, these 4 attacks, these 4 hijackings yesterday, and the devastation that resulted from them?
In one sense, but this is not to assign blame. What really is going on here is the CIA is set up and structured much like the U.S. cavalry was before World War II. Horses had no place in World War II, yet it was still a part of the Army. And unfortunately, most of our intelligence apparatus overseas is structured to still deal with the Cold War. And there have been efforts to change it, but, and again, I'm basing this upon, I've got several friends who are in senior positions as case officers. The morale is terrible. There is a risk-averse culture, and Director Woolsey put his finger on it. These folks are just not able to penetrate what they need to, because we as this country, we can't decide whether we want to kill the rats who are in the sewer, but we don't want to get into the sewer. So therefore, we want to stay out of the sewer, but we want the rats dead, and we've got to make a choice at some point.
Senator Shelby, you'll have the last word. How do you resolve that dilemma that Larry Johnson and Director Woolsey just spoke about?
Well, I think we're going to have to beef up all aspects and change a lot of the structure and the environment in our intelligence agency. We've been talking about that. I want to talk about just 1 second. I believe it was not a success yesterday for our intelligence agencies. If it was not a success, it was a failure. Now, I'm not here to put blame on anybody, because there have been many successes, but we have to start with where we are. We had a terrible situation yesterday. We will have it again unless we eradicate terrorism. We got to do it. We can do it, but only with resolve.
Okay, I want to thank all 3 of you, Jim Woolsey, Larry Johnson, Senator Shelby. Thanks for your insight on these remarkable hours as they go by. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And updating once again the latest developments at this hour. A 54-story building across the street from New York's World Trade Center has partially collapsed. Rescue crews working in the ruins of the Twin Towers were evacuated before the building at 1 Liberty Plaza began to fall. 9 people have been pulled alive from the rubble of yesterday's attack. While some workers were back on the job at the Pentagon today, fire and rescue crews are finding it tough to make much headway in still smoldering ruins. One way the country is reacting to the devastation and horrific casualties is through prayer. There was a gathering in Dallas today, and a vigil has been underway at the U.S. Capitol. The investigation into the attacks has led authorities to several parts of the United States. Boston, where 2 of the hijacked planes originated, has been a focus of their efforts. A number of people have been detained for questioning. Greta?
Well, for some more insight into the massive task investigators are facing, we're joined by Bill Hinshaw at CNN Center in Atlanta. He's a former special agent with the FBI and a veteran of many bombing and hijacking investigations. And from New York, former City Police Commissioner Ray Kelly. Welcome to both of you. Bill, first to you. How do you get knives and box cutters on airplanes? In fact, on 4 different airplanes within about an hour and a half.
Well, I think it was pretty well planned, and it's relatively easy, or was relatively easy, because I think the focus of the interdiction was against weapons and explosives, and not against knives or screwdrivers or box cutters.
But you know, Bill, you still got to get through security, and every time I go through security, I go through, my body goes through the metal detector, and my carry-on baggage goes through the machine. Isn't anybody looking? You know,
I've gotten on the plane with Swiss Army knives. I've got on the last flight I was on was behind a guy that had a toolbox that had a number of fancy-looking tools, but among them was a box cutter and several long screwdrivers. So I think the whole focus was not on what the hijackers used.
Ray, do you think the questions, have you packed your own bags and have your luggage been with you since you packed them? Are those questions simply of no value?
Yeah, I think they're of no value. I think they're silly. If you remember when we first started these magnetometers and checking people in, we used law enforcement personnel to do that. We've gotten away from that for a long time. We now use people who try hard, but certainly the standards are not very high. There's tremendous turnover. That's something that I believe has to change right now in the near term. It's just it's a silly exercise.
Ray, what do you make of the fact that they were able to get knives and box cutters? I mean, it wasn't simply one slip, one person. I mean, this was a plan. 4 different flights had them.
Undoubtedly, it was a plan, and I'm sure it was practiced. It was something that they just didn't do for the first time. You know, if you look at the FAA tests that they do at virtually every major airport each year, some of the failure rates are as high as 80%. So it's an area that needs to be looked at and needs to be changed radically. It's drifted so much since the 70s when we first started these types of security checks.
You know, Bill, when I hear him say 80% failure, that apparently we've known there's an 80% failure in the security on these questions and getting weapons onto planes, I must admit I'm scandalized. I mean, is this what's been happening in our airports?
I suppose it has. That's what the tests show. But until we had an event such as this, it didn't really come to become a national event.
Ray, obviously the pilots of these planes have gone down, but there are a lot of people that may have helped these pilots commit this horrible crime. How do we find the others, the ones who may have helped a little bit and therefore are co-conspirators and just as responsible?
Well, you do the classic backtracking investigation, just what the FBI is doing now. You're checking rental car records, you're checking itinerary. I mean, we've seen it. We saw it in 1999 with Ahmad Rassam. We know that Canada is clearly an easy point of entry for people to come from places like the Middle East, get into Canada, and then come across our border. Last year, we had almost 500 million visitors into the United States. We need a much stronger border protection. We tried to get that in Congress after Ahmad Rassam came across in the millennium in 1999, and there was, quite frankly, no response. We need a much more robust examination of people coming into the United States. It hasn't changed, certainly in the last 2 years, and that was Rassam came in with 150 pounds of explosive and was headed for LAX. He was convicted. He also, by the way, pointed towards Osama bin Laden. So, I mean, more and more evidence is being accumulated that points to bin Laden as our major enemy in this area.
Bill, how easy to get into these cockpits?
Well, the last plane I was on, the cockpit door was open a good bit of the time. In the days a quarter of a century ago when we were facing the hijackings, or people were hijacking for money, they closed the cockpit door, and usually there was an armed sky marshal behind there, and nobody went in there, not even flight attendants. So.
But today, I mean, obviously Ford did get in. Do you think it's extortion that they threaten the pilots? They're going to slit someone's throat or do something like that to get the pilots to open the doors?
I think they possibly could have, because my understanding is that the assumptions have always been, don't do anything to make the hijackers mad. Let's get them on the ground. We'll negotiate with them, give them pizzas for passengers, and do something like that. These people obviously had an entirely different intent, and they didn't fit the profile, and we paid for it.
Ray, I've heard so often everyone say these are trained pilots, experienced pilots, and I do understand there's some reports saying that they had trained in Florida. But to fly a 757 or a 767, at least I would think, takes a significant amount of training, does it not?
Well, you know, these aircraft these days are fly-by-wire. They're computer controlled. You can get even simulator programs for computers. I think once it's up in the air, it's probably not that challenging, particularly if you've had some flight training. So I think it's probably easier than you might suspect.
What about aiming, though? They still wanted to hit targets. 3 of the planes were headed for targets.
Right, and I think obviously they had some training in that regard. But I mean, you talk to pilots, they say that it isn't that complicated. There is a lot of this, of course, is on automatic pilot. You get from one location to the other by going from point to point. You disengage that automatic pilot, then you do the aiming. Yes, it takes some training, but I'm told it doesn't take that much to be able to steer the aircraft.
All right, Bill Henshaw, Ray Kelly, thank you very much for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
The effort to identify the hijackers has led investigators to Florida, where they are questioning people and executing search warrants. CNN's Susan Candiotti is in Vero Beach, Florida, with that part of the story. Susan?
Hello, Greta. Indeed, the FBI here in Florida had a very, very busy day indeed. We'll try to give you the highlights of what happened here this day and in other locations as well. First, we can report to you that the FBI indeed has leads on suspected hijackers that were involved in this terrorist attack. They are still hijackers who attended flight schools here in Florida. And at this hour, the FBI continues to look at other flight schools here in Florida. Law enforcement sources say that 2 of the suspected hijackers, at least 2 of them, lived here in Vero Beach. 2 of them are brothers that lived here. 1 of them lived on this very street. Both are described as Saudi citizens. One of them is Adnan Bukhari. Adnan Bukhari, we have a photograph of him. He is said to be in his 40s. He is described as a commercial pilot for Saudi Arabian Airlines. Also living in Vero Beach, Bukhari's brother Amir. Both lived here with their wives and children. Now, this afternoon we also had a chance to go inside one of their rented homes. This is the one rented by Adnan Bukhari. It was searched this day by the FBI, and according to documents left behind by agents, they seized a number of items, including a computer software, U.S. immigration papers, bank receipts, phone cards, a flight safety bag. We also saw a pilot's certificate as well as a certificate that they had received specialized instruction on multi-engine planes. These pilots, we are told by law enforcement sources, attended Flight Safety International, a flight school here in Vero Beach. Law enforcement sources also tell CNN that the Bukhari brothers were believed to have been on one of the 2 flights out of Boston, one of those 2 flights that wound up slamming into the World Trade Center. Also, we can report to you that a car impounded in Portland, Maine, according to law enforcement authorities, was rented at Boston Logan Airport and driven to Portland, Maine. Now, the Maine State Police confirmed that 2 of the suspected hijackers were on a U.S. air flight out of Logan Airport, again, one of the 2 planes that crashed into the World Trade Center. The FBI also looking at 2 more suspected hijackers who spent some time both in Venice, Florida, as well as Coral Springs, Florida, which is located in the south. The 2 are Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef al-Shahi. Now, they stayed for a few days at the home of Charlie Voss in Venice, Florida, and they took courses at Hoffman Aviation. These people both had passports from the United Arab Republic. And finally, we can tell you that at this hour at FBI headquarters in Miami, the FBI is interviewing someone they described as a witness or friend or associate of the suspected hijackers. Back to you, Greta.
Susan Candiotti, thank you very much. Wolf, back to you.
Thank you very much, Greta. And the investigation is also moving forward on the international front tonight. CNN's Mike Betcher is tracking those developments. He joins us now from the CNN Center in Atlanta. What kind of leads, Mike, are you hearing about that point to Osama bin Laden?
Well, what they're doing is going back 2 years and going over all of the analysis they've had in this transformation of Al-Qaeda, which is the network run by Osama bin Laden. There are intercepts, and that has been talked about by officials in the government, SIGINT as it's called, Signals Intelligence. But they're also going back with clues back for the last 2 years as Al-Qaeda has tried to transform itself, Wolf, trying to bring in various groups from other countries, especially from North Africa. They're taking a close look at Algerians as well, because it was an Algerian terrorist group, GIA, which tried to also perform a similar terrorist incident, ramming a hijacked airliner into the Eiffel Tower. That was unsuccessful, of course. That happened back in the mid-90s. It was thwarted. So they're casting their broad net, looking at what the information was over the past 2 years, Wolf, and they have gleaned a lot of evidence from that period.
And I know, Mike, you have a sort of a handbook that the Osama bin Laden organization, Al-Qaeda, circulated, which was intercepted. Tell us about some of the tips they have in there.
Well, this was introduced in the trial of the bombers of the African embassies in Tanzania and Kenya. It is an Al-Qaeda operations manual, and it dissects precisely small things. For example, what Susan was talking about on the air just a few moments ago, how to rent an apartment. Let me give you an example. In one section called Security Precautions Related to Apartments, it reads, providing the necessary cover for people who frequent the apartment, avoid seclusion and isolation from the population, and refraining from going to the apartment at suspicious times. And it is preferable to rent these apartments using false names, appropriate cover, and non-Muslim appearance. Now, if these suspected terrorists are part of Al-Qaeda, certainly this manual would have been part of the game plan, so to speak, Wolf, they would have followed.
Mike Boettcher, thank you very much. And let's get some historic perspective now on this tumultuous day and a half, the attack on America. How are we coping? What's likely ahead? Let's check in with CNN senior analyst Jeff Greenfield. He's in New York. Jeff, I was moved yesterday, Jeff, when you spoke about fear in America and how all of us probably will change our definition of that word as a result of what has happened.
I think that's right, Wolf. We have been a country blessed by two oceans, blessed by, except for the Civil War, never really having had violence on our soil, with the rare exception of Oklahoma City. I think if you were around New York today, it felt different than any other time I can remember. I took the subway down to work, as I always do. People were not just quiet, they were numb. Spoke to one of my old friends today who's a frequent world traveler, not going to Europe on his next planned trip, really uneasy about getting on an airplane. And that, I think, is the most significant question we face, whether this event really does, for a long period of time, fundamentally shake the security that we as Americans have always felt in our own country.
And there's no doubt even much more mundane matters will be rethought. For example, going up in a high-rise building. What were to happen if they rebuild the World Trade Center? A lot of people might be afraid to go up to the 90th floor.
Well, I think, in fact, that has already come up. There's this sense in New York that we must rebuild to show we will not be cowed by terrorists. That's a very noble sentiment. Who is going to want to work in that building? I myself, yesterday, Wolf, gazed a few blocks east at the Empire State Building, and for a couple of hours, I must say, I had a kind of uneasy feeling, is that the next target? And when you walk around like that, I mean, people who grew up in Europe, lived in Europe during World War II, they know what this means. But we as Americans don't know what this means. You spend a lot of time in Israel. You know they've come to, in some way, to live with that. And I do think that one of the real questions, I don't think we can possibly answer it for a long time to come, is whether there will be a long-term sense of uneasiness as for people who move around big cities, who get on an airplane, something we take for granted. I mean, Wolf, you and I both know that the biggest complaint we've had about airplanes is they never take off, and the trauma of airline travel. That seems like a relatively trivial matter right now, and I wonder whether that's going to affect, in some sense, our whole national sense that as Americans we've been protected.
And from what I hear you saying, and I certainly agree with you if I hear you right, this event will change all of our lives for perhaps forever.
I think, we are so given to overstatement in the media that I almost hesitate to put it that way, but I think you are right, Wolf. I think September 11th, 2001 is going to define an America before and after it every bit as much as December 7th, 1941 or November 22nd, 1963. I think it is not too much to say that we will not live anymore the same way we have been used to living before this event. And that is something that's it's so unusual for this country to go to it that I think we haven't begun to get our minds around what that means.
I totally agree. Jeff Greenfield in New York, thank you very much. Greta?
A war hero himself, he says his country is now at war again, saying this nation is in a state of controlled fury. He has a message for those behind the attacks. Senator John McCain joins us now live from Capitol Hill. Senator, thank you for joining us. You have said that we are at war, as well as the President of the United States earlier today said they were acts of war. Are we really at war? There's been no formal declaration, but are we at war?
Oh, I don't think there's any doubt, Greta. Acts of war have been perpetrated on the United States of America by these terrorists, and they have declared war on the United States of America, and so I think it fits the criteria. Now, as far as a formal declaration of war on the part of the United States is concerned, that may be somewhat difficult in respects that I'm not sure exactly how you do that, but I don't think there's any doubt that we are in a state of war.
In the event that we can identify the parties who have done these horrible tragedies on American soil, do you expect, or would you want the United States to declare formal war against the perpetrators?
Yes, I do, but I don't know exactly whether it fits the criteria for a declaration of war on the part of the Congress of the United States. Whether it is a statement that the President and the Congress make together about the nature of this conflict that we're in is something I think we have to worry about in more of a Talmudic fashion. But what we're really talking about is that the American people need to know this is a long, hard struggle. It wouldn't be over if we got rid of Mr. bin Laden tomorrow. There are other organizations that are bent on the destruction of the United States of America, and in order for us to preserve America and our way of life, we're going to have to sacrifice American treasure and, unfortunately, in some cases, perhaps some American blood.
Senator, have you had an opportunity to speak to the President about this?
I haven't spoken directly to the President. I've spoken to literally all the other administration officials.
Senator McCain, it's Wolf Blitzer. There's a new poll that just came out, an ABC News Washington Post poll, that suggests that all Americans may have to sacrifice something else. Look at these numbers. Would you be willing to give up some of your liberties in this country in order for the government to crack down on terrorism? 66% said yes. Only 24% said no. Those numbers are obviously much higher than they were before this incident. How concerned should the American people be about having to give up some liberties to deal with terrorism?
I think the very reason why we have to do whatever is necessary to eliminate these organizations and punish the countries that are involved as well. And that's why I think the President's statement was very important about countries that harbor these people as well as the organizations themselves. But what we have to do is make sure that there's a steadfastness of purpose, and thereby we can preserve America's liberties. Yes, there will be lifestyle changes. We'll never be the same getting on an airliner again, and there will be other security measures that need to be taken. But the best way to ensure maximum liberty for the United States of America is to remove the threat to it, because this whole threat obviously was about destroying our way of life.
And as you know, Senator McCain, some of your colleagues are proposing that Congress pass an act, a declaration of war, a formal declaration of war, against whom I'm not exactly sure, but is that a good idea?
I think in theory it's not a bad idea, because I think the more steadfast and the strongest message we send is good. But as you just said, I'm not exactly sure who we declare war on. I think we could achieve the goals of making sure that the world and the American people know of our steadfastness and our seriousness, perhaps by some other kind of declaration. I just don't know exactly how mechanically it would work to declare war, because, as you said, who would it be on?
Senator, what do you make of the fact that our NATO allies have unanimously sort of joined in support of the United States? What does that mean sort of in the big picture that NATO has at least made this statement so quickly?
I think it's great credit to the President and Secretary Powell and others that have made this happen so quickly. I think it's a significant step. I think now we will recruit our Asian allies and other allies throughout the world to make basically the same pledge. I think the President is doing what his father did in 1991 at the time of the Persian Gulf War, and I think they deserve credit for what's been done in a very short period of time.
So as a practical matter, Senator, what do you expect in the next few days with all this sort of world support for the United States and at least a tremendous amount of, of anger in this country?
Well, I think we have to control the anger, for one thing. We don't want to retaliate against any American or anyone who is of Arab descent. That's not what America's all about. So we have to focus our anger on those that deserve it, and that is these organizations and these countries. We have to continue to tell the American people that there's not going to be a quick fix. We have to continue to build alliances and partners and coalitions so that we can act in a concerted fashion. Every nation in the world is in danger if the United States is in danger. And then I think we formulate our plans to respond militarily, not ruling out any option. And so far, I think we're proceeding well, but we've got a long way to go, and of course, all of our American hearts are heavy.
Senator McCain, when President Bush says he will make no distinction between those responsible, the terrorists responsible for these actions, and those who harbor them or support them, give them some sort of protection, what does that say to you?
It says to me he's right on the mark, because these terrorist organizations would find it impossible to carry out the sophistication, the training, the operational capabilities that they have attained if they didn't have a country that would give them sanctuary and sometimes assistance. So this is an integral part of this challenge that we face, and I was very pleased to hear the President make that statement, because I think it's very important.
On a personal level, Senator, how difficult or hard is it on members of the United States Senate and the House of Representatives in a situation like this when the American people at least feel so unprotected?
I think it gives us a sense of responsibility to communicate with the people and our constituents and do what we can to assure them that this, the greatest nation in the world, will remain so, and we'll do everything we can to protect them. But I also think that as your conversation with Jeff Greenfield, we've been a very fortunate nation. We've been protected by two oceans, and now we live in an era where all of those protections are not as valuable as they were in the past, and we still live in a very dangerous world, which is a reason why the United States of America must maintain its military preparedness.
And of course, Senator, you know, we also value our freedoms. That's why so many people want to come to this country. How do we have that balance in the future, the fear versus the freedoms that we've enjoyed so much?
First of all, we have to destroy the threat to those freedoms, and then second of all, we have to do everything in our power to protect those freedoms. Yes, there may be some changes. Maybe there's, as I said, the airline business, perhaps their borders have to be more carefully policed. There may have to be some changes, but we must be dedicated to the proposition of preserving the freedom of the American people. Otherwise, the terrorists have won, and we can't allow that.
Is there any way, though, to reconcile the changes that are obviously going to unfold in the day-to-day lives of Americans with the need to signal to the terrorists that they're not going to win, that our lives are not going to change?
Yes, well, because I think there's a real difference between perhaps waiting a half an hour to get on an airplane instead of walking on board, and really the curtailment of the fundamental freedoms of democracy, freedom of movement, freedom of speech, freedoms, all of those freedoms that are the vital parts of democracy. And yes, we may have to have changes in lifestyle, but I don't think, in fact, it is our commitment. It's our solemn promise that we will preserve the liberties that made this nation so great and are exactly the reason why they want to attack us and destroy us.
Senator McCain, we only have a couple seconds left, sure. But can Americans stand down right now and assume that this terror operation is over with and we can go back to our day-to-day lives?
I don't know. I assume so. But we have to be vigilant and we have to be prepared, and the sooner we eradicate this threat to our nation, the more we can have a permanent sense of security, the more likely it is.
Senator John McCain, always good to speak with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wolf.
Thank you, and let's recap once again some of the latest information we have as of this minute. Search and rescue crews have evacuated the World Trade Center site after the partial collapse of another nearby building. It's One Liberty Plaza, a 54-story tower whose tenants include NASDAQ. Investigators believe they've identified some of the hijackers. Part of the probe is focusing on Florida, where several people are being questioned. Several homes were searched. New details of possible efforts to save the plane that crashed in Pennsylvania. At least 2 of the passengers were able to call relatives. One passenger told his wife the men on board had voted to try to overtake the hijackers. And members of Congress held a vigil tonight on Capitol Hill. Tomorrow they're expected to approve $20 billion for the recovery and the investigation. Greta, I know you've been covering a lot of these kinds of investigations, nothing obviously as huge as this. They always say the first hours after an event like this are the most critical in collecting so-called forensic evidence that could hold up in a court of law. Is it your sense that these hours are slipping away, or are they doing the job they can do?
I don't think so, Wolf. I mean, this is a very different investigation. I don't think right now the American people or our president is necessarily looking to prosecute. I think that they have a different sort of agenda, especially when we hear words like war being thrown around in terms of, I think the government has a very different approach. They're not seeking to bring them into the courtroom, but to do something very different. Having said that, in this case, we know who was on the planes because they're the manifest of passenger list. The more difficult problem is those who assisted or aided, anybody who sort of gave the nod, maybe a security person who might have looked the other way as they slid in with the knife. Those are the more difficult people to identify. And I don't think that it's necessary, you know, that we're going to get those people. But those people who helped are just as involved in the conspiracy to kill all these people and are just as responsible. They're the hard people to catch, and I don't think time makes a big difference.
Is it your sense, Greta, that if the U.S. government holds up some very, very stringent legal legal condition for pursuing those who may be responsible, the U.S. may wind up doing nothing?
I don't think the U.S. is going to do nothing. I mean, listening to Senator Shelby, Senator McCain, the President of the United States, I think the American government is going to do something. I don't know what it is, but I also think if given the opportunity to bring people into court, I think they will do that. And in 1996, a statute was passed, an anti-terrorism statute, in which if you are convicted under that statute, you are eligible for the death penalty. You'll be tried in federal court, and you will be eligible for the death penalty. And I suspect, with the magnitude of the destruction and tragedy, that you'll get the full force of the government against you.
And the reason that Ramzi Youssef, the mastermind of the first World Trade Center bombing, is serving a life sentence plus 200 years, didn't get the death penalty is what?
You know, I don't know. It's because the jurors decided apparently not to give them the death penalty. I don't jump in the minds of the jurors, but the one thing is that, you know, as I looked around Washington tonight, Wolf, I got to say that the city is very quiet tonight after the tragedy at the Pentagon here, but we are now facing the police presence in this city, and things may change a lot for us, at least in the short run. Wolf?
All right, Greta, and that wraps up our coverage for this special hour, but stay tuned. Larry King Live is up next here on CNN.
Larry will be talking to witnesses, aviation safety experts, terrorism experts, and lawmakers on the day after the attack on America. Good night, Wolf.
Good night, Greta. Right after Larry King, there will be a special one-hour CNN report, America Under Attack, hosted by CNN's Aaron Brown and Paul Lozano. Good night.
Tonight, aftermath of the unthinkable. Americans struggle to count the terrible cost of what the president calls acts of war and contemplate what comes next. Good evening, I'm Larry King, and this is a special edition of Larry King Live. We'll be with you, of course, for the full hour and then more special reports throughout the 24-hour period that we cover it on CNN. Before we meet all of our guests, let's start with the newest member of the CNN family, Paul Lozano in New York. Paula, can you give us an update as to how things stand now and what's happening with that third building?
Absolutely, Larry. There's a lot to talk about tonight on a lot of different fronts. For starters, I'm going to bring you up to date on what the administration is planning to do. They are certainly laying the groundwork for a strong military response, reaching to allies across the world in the aftermath of what you just said President Bush called an act of war. Secretary of State Colin Powell told me earlier today this will not be over in a week or two. It will be a full-scale assault, not just by the United States, but what he called the whole civilized community. Now, there's some interesting information that came out of the White House today. Press Secretary Ari Fleischer now confirming that the United States has real and credible evidence that that one plane that slammed into the Pentagon was actually intended to fly to hit the White House. Also, Mr. Fleischer says Air Force One was supposed to have been a target too. That is why the president, who was in Florida at the time of these multiple attacks, was not immediately flown back to Washington, D.C. On the congressional front, the House and Senate have each passed a resolution condemning Tuesday's attacks. The chairman of the House Appropriations Committee is confirming that Congress will move quickly to pass or appropriate some $20 billion earmarked for rescue efforts, repairs, and counterterrorism efforts. The money will go obviously to federal, state, and local agencies involved in the cleanup, Larry. Meanwhile, the investigation is actually expanding in a number of different ways tonight.
Yeah, we're going to be covering that through the hour. I did want to ask you, Paula, about that building that was sort of coming down. What happened to it?
Well, here in New York City, we're keeping an eye on 3 or 4 buildings that are seriously degraded. There is a 54-story tower that now is partially collapsed, which sat across from what used to be the World Trade Center. There are 2 hotels in the area that have strong structural problems. They may go. Now, this further complicates rescue efforts here. As you know, Larry, about the only good news to come out of the city today is that rescuers were able to successfully rescue 11 folks trapped in the rubble. That included 6 firefighters, 3 police officers, and I think what the city is having the toughest time wrestling with right now is the tremendous scale of loss here. The mayor, Larry, telling us earlier today the numbers are going to be horrific. He expects it to be several thousand in each towers. And as you know, having lived here before, I think the news that has left New Yorkers the most numb is that New York City lost its fire chief, its deputy fire chief, as well as 300 firefighters and well over 80 police officers. And time, as you know, Larry, isn't benefiting anyone. You know that within the first 24 hours of one of these catastrophes, that is your chance to rescue people alive. But there is still hope.
We'll see you in an hour with Aaron Brown on a CNN special report. Thanks for joining us and welcome aboard.
Thank you. Glad to be a part of your team.
Paula Zahn. She'll be back in an hour. Now let's stay in New York and meet Captain Kenneth Erb of the New York City Fire Department. He's captain of the firehouse at West 31st Street. His firehouse lost 3 firefighters yesterday, and he also lost a longtime friend, Father Michael Judge, the fire chaplain for the New York City Fire Department. And with Captain Erb is firefighter James Grillo of the New York City Fire Department. As you can see, some injuries suffered. He was in the South Tower when it went down and lost several of his firefighter friends. Mr. Grillo, James, what was it like when you got there?
It was terror, sheer terror. Bodies were falling out of the sky. They were jumping off the 105th floor and they were landing all over the street and the sidewalk. There was fear in everybody's eyes.
You also saw people jumping out of buildings, right?
Yes, they were jumping out from everywhere from the 70th floor above. It was horrible.
And what were you doing?
I was trying to avoid looking up and watching it, Mr. King. It was horrible. I saw dozens of people jumping.
Now, how did you get hurt, James?
I was, my assignment with Latitude 4, the company I'm assigned to, we were supposed to go into building number 2, the South Tower, and make our way into tower number 1, the North Tower. And we were caught in the collapse in the lobby of tower number 2, the South Tower.
Boy. Captain Erb, I know you didn't go to the scene, right? Captain, is that true?
No, I wasn't working that day. I came in on a recall.
And you were off and they brought you in?
They had a recall for all police officers and fire officers. As soon as the news struck, the media gave that announcement, and we all, one way or the other, got in through hitchhiking, get in your car or whatever.
You lost, what, 3 firefighters from the station on West 31st Street?
We did. We lost a firefighter, a lieutenant, and a captain.
And are you the one that has to inform the nearest relative?
I went out with another former captain last night. Normally, in this circumstance, Father Michael Judge would be helping us out with this, but of course he passed away and he couldn't do it. So it's so chaotic. There was really, we had to make our own procedures. So me and a Chief Keys, who used to be a member of Latitude 4, we went and got a former retired battalion chief who is a deacon in the Catholic Church, and we informed the family of the lieutenant and my fellow captain. We informed their families that they were gone.
There's no training for that, is there, Captain?
No, not to my knowledge.
Did you lose any friends, Jimmy Grillo?
I lost very many friends, quite a few friends, personal friends. And the fire department's made up, everybody's a friend in the fire department, thousands of men, we're all friends. But personally, I've lost quite a few, maybe a dozen personal friends. And it breaks my heart. They're great men. They're very great men.
James, after something
men with
like
families. Men that have babies on the way. Men that have husbands, new homeowners. It's tragic.
And after something like this, James, do you ever think of maybe not being a fireman anymore?
I'll be a fireman at least for another 20 years.
So no thought of
I will always
leaving
be a
that job?
fireman. No, Mr. King, I will always be a fireman here in New York City, protecting the people of New York and my friends.
Captain, what can you tell us about the late Father Michael Judge?
Oh, I can tell you a great many things. He was a great man. He was very close to the members of Engine 1 and Latitude 4. He's stationed at St. Francis across the street from our house. He kept his car in the house. He stopped and talked to us every night. He was not only our spiritual leader, but he was a very good friend to us and a father figure somewhat. I mean, there are things that I would talk to him about that maybe I would only talk to my own father about.
I think we can hear some words from the father. Can we hear that, crew? Listen.
Some of the people that we lost, we saw, like Father Judge and Chief Gansey, Bill Feehan. We saw them about 10 minutes before we went over to 75 Barclay Street. And as I talked to their families, and I explained to them that they were working very hard and they were working at what they love to do. And I'm sure their efforts will end up having saved other lives.
And joining us as well is Jesse Blumenthal of St. Vincent's Hospital in New York. And Jesse, I understand you, did you work on the, doctor, did you work on the priest?
Well, no, I had taken care of the priest previously. He had been a patient of mine. I knew him, and everything he said about him, he was really an outstanding gentleman.
And what did he die from?
Well, no, I did not take care of him at this time. I said I've taken care of him in the past.
And what kind of person was he?
Oh, he was a very warm, outgoing man, a delightful man.
What's the situation like at the hospital?
Well, right now things have quieted down, and we're obviously, quite dismayed at the lack of patients that we've had. There was an initial frenzy. We've seen over 370 patients yesterday, and unfortunately, after about 1 o'clock this morning, they've just been unable to extricate anybody, and of course the assumption is that there are very few survivors. We have taken a few people out, but certainly we know that the vast majority of people in the building have not survived.
Thank you, Jesse, and thank you, Captain Erb and Firefighter Grillo. We salute you all. Joining us now from Washington is Dr. Bernadine Healy. She is President and CEO of the American Red Cross, the 20th person to lead that this nation's foremost humanitarian organization. What's the latest information you have on the need for blood?
Well, Americans have responded with great compassion and with every bit that they can offer with regard to our need for blood. Larry, we have had blood drives all over this country. They're expanded. Our entire Red Cross headquarters has been turned into one huge giant field hospital. People coming in and giving blood, waiting in some cases for 5-6 hours. Every time we say, we're sorry it's taking this long, they say, we want to be here. It's almost become a chapel. People are coming there to give blood, to mourn, to hold hands, and to do the one thing that they think they can do, that they know they can do, as a statement of their solidarity, of their devotion, of their defiance of this hideous terrorism and the life that have been lost and the fear that has been instilled in every American because of it.
And Doctor, do you have Red Cross volunteers at the scene now?
Yes, we have in New York, of course, we have over 400, 500 volunteers that have been working round the clock since yesterday. We also have volunteers out at the Pentagon site. We provide their help and food, relief, cots to the rescue workers, those heroes that you've been talking about, Larry. We're also there to help with the families of the victims at all of the sites, Boston, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Pennsylvania, because whenever there's an air crash, the Red Cross is there. You know, we deal, one big air crash is an enormous proportion. Here we're seeing 4 air crashes in one day.
How could you could certainly not have planned for this.
We cannot plan for this, but for the past year we've been working intensely with the federal government under the Federal Response Plan for Weapons of Mass Destruction. And what we have seen is a commercial airliner filled with human beings turned into a weapon of mass destruction.
What's the number one need now?
The number one need now is to, across the country, is going to be grief counseling. It's going to be people reaching out to try and understand this. This is, of course, about these victims who are hideously harmed and damaged, but it's about every American who is mourning today. It is about every American who has been terrified by what they've seen. It's the children across this country. And the American Red Cross is working with the Department of Health and Human Services, Secretary Thompson, to see that in all of our chapters around the country we will be providing grief counseling for people of all ages to help them through what will be a very difficult time ahead. You know, Larry, we know from our work in disasters that mourning goes on. We know that people go into very susceptible to depression, susceptible to sadness of the highest kind, and people listening tonight are going to feel it too.
Thank you, Dr. Healy. We'll be seeing you again soon. Dr. Bernadine Healy. We go now to Fort Myers, Florida. Rudy Deckers joins us. He's the owner of Huffman Aviation International. The FBI has talked to Rudy about a possible suspect, reports that 2 of the bombing suspects may have attended his school. Is that what they talked to you about, Rudy?
Yes, that's correct. They called us. They came by at 2:45 a.m. last night, and they got from my managers several files about these students. And during the day, we found a lot more about these students. They've been with us from July till October, November last year, and obtained the first licenses they needed to fly.
So this was their initial training as pilots, right?
Yeah, it's an initial training. They came walking into the door, checked our facility, and choose to fly with us. And in November, apparently, that's what we heard and learned today, they went to other flight school to obtain jet training. We do not provide jet training. The training we provide as Huffman Aviation in Venice is solely for small planes.
Were they of a nationality other than American?
No, they were, my people took copies of their passports when they came in because they need to show an ID. And apparently one of them was in Afghanistan, and I don't know what the other one was. I don't see the files myself because I have my managers taking care of that. I have spoken with one of them in several occasions, and Mr. Atta, I spoke to him one time, 5 minutes.
That's Mohammed Atta, right?
Mohammed Atta, that's correct.
And he was one of the 2. Were they good pilots?
I have checked today with the instructor and with the examiner who did the flight test, and they were average pilots.
Average. They had to go on to, now with your training, they couldn't go on and fly a 757 or a 767, so they go on to jet school.
Yeah.
Were you shocked by all of this? Did they ever look did you ever have any inkling that these people might be involved? And again, this is all just conjecture. We don't know that they were the pilots on any of these planes.
No,
what do you make of it?
Well, I was shocked yesterday when it happened in the United States with the tragedy. Today, it was at my doorstep and not 2,000 miles away. We were in shock, and we're still in shock. We had no knowledge, of course. None of my people, I have 48 employees in Venice. None of them had any idea, of course. It's unbelievable. The feeling we have is undescribable. It's terrible.
Now, Rudy, if they were involved, they had to have been planning this for a long time.
Well, yeah, the first day when we saw what happened, we thought, you know, like every other American, would this be planned a long time ahead, et cetera, et cetera. We know now that they were flying with us from July to November. And after our flight school, they went to another flight school, so they've been planning this quite a while.
In the questioning, did the FBI give you an indication that they were strong suspects?
They did not spoke to me about the questioning because that happened at 2:30, 2:40 a.m. this morning, and they called me at 7 o'clock this morning. I briefly talked to the FBI when they're ready to leave the office, and they indicated to my employees that they thought that these were prime suspects. Yes, sir.
I guess in your life of training people to be pilots, you never thought that you would have people use you to go on to do terroristic acts.
No, you don't think about that. We do all the necessary work to know who customers are. We have a lot of foreign students coming over. These people were foreigners, but they came over directly in the front door. They said they've been flying with other flight schools in the United States. They were not happy. Choose our school to finalize their training.
Rudy, thank you. I know how tough this must be for you. Rudy Decker is the owner of Huffman Aviation International.
Thank you.
We meet now. Thank you. 3 experts on the subject of terrorism. Here now in Los Angeles is Brian Jenkins. He returns again. He's a consultant to governments and private sector, senior advisor to the president of the RAND Corporation. In Washington is Christopher Whitcomb, FBI supervisory special agent, a former member of the elite FBI hostage rescue team, and author of a terrific book, Cold Zero, Inside the FBI Hostage Rescue Team. Also in Washington is Peter Bergen, CNN's terrorism analyst who was working on a book about Osama bin Laden and interviewed bin Laden 4 years ago. Brian, what do you make first of this Boston thing today?
Well, I think we're going to...
SWAT teams going in and...
I think we're going to see a very, very quick action, as I mentioned yesterday. An operation of this size is going to leave a lot of footprints, a lot of fingerprints, a lot of clues. And the action in Boston we saw today, the revelations about the flight school that we just saw repeated now, are the kind of information that we are going to see developing over the next several days. So I think the investigation will move very, very quickly, at least insofar as identifying the actual participants in the attack.
Christopher, if it gets to the point as we have promised that we will take them out, we will rid them from this planet in a sense, we are at war with them. How do you do that, Christopher? How do you take out a bin Laden or someone like a bin Laden who's hidden, who moves around, and who may be under cover of the country he lives in?
Well, I don't know about taking him out, Larry, but I think we have a lot of options. One of them obviously is military. The other, because this is a law enforcement operation and because we have to go with the justice system, and we want to bring ultimately these people to justice. We've done in the past operations which are referred to as renditions, where we go into other countries with the cooperation of those countries, of course, and bring people back to the United States.
Yeah. The public, though, I think 94% of the public, Christopher, wants us to go in somewhere and do something. Do you understand that?
No, I understand it's a very reasonable thing to want to bring these people to justice, but I want to point out that we've done this in the past, going way back to the mid-'80s with Fawaz Yunus, who was an aircraft hijacker, and moving through the 90s with people like Emil Khanzi and Ramzi Youssef, people like that, that we've reached out to these people in foreign countries and brought them back to the United States. We've done this in the past, and there's no doubt in my mind that we'll find these people and we'll bring them back one way or another.
Peter, what can you tell us briefly about bin Laden? What is he like?
When I met him in '97, he spoke in a very mild-mannered way. He was somewhat polite. He bears himself in a slightly haughty manner. But he delivered his words of rage against the United States, and the words were full of rage, but the manner was very mild. Just going to your point about if bin Laden is in fact behind all these attacks, an operation, as Mr. Whitcomb referred to go in and perhaps snatch him, as was the case with Ramzi Youssef and the World Trade Center bombing, this would be an order of magnitude very different, because unlike Ramzi Youssef, who was essentially operating by himself and there was a $2 million reward on his head, Osama bin Laden is surrounded by dozens of battle-hardened veterans who are intimately familiar with the rocky, difficult terrain of Afghanistan. It would be a very, very messy operation to go in and either snatch him or even attempt to kill him. I think the United States has considered this in the past and dismissed it in '98.
Brian, could you, well, I guess the public would look at this simply, could you bomb him out?
I don't know that you could bomb him out. I mean, I think that the magnitude of this operation is going to call for a qualitatively different response than we've seen in the past to acts of terrorism. The shock that's turning to grief, that will soon turn to anger, on the part of the American people is going to demand something more than a salvo of cruise missiles. I think really what the administration is going to be building toward is more of a sustained campaign, a sustained series of operations that will involve both diplomacy and military operations designed to create an environment that will ultimately allow us to go in and, if indeed it turns out to be Osama bin Laden, then to attempt to capture or to deal with him in another way.
Now, what do you, Christopher, in the last chapter of your book, you say crisis resolution has become an art in this country, and that's good because terrorism is coming. You don't need an army to lay siege to a country anymore. Obviously, we saw that yesterday. What can you do about it? Christopher.
Well, it's a complicated issue, Larry. I wrote that because we're talking about terrorism being spread by the media, and I talk about all you're needing is a pipe bomb and some good air coverage. We've gone way beyond that in the past couple days to an extraordinary attack on the country. But I think what we have now is a unique opportunity to bring all the resources of the United States together. We need the political will of the people and the elected officials, obviously, to do something here. But this is an aspect for the military, an aspect for the intelligence community, and for law enforcement, and really need to bring all of those together to go after them. I agree completely that this is going to be very difficult to go into Afghanistan, but there are some avenues we can pursue.
Peter Bergen, what do you think about the information we learned that one of these planes, the plane apparently that left Dulles, was going to go to the White House, or maybe Air Force One?
Well, I mean, that is what's being reported. Clearly, the White House is the ultimate symbol. Bin Laden's people are very interested in attacking symbols of United States government, whether it's embassies or warships or symbols of America's economic might, as in the World Trade Center, it appears. So clearly it makes sense. These people operate on symbols. They're very interested in anniversaries. The anniversary of the introduction of U.S. troops in Saudi Arabia was the occasion 8 years later for the bombing of the U.S. embassies in Africa. So I think it makes sense that it might be related to bin Laden in that sense.
Brian, finally we're going to see more than less?
More, I think...
Acts?
I think we have to. I think we have to assume that possibility. That's not a prediction, but certainly as we mobilize to respond, there
assume the
will.
Worst.
Beg pardon?
Assume the worst.
I think we have to assume that there will be more attacks. They may not be on this scale because this was months in the planning, but we cannot presume that we will be able to engage in a worldwide combat against a terrorist network, a series of terrorist networks, and have immunity in this country. It was demonstrated. We don't have it yesterday. It can be demonstrated again.
No. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you all. Here's a brief note of what was said by President Bush earlier today, and then we'll meet our next guest. Watch.
The deliberate and deadly attacks which were carried out yesterday against our country were more than acts of terror. They were acts of war. This will require our country to unite in steadfast determination and resolve. Freedom and democracy are under attack.
We're back. We're joined now in Saratoga, California, by Alice Hoagland. Her son, Mark Bingham, called her from the hijacked United Airlines Flight 93 that left Newark and crashed in Pennsylvania. There you see his picture. In New York is Laura Van Auken. Her husband, Kenneth, is missing. He was working on the 102nd floor of the World Trade Center North Tower. In New York at St. Vincent's Hospital are Karen Wiley and Michael Rossweiler. They are searching for their missing father, Roger Mark Rossweiler. And also in New York is Gil Baker, the New Yorker who helped out after the bombing and later managed to shoot home video of that rescue effort. We'll start with Alice Hoagland. Your son was on the plane. He called you and said what, Alice?
He said, I just want to let you know that I love you all. There are 3 men on board who have taken over the aircraft, and they say they have a bomb. And at that point, we were cut off. He wasn't able to say anything else. The conversation lasted about a minute. He was very intent on telling us that he loved us, trying to impart other information, but he was thwarted in that.
Alice, you are a flight attendant for that airline?
Yes, I am. I'm a flight attendant for United Airlines based in San Francisco, as is my sister, Candace. Mark was flying on Candy's companion pass. That's Candy on the right there. It's Mark in the middle of me on the left.
Now, later we would learn from another passenger calling that the men on that plane apparently, from what we've learned, attacked the hijackers, and that would probably the cause of it going down in Pennsylvania and not in Washington somewhere. So that you and your son and the others were heroes. How did you feel upon learning that?
Well, it's no surprise to us. We know that Mark is a very take charge sort of guy. He doesn't back away from a fight. He is very hands-on. He is wonderful in a clinch. I know that he was seated in seat 4D, which is up in first class, so he was very visible to these hijackers, and he was also close to them. And it is very likely that he participated, if he was at all able, in that attempted intervention in the last there. And yes, indeed, if that is the case, then those brave people that did that were successful in saving the lives of many, many hundreds of people on the ground, and we take a lot of comfort in that.
You should. Alice, thank you. Laura Van Auken is in New York. Her husband, Kenneth, is missing. He was working on the 102nd floor. What does he do, Laura?
He works for Cantor Fitzgerald, and he's a bond broker. And he was on the 102nd floor, and we just haven't heard anything at all.
Did you talk to him at all? Did he call home?
He called home. He left a message, and that's the last I heard from him.
That message was left on your answering machine?
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Let's listen to the voice of Kenneth Van Auken calling home.
I love you. I'm in the World Trade Center. The building was hit by something. I don't know if I'm going to get out, but I love you very much. I hope I'll see you later. Bye.
Boy, Laura, what must it be like to hear that?
It was just horrible. It was really just horrible. I could hear the terror in his voice, and he was trying to sound like he was calm for us, but you could hear the chaos in the background and the terror in his voice.
You have children, Laura?
I do. I have 2 children. My son is 14, Matthew, and my daughter is 12. Her name is Sarah.
How are they handling this?
Oh, Sarah's a mess. She's goes in waves with hysterical crying and back and forth, and Matthew is in some denial, I think, but, you know, he's obviously beginning to see that, you know, his dad's not contacted us yet, so we're waiting.
Laura, did you get the message before you had turned on the television to see what was happening, or after?
Before. I got the message before I turned on the television, and turned on the television right away and realized it was a plane and that hit the building, and of course thought it was just an accident at first, and then saw the other plane hit the other building and realized that it was a terrorist attack.
Laura, our prayers and thoughts are with you.
Thank you.
Karen Wiley and Michael Rossweiler are at St. Vincent's Hospital searching for their missing father, Roger Mark Rossweiler. Karen, what was he do? Was he in, which tower was he in?
He was in Tower 1, and he was on the 100th floor, and we know he was there because a coworker of his had received a voicemail from him at 8:40 asking him to go to lunch. We haven't heard anything else except we had gotten a fax. My mom and my sister at home got a fax saying that, from somebody in the Coast Guard, saying that an unidentified male, John Doe, was admitted to a burn unit, matching his full description down to his back surgery. And we're not sure if it was a false lead or just trying to keep the hope and just hoping that was him, or that he's somewhere we can find him. We've been passing out flyers all.
I see that. Michael, where was he admitted? Where was this John Doe admitted to a burn center? Where?
We don't know. We heard the fax said that he was sent to Jefferson Hospital, and we talked to a bunch of people on the street, and nobody has heard from it or heard about the hospital. And then later on, we got some news that he was shipped to Canada. So we're really, we have no further information.
Karen, do you know what hospital in Canada the John Doe was sent to?
They didn't know. Our family was trying to call, and they don't seem to be having any luck right now finding a John Doe anywhere. So
well, maybe we can help. If someone watching in Canada or somewhere knows about a John Doe had burns from that tragedy, there's a number you can call. It's 908-782-4986. That's 908-782-4986. Karen and Michael, I sure hope you find Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. Roger Mark Rosweiler. The number again, 908-782-4986. Let's check in with Gil Baker, the New Yorker who helped out after the bombing. Where were you, Gil?
Well, I began the day just north of Houston Street, which was some distance from the World Trade Center, directing traffic at an intersection. The NYPD directed me to go to an intersection that needed some supervision and didn't have any officers. So I was at an intersection there for an hour or so, and then they were calling for help at a triage setup center that they were putting together at Northmore and Greenwich. And so I went over there and ended up ultimately directing traffic for 7 hours.
And this is a video you took, right? The video we're seeing now is video you took.
Yeah, it is.
How did you think of doing that?
Well, I worked 13 hours as a volunteer, and at the end of that period of time, I was tired but still enervated, and thought it would be a good idea to capture the heroics, basically, of the fire department and the police in their efforts to find people.
That helmet you're wearing signifies what?
Signifies you don't want to get your head caved in by a piece of falling debris. These were given away, Larry. These helmets were given away.
What do you do for a living, Gil?
I'm a filmmaker. That's what I do, Larry.
Aha. So you were appropriately armed, in a sense.
I came back armed. I worked 13 hours without a camera, had no intention of shooting anything. When I finally made it to the epicenter, which was at night, I got down there at about 10 at night. One of my first assignments was to move 11 surgeons to the new triage center, which was no longer at Northmore Street and Greenwich, but was down right across the street at 1 Liberty Plaza, a building which is going to be falling down if it hasn't already. So,
boy, wow, what a thing to live through.
Yes.
Thank you, Gil. Gil Baker.
You're welcome.
Well, joining us now in Washington, 3 distinguished members of the United States Senate. Senator Joseph Lieberman, Democrat of Connecticut. He, of course, was his party. That is Senator Biden that you're looking at. There's Senator Lieberman. He is the Democrat of Connecticut, member of the Armed Services Committee, and a chairman of Governmental Affairs, and the former vice presidential candidate of his party. Senator Joe Biden now is Democrat of Delaware, chairman of Foreign Relations. And Senator John Kyle, our friend from Arizona, a member of the Select Intelligence Committee, a ranking member of Judiciary Committee's Subcommittee on Technology, Terrorism, and Government Information. And let's go first to John Carl on Capitol Hill before we talk with our senators. John?
Larry, I've got some new information for you. What we have learned is that Republicans and Democrats on the leadership level are working with the White House right now on what some are calling a resolution authorizing the use of force to respond to these attacks. J.C. Watts, one of the members of the Republican leadership in the House, is calling it a resolution of resolve. We know this, congressional leaders on both sides say this was a request that came from the White House for such a resolution. Language is being worked out. There are some concerns that have already been raised by some Democratic members that this could be something like a Gulf of Tonkin resolution. They don't want to go that far. They don't want to allow a blank check for military action. But this is something that right now over on the House side, leadership members on both sides trying to work out some kind of an agreement on language, because the White House wants something further, something more than what the Congress did today. As you know, the Congress today debated a resolution, passed a resolution in the Senate 100-0, basically condemning this act and calling for unity and calling for action. This would be something a little bit further, something like what we saw back in 1991 with the Gulf War resolution authorizing the use of force, but there's no agreement yet on exactly how far that would go, but this is something that's going on right now at this late hour in the Capitol.
Thanks, John. And Senator Lieberman, your comment on what John Call just told us.
Larry, I haven't seen the words. I've heard about the discussions. There will not be a significant disagreement among members of the Senate, and I would guess the House, on party lines. We're all united. We support a response, retaliation, and I think even beyond that, we support a genuine, long-term, comprehensive, sustained war against terrorism until we beat it and we don't have to face this kind of tragedy again.
Senator Biden, though, John Call did say that some Democrats were a little wary, and Senator Lieberman says no. Do you join Senator Lieberman?
Well, I'm part of that group that has staff there working out the language, and the answer is there's going to be no disagreement. Originally, there was a discussion about a declaration of war, and as John McCain said earlier in the preceding program, the question was war against whom, and so there's going to be no disagreement. I predict that what we come out with will be 100-0, and I think there'll be absolute resolve. Part of the confusion related to how the request was communicated and so on, but I think it's a non-issue.
Senator Kyle, you're a member of the Select Intelligence Committee. Did intelligence fail us?
In one sense, Larry, you'd have to say it failed us because we didn't predict what was going to happen, but there's a connotation to that somebody was grossly negligent and to blame, and we cannot conclude that yet. Until we do our complete analysis, we're really not going to know what we knew. I think the key thing is we've got to continue to remind ourselves that we don't know what we don't know, and we shouldn't assume that we can predict these kinds of things.
What we do know, Senator Lieberman, is that men who shouldn't have got into airports got into airplanes and commandeered them.
Absolutely right, Larry. But by total coincidence, the committee I now chair today held a long-planned hearing on the vulnerability of America's critical infrastructure to enemy attack. We happen to focus today on computers and the way in which our financial systems and energy systems are dependent on them and they can be broken into. But the same is true of transportation and air transport. And we just let our guard down. I mean, I think yesterday was a turning point in American history, and I think what it says to us is that we've got to begin to organize to defend our homeland in a way we never have before because we thought the oceans protected us. But now we're subject to attack from terrorists, from cyber attackers, and indeed from ballistic missiles, and we've got to put our guard up.
Senator Biden, do we follow rules of law, something that this country and all of us are raised with, or do we, as 94% of Americans say, go in and take them out?
Well, by the way, when you go in and take them out, you don't have to follow rules of law. The rules of law apply to American citizens and people on American soil. There's not a rule of law when there's a war. There's
yeah, but you could file
it.
You could file it. You can go to international courts. You could file a brief with the country asking.
That's ridiculous. Wrong. Ridiculous. Not even in the game. A country yields its sovereignty when, in fact, it participates in an act that causes grave damage to another country. There is no question under any law, international or otherwise, that if we have the proof to show that there is a complicitous country, that they have committed an act of war against us, and retaliation is fully within every single solitary category of law, international and local. That's very different. That's very different, because with all due respect, Larry, you guys keep confusing these terms, in my humble opinion. And that is, you talk about the rule of law. The rule of law applies to the United States of America and American citizens. We cannot, will not, and must adhere to. We cannot yield on that. We can't yield on the Bill of Rights. We can't yield on any of those issues as it relates to American citizens and the application of our criminal laws here in this country. But that's very different than retaliating.
Could not have been stated more forcefully. Senator Kyle, do you expect this to be swift?
Well, we've made tremendous progress just in the day and a half that have passed since this tragedy in identifying people that we think had something to do with it and expanding the investigation to a larger network. I think what we're going to find is that we will make good progress quickly because of the skill of our people, but that we're going to find a very large network of people complicit in this operation. And the difficulty is that we may find that they are people of different origins or nationalities, people who lived in different countries, who traveled to different countries, and we may find that different countries harbored some of them, and perhaps those that still live are being harbored yet in other countries. So it may be quite difficult for us to find targets here that we can retaliate against.
Larry, one very important thing.
Quickly, yeah.
Real quickly, NATO, for the first time in its history, passed what they call an Article 5 resolution saying that if this attack was organized from abroad, it is an attack against all of NATO. They will participate in any retaliation. This is the most significant thing that's happened, and Colin Powell is to be complimented in the way in which he's generating support, including from Russia, China, and moderate states in the Middle East. It's a big deal.
We thank Senators Lieberman, Biden, and Kyle. We'll be calling on them again. Joining us now to discuss this from a standpoint of aviation and aviation safety. In Columbus, Ohio, is Mary Schiavo, aviation safety expert, former Inspector General, Department of Transportation. Here in Los Angeles, Michael Barr, Director of the Aviation Safety Program at the University of Southern California. That program draws students from throughout the United States and the world. 20,000 aviation professionals have attended. Barr himself is a former Air Force fighter pilot. And in Philadelphia, a return visit from Arthur Woke, the aviation safety and law expert, a qualified pilot himself, and a strong critic of what happened. He thinks there was a total breakdown of enforcement and that this never should have happened. Mary, do you agree with that?
Absolutely. Not only was there a total breakdown and this never should have happened, the government has known about these weaknesses, has discussed these weaknesses. I participated in some of these discussions within the government literally in the early 90s, clear up through 96. This was a known weakness and an accepted risk. The only people kept in the dark were the American public.
Michael Barr?
Well, I agree. You know, the one mortal weakness and one mortal enemy of aviation safety and security is complacency. And that's exactly what we were guilty of, is complacency.
Who was complacent? The security people? All of us?
Security people, the government, the airlines, everyone. Oh, after the Pan Am 103 accident, we had 60 recommendations on security. Then we had another accident in which we said, all right, Americans are going to be victims of terrorists. In America, American buildings, we must act now. That report was in 1996. After TW 800, the Gore Commission, and not all those results have ever been implemented.
And the obvious question, Arthur, is why not?
Well, because we have a tombstone mentality within the agency responsible for aviation safety, and that's the Federal Aviation Administration. You know, Larry, there was a knee-jerk reaction today. The FAA implemented some rules at airports that are going to delay tens of millions of passengers. You know, not a single one of the rules implemented today would have prevented this tragedy. So the tragedy of the tragedy is that the government still doesn't get it. It still doesn't have the sense to understand what is necessary to protect our citizens, and that is sky marshals. If we have to arm the pilots, let's do it. If we have to train the flight attendants in martial arts, let's do it. If we have to scrutinize our passengers better, let's do it. But to say that curbside checking of luggage is no longer acceptable when it wouldn't have prevented anything is, in my opinion, insane.
That's right.
Mary, if you agree with that, are we reopening the airports too soon?
Absolutely. I mean, I agree with Art so much. I mean, we have talked about this before, and Larry, you have talked about this before. We are doing a lot of things because the FAA wants to show that things are back to normal. That is the worst thing that the FAA could do. That is exactly what the terrorists want us to do. We should never even consider going back to normal. And what did the FAA do today? They have made ridiculous pronouncements. At first they said they were going to open at noon. Then they left each airport to decide when they had done their sweeps. Then they made ridiculous pronouncements like no more steak knives on planes. And then they did things like curbside checking, instead of what they should have been doing, which is formulating a national strategy to combat this. And I think they have positively shown today they cannot do it. Airport and aviation security is a law enforcement function. It belongs with a law enforcement agency, not the FAA.
Even if that means, Michael, just tying up airports and no traffic and people not able to fly, take a train, take a car, no business travel, I mean, the economy would stand still.
Right. I don't agree with draconian results, but what I do think is that whatever we do can't be for a week or a month or a year. It has to be forever. So we have to think these things out. A report this morning said the Seattle-Tacoma Airport is going to have no carry-on baggage, including purses. Now, what's going to happen to my blood pressure medicine? Am I going to have to put that in a suitcase and then lose the suitcase and then try to get my medicine wherever I'm going? So they got to think about this for a while.
You agree with marshals on every plane?
Yes, and I think we need to. In the report of the Gore Commission, they wanted marshals. They wanted $160 million worth of new equipment and $5 million to train new personnel. They ran out of money for marshals. The people who check you through security are nearly minimum wage, lowly trained, and they're the ones responsible for our safety.
Arthur, was the argument against it cost?
Yes, of course. I mean, that's always the argument. That's why these things don't get accomplished. We had marshals on aircraft for many years, and they were flown randomly on flights. Well, obviously, because the threat is so much increased, we can't do it randomly. We have to have them on every flight. You know, one of the things that struck me about the program tonight, Larry, were the people in Washington saying that they have oversight responsibility. Well, let me say this to them, that oversight responsibility does not mean overlook. It means look over.
That's right.
And that's the problem that we have in Washington. Oversight to them means overlook.
And is that because, Mary, basically we're a society that's just not used to this, and it's easy to get complacent? Things go along pretty well, we stop doing the checks. We play the people. How much do these people get at the check-in gates?
Well, it is because in some ways we are complacent, but it's also told that we were told to be complacent. The federal government, I have been in meetings in the Department of Transportation where literally officials with the FAA said, look, we need to give the impression of security, but we can't possibly make airports and aircraft safe. If we did, it would cost $10 billion. And the reason they said that was, it was actually trifold. One, they said because domestic aviation was not targeted, they rated the threat as very low, instead of realizing that because we're not doing anything about it, it's actually very high. Simply because it hasn't been carried out in the past does not mean it doesn't exist. Two, they said the airlines don't want to pay for the security measures and passengers would not want raised fares. And three, there were actually objections from certain labor unions and workforce groups about having additional security. They did not want full background checks. They complained about having convictions knock you out of employment, and they didn't want that. And in the end, they blamed it on the passengers. They said the passengers won't put up with delays.
Let's take a call. Fort Dodge, Iowa, for our panel. Hello.
Yeah, why don't you just seal the bulkhead between the passenger and pilot compartment with no possible entry through it either direction once the plane's in flight, and have no communication between the two except through the ground?
Michael?
Well, I don't think you need to seal it permanently, but what you need to do is get the door in there that is a strong security door. Right now we have a door that stops somebody from going in the cockpit if they want to go to the bathroom.
But what if then, Michael, if a hostage taker just said, "Open the door, I'm going to start killing people"?
Then you have to have trained for that and made the decision on whether or not that is going to be followed, or the risk of another World Trade Center is greater than the loss of some members of the crew or passengers. It's a hard choice. It's the same hard choice you would give a fighter pilot to shoot down an airliner if it's heading for Washington Central.
And that's what you would do, right?
If they told me to, yes, I would.
You would shoot down an airliner with people on it?
Yes, I would. If they were heading for a building that 10,000 people in it, yes.
Arthur Walk, would your marshals be armed?
Oh, of course. And they were armed before. They had guns that were designed so that they wouldn't penetrate the airplane structure, and that's what they need to have. But you have to remember, Larry, that one of the things that strikes me is that if you stop terrorism where you're supposed to, which is before it gets to the airport, you don't have to worry about the sky marshals having to exercise their authority. But the bottom line is, now we know, as we have for the last 20 years or so, that we need sky marshals, and now we need to come up with the money for it. And I'll be the first one to send my $300 tax refund back so they can apply it to that purpose.
So just so we get the record straight, Arthur, you would favor, until major steps are taken, keeping these airports closed?
No. I believe that we have to implement sky marshals immediately, and if that requires marshals that come from the United States Marshal Service immediately...
if they don't do it immediately, you wouldn't open them till they do it.
I think that we have to be very, very careful. We certainly have to put sky marshals on randomly at the beginning, and then gradually increase it so they're on every flight.
Well, I thank you all very much. We expect to hear a lot more from you, Michael and Arthur and Mary Schiavo. We'll conclude our program with a visit with Dr. James Dobson with Rabbi Harold Kushner and Father Michael Manning and get their perspective. Tonight at the Capitol, a prayer vigil. Listen and watch.
Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see.
Joining us now from Colorado Springs is Dr. James Dobson, president of Focus on the Family and author of a new book, When God Doesn't Make Sense. That title would well apply to events yesterday. In Boston is Rabbi Harold Kushner. He's written many books, his most famous one, of course, Why Bad Things Happen to Good People, and also the new one, Living a Life That Matters. And here in Los Angeles, Father Michael Manning, Roman Catholic priest and host of his own television show, The Word in the World. Dr. Dobson, we could well ask, did God make any sense yesterday?
Well, Larry, it's certain that this situation is very difficult to understand, and there are no easy answers for it, and people who think they have it figured out just haven't lived long enough, I think. There are circumstances in our lives, and I try to write about that, when the pieces just don't fit. And we believe that our obligation in moments like that is to go on trusting and depending on the Lord and looking to Him for solace, and millions have done that.
Rabbi Kushner, why did bad things happen to so many good people yesterday?
Because human beings are free to decide if they want to do good things or bad things. And some of those human beings are so filled with rage that they go crazy and hurt other people in the process. I don't think it was God pulling the strings. You know where I found God yesterday, Larry? In those who were willing to risk their lives to try and save other lives. In the people who lined up for hours to give blood. That's what God was doing. God wasn't making planes crash.
An all-powerful God, though, Father, could have prevented it, couldn't He?
Well, He could have prevented it, but the reality is He loves us too much to allow us to take away our freedom. He believes in us, and He believes...
He loved all those people who went and smashing into that building.
Oh, yes, but he believes that there's a battle for evil. I see this as a battle. I see it as a big battle, and as a Christian...
Evil won yesterday?
They gave a good blow, but I certainly don't think that we're down. I think that we're in a battle with evil, and we got to fight. And that's the Our Father. Deliver us from evil, and we've got to fight continually for that.
Dr. Dobson, how do we deal with the anger we have?
Well, Larry, let me first say that I agree with what the other two gentlemen just said. We can't blame this on God. I don't believe that He did it, and He has given us a free will. And if He had not given us that, we would be nothing but puppets on a string. And so people do evil things, and evil people do terrible things like we've seen here. As far as grief is concerned, this is a horrible experience for the nation, and we're not going to get over it easily. It's going to take time, and we are going to have to have an opportunity to think through what's happened to us and let our emotions heal. But ultimately, I believe that we turn for solace to God, who has been there with us through our crises in the past. Americans are very resilient. They have many resources, and two of the greatest are their families and their faith, and I believe that's where we'll turn this time.
Rabbi Kushner, what is your thoughts on the obvious anger people have today toward people whose nationality is different from theirs, or people from a certain region, or the desire to just strike back tomorrow?
Larry, I would hope that we'd be able to do something better with our anger than do what those crazed hijackers did yesterday and try and hurt people because they don't like them, disagree with our politics, or find themselves members of a different faith. If we do anything like that, we lower ourselves to their level. And I would hope that there's a more honorable way of paying tribute to the people whose lives were taken yesterday. Larry, you realize all over this country, rabbis are throwing out their high holiday sermons and writing new ones because of what happened yesterday. I spoke to a colleague yesterday about what there is to say about this, and I was impressed by what he said. He said, now we are all Israelis. That is, we have learned what the Israelis have had to live with for 53 years, the sense of vulnerability and the determination to go on living your normal lives and not let the bad guys take over the field.
What do you say to children, Father Manning, who point to the screen and say, why did they do that?
Why did they do that? Because I believe that the battle was not fought in the right way. It's a battle of continually trying to find out where there's injustice and working as hard as we can to overcome that. But at the same time, we have to face the fact that there is evil in the world, and we talk about grief, we talk about the real necessity of talking to those kids and letting them, making sure that we listen to them and we hear them, but we give them a deep reflection of faith and understanding that there's something more powerful and good than all the evil that comes. We got to fight it.
That's good. That's tough convincing, isn't it, Dr. Dobson?
It certainly is, but I think it's very important for parents to know that the security and sense of well-being of their children is rooted in their relationship with their parents. And if they see their parents in anguish, if they see them expressing too much grief, if they allow them to see videos of this horrible experience and they perceive it as an ongoing crisis, then the children are going to suffer. And I think it's very important for us to keep them talking and to let them know that we're not frightened. And at that point, again, I point us back to prayer. And you can teach children to pray and ask them to, or teach them to pray for the people who are hurting and those who are in the hospital, for the firemen and the others, and certainly for the president. And I think you can help them gradually learn to deal with this.
Rabbi, with something like this, are there moments where you doubt your faith?
No, it's moments when I call on my faith, because where else do I get the courage to get on an airplane next week, to go shopping next week, to invite my family to come up for the High Holy Days with us? If I didn't have that faith that ultimately the world rewards goodness, I don't think I could go on in the face of cruelty like what we experienced yesterday.
And one of the weird things in dealing with the faith, Father, is that these people were probably religious fanatics, right?
They were thinking that God was calling.
So they had a faith.
Yes, they had a faith in God. And this is, as a Catholic, I know that we can have an experience of looking back to the Inquisition and looking at things like the Crusades and saying, we missed the boat. But I think we've got to say, well, let's learn. Let's make sure that as followers of God, we're not allowing a God of over-judgment to lose the God of patience and kindness and love for us.
We thank all of our guests for being with us tonight. These are very, very, very difficult times, and at CNN we are trying to do the best to cover it as best we can, bringing you all angles with the full understanding that we are being seen all around the world and that the world shares in our grief. Coming up next is a CNN special report. It'll be co-anchored by Aaron Brown and the newest member of our CNN team who was with us earlier tonight, Paula Zahn. Aaron and Paula are next. As we leave you with that hole in the ground in New York. And we'll see you tomorrow night. I'm Larry King.
This is a CNN special report. America under attack. In New York, Aaron Brown and Paula Zahn.
Good evening again, everyone. We're now 37 hours or so since this atrocity was committed. 30-some blocks from where we are. You can hear the sirens still in the background. This rescue mission, which has proceeded very, very slowly, has gotten much more complicated tonight. It's gotten more complicated because another building is in danger of coming down. One Liberty Plaza, about a 60-story building. We were down in the area, and you could actually see pieces of the building, glass from the windows facing to the building coming off. They moved everybody out, and they cannot move people back in to start the search for survivors, and they still believe there may be some in there until they figure out a way to stabilize that building, and that's not an easy thing to do. In the hour ahead, we have we'll update you on the situation at Ground Zero. We have a fair amount to tell you about that. We want at some point here to offer up a sense of the human dramas that have taken place. There are some horrible, truly horrible stories and some rich stories of heroism that we want to tell you about as well. But most importantly, and certainly at the beginning, there are a number of important and in some cases dramatic breaking news developments, and that's where we want to begin. Paula.
Yeah, at the top of the show, we're going to get into the news about federal agents actually taking into custody a number of men in Providence, Rhode Island, a couple of cities in South Florida, and in Boston. We're going to get to that a little bit later on, but I think, Aaron, you would agree, one of the greatest mysteries now of this whole tragedy is how it is that 4 planes were hijacked in a relatively short period of time. And right now, we're going to go to Kelly Arena, who is going to provide us with some of the first insights we actually have as to what exactly went on Flight 93. That was the flight headed from Dulles Airport to San Francisco. Kelly, what can you tell us tonight?
Paula, as CNN has reported throughout the day, a microphone was keyed open on the hijacked flight that crashed in Pennsylvania. Now, CNN has obtained a partial transcript of what was heard by air traffic control from the cockpit. That's United Airlines Flight 93. It actually departed Newark for San Francisco. It was flying at 35,000 feet over the Cleveland area. Now, at this point, air traffic controllers heard shouting in the cockpit with someone yelling, "Get out of here." The microphone is momentarily turned off. It comes back on, some scuffling is heard, and again a voice yells, "Get out of here." The microphone is again turned off. When it is turned on again, it's clear that the pilot is no longer in the cockpit. Someone is heard speaking in broken English in what was described as an Arabic accent, telling passengers, quote, "There's a bomb on board. This is the captain speaking. Remain in your seat. There is a bomb on board. Stay quiet. We are meeting with their demands. We are returning to the airport." Now, to supplement that transcript, we do have some information on what was going on outside the cockpit. Family members of one passenger who phoned his family on his cell phone said the passengers, after learning that the World Trade Center had been hit, had voted to attack the terrorists. Nothing else, unfortunately, was heard from the passengers after that. That flight did hold 38 passengers and a crew of 8. Paula, Aaron?
It is so chilling to hear these accounts, Kelly. We have now, too, heard these dramatic stories of passengers on several of these flights making contact with family members, telling family members they love them. Barbara Olson, who is a contributor here at CNN, actually telling her husband exactly what was going on, and then at one point sort of indicating that she needed some advice on how she could interact with the captain of the plane to prevent this horrible tragedy that it all seems but certain she sort of had a whiff of was about to happen.
Kelly, before you get away, just give me a little bit of what's going on and how we're getting this stuff. Do you expect that you're going to get full transcripts? Do you expect you're going to see, for example, what went on in the other planes in the hours perhaps, or at least the day ahead?
Well, Aaron, this was the only plane that we are aware of that actually had its microphone turned on at any point. Of course, if the black boxes are ever recovered, we may get more information. That is going to be very difficult we're told by aviation experts at the sites concerning the World Trade Center and also here at the Pentagon. About the only black box that might be gettable at this point is the flight that did indeed crash in Pennsylvania, because they have access to that plane and to the wreckage more easily than they have access to the others. But this was not something that was officially given to us. We obtained this through sources. So for now, everything is mum as the investigation continues.
We won't ask any more about it. We don't want any sources to get burned here. Thank you for your work. That is quite remarkable stuff. Late this afternoon, we also were able, we better understood the president's movements yesterday. You recall, it took the president a long time, essentially all day, to get from Sarasota, Florida, where he started his day yesterday to make a speech on education, back to the White House. And I think a lot of us wondered why it took so long, what was going on. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, can join us now and provide the answers to that. John, good evening again.
Aaron, more information on the president's return to Washington tonight. Also a major development that gives us some indication
of where this story might be headed in the days ahead, CNN has learned that over the past several hours, senior administration officials in negotiations with key members of Congress on what they are calling a resolution of resolve. Translation, a resolution authorizing the president to use force to retaliate for these terrorist attacks on the United States. Negotiations went on for several hours today, including the White House faxing proposed language to key members of Congress. We are told those negotiations will resume in the morning. All this as we saw the president today taking stock of some of the devastation caused by these catastrophic attacks and leading intensifying discussions debating just how the United States should respond. A first-hand look at the devastation at the Pentagon and a patriotic moment even as the building continued to smolder.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share.
This tour as the White House responded to questions about why it took so long for the president to return to Washington after the attacks. The administration said it had reliable information that the jet that barreled into the Pentagon was initially heading toward the White House. That triggered this evacuation. And sources tell CNN the vice president and other top officials were ushered from their offices to a fortified command and control center deep under the White House grounds. The administration said Air Force One also was a target, and that is why Mr. Bush stopped at 2 military bases on a 9-hour trip back to Washington from Florida, and had fighter jet escorts on the final leg home, even after the government was certain all commercial jetliners were accounted for and on the ground.
The information that we had was real and credible about Air Force One. The manner in which Air Force One operated maintained the security of Air Force One at all times.
Mr. Bush met twice with his national security team, and sources tell CNN the discussions included an update on the fast-developing investigation and talk of possible U.S. military responses. Mr. Bush called the attacks acts of war, and in the words of one senior official familiar with the evidence, quote, everything points to the terrorist network of Osama bin Laden.
This enemy hides in shadows and has no regard for human life. This is an enemy who preys on innocent and unsuspecting people, then runs for cover.
Now, as the administration negotiates with Congress over that resolution authorizing force, also a major diplomatic push by the White House as it tries to build what it is calling a broad international coalition to fight terrorism. The president spoke personally today with the leaders of Great Britain, Canada, France, Germany, Russia, and China. The Secretary of State involved in these efforts as well. More calls from the president expected tomorrow, and the White House welcoming gladly a resolution from NATO equating these attacks on the United States to an attack on the NATO alliance. Again, the administration negotiating with Congress on 2 fronts now, Aaron. One, a resolution authorizing the use of force. Another, they're hoping to get a bill to the president's desk as early as tomorrow afternoon, authorizing $20 billion to pay for the early recovery and investigative efforts. Aaron?
John, here's my opportunity to be naive for the moment. What's this a negotiation over? I saw, as you did, all of the members of Congress standing shoulder to shoulder, as they said 3 or 4 times. What is the negotiation here?
Well, certainly the negotiation is over the specific language. We heard some guests earlier on Larry King Live when we first reported this saying they didn't foresee there being a problem. Some questions in Congress about giving the president a blank check. Remember, they have yet to announce any conclusions of the investigation, yet to say officially who they believe or which parties they believe are responsible for this. So in the Congress right now, they don't want this to become a Tonkin Gulf resolution. They don't want some open-ended resolution, but we are told progress being made in negotiations on a resolution that would say if the administration has credible evidence as to who is responding, then the Congress would support using force to retaliate.
And John, just quickly, in the normal course of events, in a normal day when the president travels, are there military escorts flying with the president?
There are often military escorts in the air. Very rare that we, the reporters traveling on Air Force One or with the president on another aircraft, would see them. They do go up as routine security at a distance just to be safe, especially on international trips. To see a fighter jet just off the wing of Air Force One quite extraordinary. That a sign of the intense security triggered by this event, and there are other security precautions being taken as well. CNN, in fact, has been told the Vice President not staying in his official residence here in Washington. He is staying in a more secure location for now.
And weren't we told yesterday that the Secret Service said or believed that Air Force One was not at risk?
Yes, we were told that. Secret Service saying throughout the day that they did not believe Air Force One was at risk. Now officials saying that they do believe that it may have been a potential target, but they note that that's why it did not come back to Washington. They would say now that it was not at risk because it did not return to airspace anywhere near Washington, anywhere near the northern half of the country for that matter, until they had accounted for all commercial airliners. At the time the president left Florida for Louisiana, when he left Florida originally, that plane that crashed outside of Pittsburgh was still in the air. U.S. officials now saying once they knew all the planes were down, all the other planes were accounted for, so they waited for some planes to land that the FAA had instructed to land. Only then, when the skies were clear, did the president return to Washington.
John, thank you. Our senior White House correspondent, John King, at the White House on his post tonight. John, thanks. Paula?
As you know, Aaron, because you've been on the air most of the day, as I have, we don't even know what day it is anymore. One of the challenges of covering this story is the information comes at us in small pieces, and we're just beginning to be able to put some of this stuff together. The Attorney General, John Ashcroft, confirming that the suspected hijackers actually were, some of them, trained in the United States as pilots. He also confirmed that the planes, individual planes that were hijacked by as many as 3 to 6 individuals on each plane, some of them using knives and box cutters, and as Kelly Arena just reported, in the case of this flight going from Newark to San Francisco, bomb threats. Federal agents have taken some folks into custody in Boston, Providence, Rhode Island, Vero Beach, and Venice, Florida, and right now we're going to go to a report by Mike Betcher that helps us all better understand how broad this investigation is underway tonight.
From Maine to Florida, the investigation moved quickly along the eastern seaboard.
We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down.
Federal investigators now believe they know the identity of 4 men capable of piloting the 2 planes that left Boston and crashed into the World Trade Center. The key, rental cars parked by the suspected terrorist at Portland International Airport and Boston's Logan Airport, each yielding clues that ultimately led investigators to flight schools in Florida.
A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
Rental records for the car left in Portland brought investigators to residences in Vero Beach, Florida, which were searched by the FBI. Inside one house, pictures of Adnan Bukhari and a pilot certificate from a Florida flight school in his name. Also found inside the residence, another pilot certificate for Amir Abbas Bukhari. Another certificate indicates that at least one of the Bukharis participated in a program to help train Saudi Airlines employees. Federal investigators believe the 2 men are brothers and prime suspects. FBI agents also visited other Florida locations after gathering clues from the second rental car parked at Boston's Logan Airport that led to the identity of 2 more men, also pilots, Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef Al-Shehi, who received at least some flight training at Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida. Charles Voss is a bookkeeper at Huffman Aviation who briefly allowed the 2 men to stay at his house.
They were, like I said, students, and they arrived over there a year ago. It was in last July. And when they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them, for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
At least one person believed to be an acquaintance of the Bukharis has been taken into custody for questioning.
There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status, and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
Having found the 4 men, federal investigators believe piloted the 2 hijacked jets into the World Trade Center towers, they are now scouring Florida flight schools, searching for the pilots of the other 2 jetliners, one that crashed in Pennsylvania, the other that rammed the Pentagon. Now, about the nationality of those 4 suspects, the Bukhari brothers are Saudis, according to sources, and the other 2 suspects are holders of United Arab Emirate passports. Now, we have several new pieces of information provided by CNN correspondent Eileen O'Connor, who has been providing new information all day long. She says 3 people were taken into custody in an FBI raid at the Westin Copley Hotel in Boston. They are material witnesses. They were not arrested. They are material witnesses. They have also learned, according to her sources, federal investigators, they've also learned that 7 of the airline tickets were purchased with 1 credit card. That is a critical piece of information, according to those investigators. As well, we've learned that, and Eileen O'Connor has learned, that America Online, which is the parent company of CNN, has handed over records on email accounts that were used by suspects in this case. And as well, Eileen O'Connor is reporting that 2 hijackers used a ferry to get to the United States to Bar Harbor, Maine from Nova Scotia. So they used a ferry to reach this country. Paula?
Mike, if you could clear up something for us tonight. I know some of the officials I've talked to are quite sensitive about calling these men who have been taken into custody as suspects. Can we, with great comfort, call all these men that are being questioned suspects tonight, or just a couple of them? What is their status?
Well, Paula, those who are living, who were taken, the people at the hotel who were taken, are material witnesses. We're not calling them suspects. The federal investigators aren't calling them suspects. But the 4 people who the federal investigators say are suspects, the Bukhari brothers and the other 2 people down in Florida, they believe those 4 people are dead, Paula, and they were on the airplane and are very likely the 4 people who would have flown the aircraft, the 2 airplanes, into the 2 World Trade Center towers.
Mike, earlier today you spent some time focusing in on reports that both surfaced in the Boston Globe and the Boston Herald showing the vulnerabilities of Logan Airport. Those reporters calling the security procedures there in some cases shoddy. Based on what you're learning about what has been retrieved from that car that was parked at Logan Airport, could anything have stopped these guys? Any security procedures have stopped these guys from carrying off what they accomplished out of Logan Airport?
Well, you know, Paula, let me answer it this way. I spent 5 weeks in Beirut this summer. A lot of it doing stories on suicide bombers for later reporting that I'm doing. And a suicide bomber, there's very little chance of stopping a suicide bomber. They believe they're going to glory. That's why they leave behind clues. They want people to know who they are because, Paula, they believe they aren't coming back and they're going on to a better life. That is their belief.
Walk us through very briefly what you think we can expect tomorrow in terms of even more developments on this front.
Well, the FBI is checking flight schools in Florida and other parts of the country. They believe they'll find the pilots of the other 2 aircraft, the one that crashed in Pennsylvania and the one that crashed into the Pentagon. They're desperately trying to find those other pilots, but I got to tell you, they've moved very quickly today, have done an excellent job. They've already, in this day after, have what they believe are 4 of the pilots involved in this.
All right, Mike Betcher, thanks for your complete reporting. Aaron and I are about to be drowned out by sirens. I don't think we have any idea.
Yeah, I have some idea.
What is going on down
I
there?
have some idea. You can hear the sirens. I'm going to turn my back on you for a second. We've been seeing police and fire moving up the street here, and we are told now that the Empire State Building, one of the absolute symbols of the city of New York, is being evacuated. There's a lot we don't know, okay? We do not know what is precipitating this. We don't know if there was a call, if there's obviously some belief that there's a threat to the building, but we don't know where that came from, where it was directed to, why now, what is happening. What we do know, and the most important thing to tell you right now, is that the Empire State Building, one of the symbols of this city of New York, perhaps in many ways other than the Statue of Liberty, the best known symbol. You can see the building. It's not very far from where we are. I mean, I'm literally looking at it as you are from our camera location. It is being evacuated.
Now, Aaron, what I'm noticing is, if you were to contrast this with last night, no lights are on in the building.
Well, and I may be wrong about this, but it seemed to me, you guys have been looking at this as well, that a couple of minutes ago when I first heard this, there was more light in that building than there is now. And I have no idea if there is any significance to that. But the building is being evacuated, and there are office workers in the building. We assume maintenance people working through the building, as in most of these office buildings at night. People who came to work today in the city, and believe me, there wasn't a lot of work getting done here today. We suspect have gone home long ago. We don't know how many people are in the Empire State Building, but all of them are being told to get out. And you heard, as we were talking just a moment ago, the sound of the sirens coming up when are essentially empty streets here. It's not like they need the sirens to clear people out of the way, but they were, and there were a fair number of them coming up the street, and we assume that that is related to whatever is going on in the Empire State Building. We assume that in part because the World Trade Center itself, ground zero in all of this, is still 30 blocks or so, give or take, from the Empire State Building from where we are tonight.
Now, what some folks who don't live in New York might not know is that the top of the Empire State Building is usually lighted to indicate what the weather pattern is in the city. Last night, the lights were out to indicate the tremendous loss that was suffered here.
Now, down at ground zero, the rescue operation, I want to turn the other way for a second. I want to turn the other way. I believe you can see it, and I'll step out of the way if that helps, but it almost looks like it's been lighted. You can see the smoke coming up, and there does seem to be some light in back of it. I'm gonna guess here, and it is only a guess, that what you've got is power generators and night lights working to allow the rescue crews that are in the area to work at night. Part of the reason I believe this is as I was making my way down towards the building this afternoon, there were lines, there were dozens, I mean dozens of generators and night lights that were waiting on the West Side Highway, a major thoroughfare in New York, waiting to get into the area so that the relief and the rescue crews could work through the night. There were dozens of those generators. There were also dozens of construction vehicles as well, and we now presume that they are getting that kind of lighting so that they can continue this very slow operation. Also, we will tell you within, well, literally across the street from where we are.
Aaron, there's another thing I need to add. While you were talking, I have just learned that Penn Station is currently being evacuated. Once again, we have very limited information on this.
And Penn Station is literally across the street from where we're standing. I mean, it is, you walk across the street from this building at 510 Plaza in New York, and you are in Penn Station. Now, why this is happening, where these threats, why officials believe these buildings are at risk, we do not know. Penn Station takes commuters. The Amtrak comes out of Penn Station. It is a very busy place in New York. It is directly connected to Madison Square Garden, as they say, the world's most famous arena, and another one of those symbols of New York. And so now, two enormously well-known buildings, the Empire State Building, Penn Station adjacent to Madison Square Garden, and adjacent to where we are being evacuated, and we don't know if it's a hoax or it's serious or what it is. We just know what's happening.
And as these threats are being investigated, we should also point out that as we stand here on this platform, there is great concern about the structural status of a 54-story tower that sits across from what is left of that World Trade Center complex. The west side of the building is seriously degraded. This has meant that rescuers had to be evacuated from some of the perimeter areas surrounding the World Trade Center because of the imminent danger. We should say about the only ray of hope coming out of New York City earlier today was the fact that rescue workers were able to successfully rescue some 11 people. 6 of them firefighters, 3 police officers, 2 civilians, one of whom actually made a cell phone call to a family member saying he was trapped inside the rubble. Unfortunately, we are dealing now with the reality that firefighters are telling us about, that 90% of the folks you rescue are usually rescued within the first 24 hours of a catastrophe. That does not mean that rescuers are giving up hope. But that is the cold, stark reality this evening.
We are obviously doing very aggressive reporting now, trying to figure out why it is that officials have ordered the evacuation of these 2 buildings, Penn Station and the Empire State Building. We'll just keep coming back to this until we figure out what's happening down there and what either local police or federal officials believe is the threat. Down at the Trade Center itself, reporters have been making their way through the area. I'm going to take a chance that Brian Nelson can hear me now. Can he? Brian, are you down there?
I can hear you, Eric. Yes, I can. Yes, I can hear you.
Brian,
I'm down here about 5 to 7 blocks.
Can you
hear me?
Yeah, we hear you fine, and we see you as well. You're on the video phone. Our viewers, I think, are familiar with that. Again, tell us where you are, and then tell us what you can see.
Well, we're about 5 to 7 blocks away from the ruins of the World Trade Center, and this is really ground zero, as you call it. And all day long since this afternoon into this evening, there have been a parade of trucks coming in and out of here. On the way in, those trucks are carrying heavy machinery, front loaders, back haulers, and just some very big haulers. They go in empty, and they return maybe a couple of hours later, and those haulers are carrying pieces of twisted debris, girders that have just been wrecked beyond description. There are pieces of concrete, and there are cars that have been cut and demolished in the wreckage that are sitting on top of that pile. They are all being carried out of here one piece at a time. And we also see, and this is the grim part of this story, Aaron, refrigerated trucks also going out, and we presume that they're carrying human remains. The rescue workers, though, have been picking over the debris at the World Trade Center with dogs, and doing it so very gingerly. They're using the dogs particularly because they have a scent, of course, and they are afraid to disturb the remains there. And so they are not using a lot of the heavy equipment they have. They are using pieces. They're picking it out one piece at a time so as not to force any collapse that would jeopardize anyone still alive beneath. This is ground central, as I mentioned earlier. It's also ground central for fear, apprehension. Behind me, and Paula mentioned this earlier, is the Liberty Plaza building. I don't think you can see it in the darkness, but that building is believed to have been structurally weakened in the collapse of the World Trade Center, and so there is some danger that it might collapse itself. And so the press have been pushed back at least a block or two from where they were earlier just because of that danger. There was also rumors of a gas leak today that sent hundreds of people stampeding down the streets away from the scene of the World Trade Center, and that includes all the rescue workers. They're very much afraid that something might explode, and that turned out to be not the case. And we had a woman down here, a very emotional woman down here where the press is corralled. She was carrying posters and pictures of people who I presume she worked with. And she was just very emotional because they had not been seen for days.
Brian, terrific work, and I apologize for interrupting you, but I'm going to do it anyway, and we'll talk about it later. We've got something that's unfolding now.
There is a news conference going underway in Los Angeles. The brother of one of the pilots of the plane that slammed into the Pentagon is now talking to the press.
In Arlington National Cemetery, Chick was actively involved in the Leadership Endowment Project for the United States Naval Academy Foundation. He was an exemplary human being. He was a hero long before this happened, and he was a hero to our entire family. We'll take a few questions.
Being
a graduate of the U.S. Naval Academy. I mean, it shows just that alone. He was an extraordinary individual. Was he also extraordinarily patriotic? And what would he have thought about the action taken against all these civilians? Any idea?
I can tell you that my brother was a very patriotic American. His biography is a testament to that. His chief concern when this was going on, I can assure all of the passengers on his airplane and his, or the loved ones of those passengers and his crew members, his chief concern would have been their safety. He had impeccable judgment. That judgment was carefully honed as a naval officer flying on landing jets on carrier decks in the middle of the night. He was a very brave man. What would he have thought of, from a political point of view? I assure you that wouldn't have been going on in his mind. He would have been he was a very disciplined man who would have been working at the task at hand. And those people need to know that their captain was very, very brave. He was the quintessential example of courage under fire.
Brad, you spoke a moment ago about your brother as being a hero. We're hearing bits and pieces now about what may have happened on board these flights. When you hear the narrative from the federal officials about what perhaps went down with the box cutters and overtaking the cockpits and the like, what are your thoughts? How do you think your brother may have held up in that circumstance?
I'm reluctant to speculate on what he would have done or what happened on board that flight. That's for the federal authorities to review and discover. Although I know Chick would have done absolutely the right thing in the best interest for his fellow crew members and for every single passenger on that plane.
Had he ever spoken about the possibility of being hijacked?
Chick was always reassuring people that airplanes are one of the safest places you can be. I'm sure that he was aware that when he went to work that there was always a possibility of some kind of catastrophe. But for him, it was very, very remote. I don't think that when Chick went to work, he thought about hijacking. But that doesn't mean that he didn't conduct himself in the most impeccable fashion.
At one point, you were looking at the split-screen image of the damage caused by the plane hitting the Pentagon. Excuse me. And one of the points we need to make now is that White House spokesman Ari Fleischer confirmed earlier today that, in fact, the intended target of that plane was not the Pentagon, but perhaps the White House. And he also acknowledged that Air Force One was considered a target of this attack. Instead, this plane went down into the Pentagon. There are chilling accounts of how the plane made a 250-degree turn as it came into a very low angle over the land surrounding the Pentagon. Aaron?
Well, we have told you the Empire State Building is being evacuated. Penn Station is being evacuated. More lives are being disrupted tonight as they were yesterday. It seems in some moments, to be honest, that there isn't a New Yorker who hasn't had their lives disrupted by this tragedy, this atrocity that has taken place in this city. Every time we hear sirens, I'll confess, we're not so cold about this that we don't jump a little bit. You hear them and it gets a little scary. And it is that kind of feeling, that fear and that anger that we have found consistently on the streets of our city. More on that to your CNN's Beth Nissen.
This is what New Yorkers woke up to this morning. Those who'd managed to sleep at all during a night of surreal quiet. No planes overhead, no car alarms, strangely no sirens. This morning, no traffic jams, no rush hour crowds, no 110-story buildings where two had stood yesterday. People rushed to buy up postcards, vibrant reminders of what New York City looked like on Monday.
I'm used to seeing the Twin Towers, and this morning they weren't there. And it was sad. It was just, it's just horrible.
Yesterday it was all so unreal, so distant. By today, it had hit home. So many people knew the name of someone who never called home yesterday, never came back from work. A neighbor, a friend, a brother-in-law.
This is what he looks like, and if anyone's seen anything, we'd appreciate them calling to try to help us out. The phone number's 718-432-5982, and anything that anyone can do to try to help us find him.
People who hadn't read a newspaper in months hunted down copies today, read every word, gasped at still photos that stopped the heart. It had happened. It had really happened. Slowly today, the state of stun, the disbelief, gave way. In some cases to anger. In this city of fast moves and blunt words, there were many who wanted vengeance in a New York minute.
I've always been a bleeding heart liberal, but right now I certainly feel a lot of anger, and, I mean, there's a side of me that wants to see our government just go and whoever's an enemy, just hit him now and ask questions later.
But as most people began to comprehend what had happened at the World Trade Center, what had to have happened to all those people, disbelief gave way to sorrow, to great aching sadness. So many people in this city of walkers walked with their heads low today, depressed, defeated somehow. The bad guys seem to have won this time. Americans don't have much experience with defeat. New Yorkers don't ever admit it. Hundreds lined up on the West Side Highway, the main access to the attack site, to offer their support, to rally their spirits. But on the day after, just one long day, millions of New Yorkers are already so weary. New Yorkers don't wait well, and they've had to wait for the phone calls saying, "I'm fine, she's okay," or "We haven't heard from him yet." They've had to wait for hard facts. How many saved? How many lost? Who did this? And why? And today they began to realize the waiting may last weeks, months, even years. The waiting for answers, for comfort, for peace of mind, for justice. For the first day they wake up and don't immediately think of this. Beth Nissen, CNN, New York.
And right now, it is time to check in with Tricia Stevens. You were one of the very lucky ones. You were working in 2 World Trade Center.
Yeah.
Explain to us where you were when these attacks happened.
We were on the 98th floor of 2 World Trade Center. It was about a few minutes to 9. We were at our desks, and the person who sits behind me, thank God, Sandra, was the first to see the flames that were coming from the impact from 1 World Trade Center. And she screamed, "It's a bomb, let's get out of here." And that just sent us all running. We ran to the staircase. We ran down 20 flights of stairs from 98 to 78. And I was so lucky I got on the first elevator down. And it's the express elevator down to floor 1. When we got to floor 1, we had people telling us to just get out of there, get out of there. And as soon as we got to the door leading to the outside, we heard this noise. I call it the sound of destruction, because that's all you could really think that it was. And you just heard this massive sound. What I later learned was the plane crashing into the building, and debris falling, and people screaming. And
how did you stay alive?
When I came out, I lost the hand of the person I was with, Vivian, and I went running around, and I saw a van that was carrying flowers to the farmer's market, and I jumped in, and I waited there. I don't know how long it was. I was screaming and hysterical, but I realized that if anything happened, I was so close to the building that I had to get away. I jumped out and I ran across the street. There was a police officer there who grabbed my hand and helped me up to where the Brooks Brothers building was. And after that, I just kept running. and walking and running.
And that was your instinct to run, and you found yourself actually on the Brooklyn Bridge then, many minutes later.
I ran into my co-worker, Helena, and together we just walked and walked and walked to the Brooklyn Bridge. When we got to the other side, on the Brooklyn side, we both turned around and we saw our building that I was in shortly before just crumbled right before our eyes, and we couldn't believe it because we have two people from my job, Helene, Frank Neistat, and Barbara Gazzardo. They haven't found them yet, and they worked in our department.
And I think that's one of the most devastating parts of this tragedy, because so few people know where the thousands of folks are that were working in those towers. You actually emailed friends today to describe to them what went on. Did you do that for catharsis?
There were so many people calling me, and people in tears thinking that I was dead because they saw the building collapse. And it hurt me so much to hear them cry because they thought I wasn't there anymore. And it was the phones weren't working well, so it was the fastest way to let a lot of people know that I was okay and to let them know what happened. And that people got out, you know, some of us got out. And there's hope, you know.
One of the things you expressed in this email is your gratitude for that police officer as you were hiding behind that van that somehow had the instinct to tell you, you gotta get out of here, you gotta get out from under this van. Will you ever forget his face?
No. No, I won't forget his face. He ran towards me when I was running towards him, and there were so many people looking and watching, and he just like grabbed me, and you know, he gave me focus to get, you know, away, because otherwise there's so much going on around you, you're not really sure where to go, you know.
You have to feel so lucky as we're standing here tonight.
I'm blessed, and I'm guided by the hand of God, and for so many of us that got downstairs in time to get on that elevator, I truly believe that God has just taken us out of that building, because there's so many who did not make it, and we're truly blessed.
Before we let you go, any thoughts on the heroism that the hundreds of firefighters on duty exhibited, and the police officers, one of whom you said forever will have an impact on your life?
It's really sad, because while we were running away, they were running towards us, and nobody could have known that that was going to happen, that the building was going to collapse. And we pray for them, and we're so appreciative, because without them, we would not have known to just get out as quickly as we did. And I remember police officers saying, head north, get away, when people were standing, and they were just telling us to get away as quickly as possible. And they saved a lot of lives, and we're appreciative.
Well, you certainly represent the triumph of the spirit here in New York. We know this is extremely painful for you to share your story here this evening. We appreciate your coming by, Tricia, and best of luck. Aaron, as you and I both listened to Tricia, I guess the one thing that came to mind today is the amount of gratefulness that New Yorkers have expressed to the firefighters and the rescue workers on duty. At one point tonight, I am told that a couple hundred New Yorkers actually worked their way in within 2 blocks of Ground Zero to thank and cheer on the rescue workers on duty.
I was coming up from the scene down there at about 8 o'clock tonight, and we're coming through Tribeca. We drove by, we were behind a caravan of police and fire officials, and out from a bar or a tavern, I wasn't sure, it went by pretty quickly, a group of people had come out, because this is a street where there's been a tremendous amount of movement of rescue personnel, and they came out and they were holding little votive candles, and they just were holding them out towards the firefighters, the police officers, the assorted rescue workers from not just New York City but all over the area, just to say thanks. They were quiet, there was no whistling, yelling, applauding. It was just this very sweet gesture, and I suspect there were lots of others. Tricia, thanks.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's really hard. There hasn't been much good news, so let me let me pass along a little bit. We can tell you that the all clear has been given at both the Empire State Building and at Penn Station, I guess about 20 minutes after an evacuation order was given in those two buildings. The all clear has been given, and whatever it was, it's over, it's done, it's fine. Now, a little bit farther downtown from where we are in Washington Square Park, there is, and I think we have pictures of it, there we go, a vigil going on tonight. Washington Square Park's one of the quirkier places in the city. It's a lovely and interesting area, and a fascinating assortment of people gather there every day for all sorts of different reasons.
Quirky is a generous way of describing Washington Park, Aaron.
Quirky is, I like to think of it as a thoughtful way. It doesn't require I explain much more, but there's all sorts of interesting folks down there of all ages and backgrounds, as you see in the city of New York, and they're just down there simply to pray and to stand together, to be together. Being together is one of the things that we as humans like to do in these moments. We share our misery and our sorrow and our anger together, and we pray together, and however we do that, and that's what's going on down in Washington Square Park right now. John Voss is not too terribly far away from there, a correspondent of ours down on the ground, and he can tell us a little bit more about what he has been seeing. John?
Aaron, this has indeed been a very long day for this nation, for this city, but especially for the workers who are on that site, who are on their search and rescue mission, searching for bodies and hoping and praying to rescue people who may still be alive. We spoke with them as they left. They talk of a skittish atmosphere, much like when someone in a theatre jumps up and yells fire. That's the atmosphere down there. They are on a knife's edge. They talk about finding an American flag, pausing for a moment to salute it. They talk about the orange pieces of plastic which marks the spot where they find body parts or bodies, and how when they look on that pile of debris it seems as if there is orange plastic almost every 10 feet. But perhaps the saddest story today we heard from a woman who was walking up and down West Street here. She was carrying photos of a young man. She was trying to find him. She'd called all the telephone numbers, she'd called the 1-800 numbers, the hospitals, the police. No one had seen him. No one had seen her nephew.
This is our last resort, to see if there's somebody out there who knows anything about, seeing him or knowing where he's at or seeing him, in the building or whatever, and for them to call us and let us know.
Obviously, great feelings of anxiety which are shared by so many people in this city and in this nation tonight. Just to add what Brian was telling us about the dump trucks earlier tonight, they are moving in through here. There are hundreds of them. They were banked up. They were lined up all day today. They are going in empty, and they are coming out with debris. We are told they are taking that debris to barges where it is being handed over to the FBI, where they will sift through that debris looking for evidence. Aaron.
John, thank you. John Voss down in the ground zero area, a little 4 or 5 blocks back from that weekend's call.
And Jeff Greenfield has just dropped by to share some of his thoughts on what the president is facing at this moment and what the country will have to endure in the weeks to come.
We were thinking about the president, what he was doing today, and you think back to last year's election, peace and prosperity seemed a fact of nature. We all said there are no big issues on the table. What real issues could a new president have to deal with? Now we know, and a question arises, how have past presidents dealt with crises, and how have those crises defined their presidencies? Political benefit. But when President Johnson escalated the war in Vietnam, after an alleged attack on U.S. naval vessels, the resulting firestorm helped drive him into retirement.
When it comes to patriotism,
Richard Nixon had Middle America with him on the war in Vietnam. It was the Watergate scandal, of course, that sunk him.
If Iran should release the hostages.
Jimmy Carter's political defeat in 1980 was sealed by his failure to get American hostages out of Iran. And here's an instructive irony.
Allied air forces began an attack on military targets in Iraq.
President Bush's success in the Gulf War pushed his approval ratings past 90%.
All right.
But the resulting high oil prices and shaken consumer confidence led to a brief but politically fatal recession.
Their legacy must be our
lives.
President Clinton, he never looked as presidential as when he led the nation in mourning after the Oklahoma City bombing. But maybe the past doesn't really tell us all that much. I mean, presidents have led us into war, but we've known who the enemy was and what the war was about. We've had presidents console us with losses, but never a loss this enormous and this threatening. So I think what we really can say, much as we look to history for guidance, this president, 9 months into his term, is facing a challenge no other president has ever faced before.
What are your thoughts about what the president had to say today when he toured the area surrounding the Pentagon?
I think everything this president has done and said is what he has to do and say, and it is going to get enormous support from all parts of the political spectrum. The question is not what he says, but what happens in the weeks and months ahead, because this is not a patient nation. And what my point is that this country doesn't always support a president if he doesn't deliver. The piece we didn't see is that Franklin Roosevelt, when he got us into World War II after Pearl Harbor, everybody supported him, but that war was prosecuted successfully. And so the question now is, what happens when people say, you've got to do something, we've got to strike, and then people say, do we really know who to strike at? I think this is an enormous challenge, more complicated maybe than any president's ever faced.
And it strikes me that in an interview I did earlier today with Secretary of State Colin Powell, he is preparing the nation for a long assault. He said this is not going to be over in a week or two. This is going to require the combined efforts of the United States and what he called the world neighborhood or world community.
And look at what happens beyond even military action. Look at what happened just a few moments ago. The nervousness that runs through this country where anybody can make a phone call and evacuate the Empire State Building and Penn Station. What happens when the commercial airlines get back into work and somebody calls in a bomb case? How much more seriously will we take it? How much more disruption? And that's what I mean by the uniqueness of this challenge. This president is facing not simply the need to take military action, not simply an enormous loss of life, but the whole possibility of a ripple of disruption throughout this country. I can't think of a historical parallel to it.
Jeff, thanks.
Okay.
Thank you, Jeff. Around the city of New York tonight, there are literally hundreds of people, perhaps thousands of people in hospitals. They have been taken there over mostly early yesterday. They're being treated from injuries that are as simple as scrapes and bruises and as serious as you can imagine, as life-threatening as you can imagine. The medical correspondent today, Elizabeth Cohn, visited one of them, and here is her report.
Andrew Zucker started his day Tuesday on the 86th floor of the South Tower of the World Trade Center. After the first explosion, the one in the North Tower, his wife called.
And he said, I'm okay, I'll call you back, and he hung up.
But then his building blew up.
If I know Andrew, he stopped to help somebody, and I don't even want to think about what happened, and I don't know what happened to him, but he's just not here.
But thinks she must, because like many people who stood in line to find out about their missing loved ones, Erica says she still thinks her husband may still be alive. So while Erica worked the phones Wednesday, her sister, Naomi Konovich, and family friend Susan Feldman went out on a search, one hospital at a time, starting at New York University Medical Center, where there were no answers.
Bellevue, I think, is on like 27th. It's only like 3 or 4 more blocks down.
After Bellevue, on to Beekman Hospital. No one had seen him there either.
Someone told us actually to go over to the medical examiner's office.
They told Naomi to gather dental records and hair samples in case they'd have to identify his body.
They don't have lists of people who were found dead. They don't have anything.
Late in the day, after buying a mask to keep out the dust circulating after all the explosions, she checked yet more public offices. Still, no one had heard of Andrew Zucker.
They said there were a couple of John Does in the hospital. We're hoping to find that maybe one of them is him.
In the end, a frustrated Naomi distributed flyers to the media.
He's about 6'1", heavy set with the big shoulders and a big chest.
While her sister kept up the round of calls to the hospitals, to the morgue.
If you do see him or you're with him, just tell him we all love him and just to hold in there, and we just want him to come home. We need him to come home.
Elizabeth Cohen, CNN, New York.
an odd or end, if you will. One of our colleagues who lives over in Brooklyn woke up this morning and looked out in his backyard, and scattered about were pieces. We're working off that camera. There we go. Here, hang on to that for me.
Want me to hold that for you?
Yeah, would you please? Thank you. Pieces of scraps of paper that had blown. You can see the edges of them. I hope you can see it at least. The edges of them singed. This comes from Cantor Fitzgerald, one of the investment firms in the World Trade Center. Obviously, when the building blew and the paper flew, it scattered all over the area. It crossed the water and in and over to Brooklyn and into our friend and colleague's backyard today. And I wonder how many people around the area woke up to something like this.
Well, for the first time, we are being told that New Yorkers as far away as 4 miles from here are smelling the stinging smoke that continues to come from what is left of the World Trade Center. I think you made it clear, Aaron, that area continues to be illuminated tonight. You'll just find that over my right shoulder, where rescue workers are still on duty.
When I was down there earlier today, the smell is indescribable, and it is unforgettable. I mean, I hope never again to have it. It's absolutely awful, and I wouldn't even know how to begin to tell you what it smells like. It smells like nothing I've ever experienced, but I know I'll never forget it.
Right now, we'd like to share with you some of the thoughts of Bruce Morton as he focuses in on how the nation will have to continue to come to grips with the magnitude of what has been handed us.
The House will be in order.
Congress went back to work.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
People went to church trying to make sense of it all. God made us free, the homily said, to do good or evil. And people went back to work. In New York, exhausted rescue workers caught their breath. Signs said pray, and surely many did. And some just cried. Major League Baseball canceled all its games for the second straight day. New York's tunnels were closed. Airports looked ghostly. This was Dallas-Fort Worth. The limited flights for stranded people will resume. An odd day for those who work in airports.
I've been here for almost 6 months, and I've never, ever, it's almost peaceful.
In Chicago at the Sears Tower, America's tallest building, it was business as usual. But some who work in it are worried.
And this is the tallest building I ever worked in. Normally the buildings it would go like 21 or maybe 31, but this is the tallest, and I'm terrified.
Newspaper headlines offered a sample of reaction to the terror, pretty straightforward mostly. The San Francisco Examiner was just plain angry. And on talk radio, this is San Francisco's KGO, people, this man said he was an airline pilot, talked.
What more do you need? Do we need to have the Capitol taken out and the joint session of Congress before this thing can turn nuclear? I'm just so furious over it.
Back in Washington, the mall looked empty except for accidental tourists, a stranded Australian.
This is just a terrible thing, and clearly it's a threat to all of us, to our safety, and it's a threat to democracy.
A woman from Topeka wondering how to get home.
Is there a train? I don't even know. We don't have trains in Kansas.
A student.
Just to see so many police officers everywhere. Everywhere you go, National Guards out on some of the streets. It's eerie.
Lots of flags, all at half-staff. Walmart sold 88,000 this day, 6,000 on the same day last year. At the Capitol's railroad station, a sign people could sign, and did. And a street musician playing a bugle call he probably hadn't played in years. Sadness and tiredness, back to work, still grieving, but determined. Bruce Morton, CNN, Washington.
And one more image for you tonight. Tomorrow, many of you will find on your newsstand a very rare special edition of Time magazine. That is the cover shot. There are, at least as when I saw it on my computer. Now I'm not so sure. There are no words. There's no strong slug on it, just the date. It is not since August of '98 during the Lewinsky matter has Time published a special edition. They're publishing it on Mondays, they always do, but they put that out, and that picture, I guess, is the one that I will confess I took to sleep with me last night.
I think we all did.
Yeah.
I think it's forever burned into our consciousness here. Aaron Brown and I both thank you for joining us tonight. That wraps it up for us this evening. Garrick Utley, Colleen McEdwards, and Jim Clancy will take you through the next hour. We, again, appreciate your joining us tonight. Good night.
Yeah.
A day after the stunning attacks on America, a sense of determination as New York City confronts the horror of Tuesday's terrorist attacks.
While investigators follow a trail of clues along the United States East Coast, searching for those responsible for the devastation.
And around the world, outpourings of grief for the victims and expressions of solidarity with the United States. Hello and welcome. I'm Jim Clancy.
And I'm Colleen McEdwards at the CNN Center. We want to bring you right up to date on the latest developments, of course, for you right here. Authorities in New York Wednesday evening evacuated 2 of the city's landmarks. They told people to leave both the Empire State Building and Penn Station. It's not clear yet why New York authorities took this action, but the all clear, we can tell you, was given just about 30 minutes ago. We'll continue to monitor that. Meanwhile, with their hands, with pickaxes, with whatever they can grab, rescuers dig slowly through the mounds of rubble, searching for survivors and human remains. At times, they're forced to retreat when sections of surrounding buildings buckle and crack. That actually happened Wednesday when what's left of the South Tower of the World Trade Center completely collapsed, as did 5 World Trade Center. Despite their efforts, only 9 survivors have been pulled from the wreckage so far. Still, firefighters, though, work on.
It's a lot of devastation, but we have to deal with it. It's something that we have to do. I mean, nobody really prepares for anything on this kind of scale. And, every news we hear is more and more bad news.
In New York, leaders warn that the death toll from the collapse of the Twin Towers is sure to be heavy. Many people did manage to get out, but authorities fear that thousands remain under the piles of metal, stone, and dust. New York's mayor and governor appear undaunted.
We have to all work together now, and work together to make sure that we save as many lives as possible, rescue the people that we can rescue, and rebuild the city of New York and the World Trade Center to be even greater and more wonderful and more beautiful than it was before.
We're going to show the rest of the nation, we're going to show the rest of the world that New Yorkers are not intimidated by terrorism, that we don't surrender to this type of cowardly act, but we will come back stronger than ever.
And citywide, Mayor Giuliani says that the death toll officially standing at 82, expected, though, of course, to go much higher.
At the same time this day, U.S. President George W. Bush taking a close-up view of the devastation at the Pentagon for himself. Mr. Bush made the short trip to the sprawling building just outside Washington Wednesday. After meeting with rescue personnel, he stared silently at the huge gash left by the plane's impact.
Coming here makes me sad on the one hand. It also makes me angry. And our country will, however, not be cowed by terrorists, by people who don't share the same values we share, by people who are willing to destroy people's lives.
As Mr. Bush stood nearby, workers unfurled a large American flag and began singing, "God Bless America." Now on to one of the areas of this story people are most interested in, the investigation. No arrests yet, but in Boston, the FBI taking several people in for questioning. Boston is a focus for investigators because 2 of the 4 hijacked commercial flights originated there. Agents have also taken into custody several people in Providence, Rhode Island, as well as Venice and Vero Beach, Florida. Authorities searched 2 residents in Vero Beach, where they say 2 brothers possibly involved in the hijackings may have lived.
The Department of Justice has undertaken perhaps the most massive and intensive investigation ever conducted in America. The full resources of the FBI, the Justice Department's Criminal Division, the U.S. Attorney's offices, the INS, and other components have been brought to bear and will be focused in this endeavor.
The Bush administration still considering how to respond to the terror attacks. President Bush huddled with his national security team Wednesday. Pressure building on the Bush administration to strike back and strike back soon. But top aides say the battle against terrorism will take a long-term commitment from the entire world.
We're building a strong coalition to go after these perpetrators, but more broadly, to go after terrorism wherever we find it in the world. It's a scourge not only against the United States, but against civilization, and it must be brought to an end.
U.S. military advisors are refusing to provide any details of whether a military strike is being planned, but Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld warning U.S. servicemen and women to be on the alert.
We are, in a sense, seeing the definition of a new battlefield in the world, a 21st century battlefield. And it is a different kind of conflict. It is something that is not unique to this century, to be sure, but it is, given our geography and given our circumstance, it is in a major sense new for this country.
Now, at the same time, Colleen, congressional leaders are telling CNN lawmakers and the White House have begun work on a so-called use of force resolution. But they add several key leaders are raising concerns that the measure could be seen as a blank check authorizing military action.
International support key as well here, and President Bush and his top aides also spent much of the day trying to line up international support for the U.S. response to the attacks, and they did get a good deal of it. At an emergency meeting in Brussels, NATO made a decision that could pave the way for a collective response to the carnage.
On September the 12th, the North Atlantic Council met again in response to the appalling attacks perpetrated yesterday against the United States of America. The Council agreed that if it is determined that this attack was directed from abroad against the United States, it shall be regarded as an action covered by Article 5 of the Washington Treaty, which states that an armed attack against one or more of the allies in Europe or in North America shall be considered an attack against them all.
And NATO's decision marks the first time in the 52-year history of the alliance that the Mutual Defense Clause has actually been invoked. Meantime, Germany says it wants to repay the United States for its past support.
When the freedom of Berlin was at stake, John F. Kennedy said, you know the famous sentence, Ich bin ein Berliner. That was the expression of an incredible solidarity. Today, I think we have reason, especially as Germans, to return this show of solidarity. We stand in solidarity with the American people.
The U.S. remain closed until at least Friday. The leaders of the New York Stock Exchange, the NASDAQ, and the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission cite the destruction in downtown Manhattan for that delay. However, the U.S. Treasury will resume trading on Thursday. Meantime, thousands of travelers are waiting for commercial air travel to actually get going again. Federal officials have announced the limited resumption of commercial flights, but they say they need more time to put strict new security measures into effect. They include a total ban on knives and an end to curbside and off-airport check-ins. Also, only ticketed passengers with photo ID will be allowed past airport metal detectors, done that way in several other countries. Aviation officials say they don't expect passenger travel to return to normal before Thursday evening Eastern time. That is at the earliest, we're told. Jim?
Now, even at this moment, a day and a half or more after that first jetliner slammed into the World Trade Center, the full story of the attack on the United States is really only beginning to take shape. We now have stories of survival. We have stories of struggle. CNN's Gary Cutley joins us once again, surveying the skyline of a wounded city. Garrick.
Indeed, Jim, it is still a wounded city. New York City, particularly Manhattan here around us, has begun to come back halfway to life this afternoon and even this evening. Mayor Giuliani and others are predicting that by tomorrow life should be as normal as it can be, except for the lower part of the island there along New York Harbor where the attack took place. And as we try to still handle and absorb the shocks of the attack itself on Tuesday, there are the aftershocks, perhaps not so surprisingly, fears of new bomb attacks. In fact, false alarms, perhaps even hoaxes. One of these occurred just right below us here along 34th Street in Midtown Manhattan this evening. A bomb alert or warning was received by security officials, and suddenly 34th Street, a busy crosstown thoroughfare, was the scene of all kinds of police and fire department action. Units were brought in, the cars and pedestrians were cleared out from almost the Hudson River on the west to Madison Avenue on the east. That's where securing the area around the Empire State Building. And not only the Empire State Building, but also nearby Penn Station, one of the main transportation hubs in Manhattan. The alert was also valid for that center. Passengers were not only rushed out of the terminal, some passengers, we are told, were told to get out of their trains and flee. But after about 1 hour, it was indeed a false alarm, and 34th Street is being reopened to traffic once again. And perhaps it's not surprising that these kinds of hoaxes, some kinds of people with these ideas will be calling these in. Of course, the police have to respond, which makes it much more difficult for them to deal with the real trouble and tragedy further downtown. And downtown is our correspondent Michael Oku, who has a vantage point near where the World Trade Centers once stood and can tell us what's going on there, how the rescue efforts are proceeding. Michael?
Garrett, good evening. As you can see, I am standing in front of what used to be the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center. If you look over my shoulder, you will see that it's now just a very, very blooming cloud of smoke. You can smell some of the remnants. People say that it's material, obviously, that came from the building and from some of the smoke down on the ground level. There are helicopters flying overhead. One must imagine that they have to do with the rescue efforts, and some of the authorities are surveying the scene here. Mayor Giuliani, as you correctly said, has said that tomorrow life will go back to normal, but he has said it is still pretty much a state of emergency south of 14th Street in Lower Manhattan. The police barricades that had stretched all across 14th Street, which basically divides Lower Manhattan from the rest of the city. He also mentioned what are some very grim numbers. When you talk about stories like this, you will always talk about the numbers, and we will be talking about the numbers for the weeks ahead. As we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, Colleen mentioned 82 victims found. 18 of which have been identified. So you can do the quick arithmetic on that. That means, of course, grimly, that 64 bodies have not been identified. It's unclear whether any of those bodies or all of those bodies will ever be identified. Of course, that's speculation at this point. We will get, hopefully, clearer information on that in the days ahead. And also very difficult to digest, but unfortunately, a harsh reality in a story like this. Authorities at the scene at the mayor's press conference today, after the press conference, told me that also 37 body parts were found. New York City Mayor Rudolph Giuliani confirmed tonight that the city has requested 6,000 body bags from FEMA, the Federal Emergency Management Agency, and that 3,000 tons of debris had been found from the site. Again, very grim numbers, and I'm sure that we will continue talking about those numbers in the days ahead. Garrett?
Thank you very much, Michael. As the rescue work continues, we're also receiving new images, new scenes of what was happening at the time, shortly after the explosion. And these are pictures of the downtown area, some of the rescue efforts that were taking place, some of the looks like a bulldozer there trying to move an ambulance or a police department vehicle. These are some of the efforts. It's not just the rubble up from the buildings itself, but we see again the destruction. This again an amateur video which was made today and courtesy of Mr. Bauer, who took them. Again, it shows part of the mosaic, the destruction there. And as we have been seeing over and hearing over the last day or two, There have been any number of stories from those who were in the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center when those two planes crashed into them. And in addition to the stories of how they escaped, there's another angle, there's another important element. What led these people to flee? And what led apparently a great number of workers in the Twin Towers to stay exactly where they were once those planes crashed into the building, into the World Trade Center? How did they make these decisions, and why did they? That's part of the report now from our correspondent, Maria Hinojosa.
The onlookers, safe behind police barricades, release their emotions through applause for the rescue workers. But for the survivors who were closer to ground zero, mixed emotions.
I saw my family, my wife and the 2 kids, baby that's 1 year old and the 4-year-old, and I just saw them and I was just, just running towards the light.
Benjamin Fogel was right outside the building when it imploded, so survivors come to terms with what gave them the strength to make it out.
The plane is making impact. It's just coming in, and it's like shattered glass. Multiply the sum by 1 billion.
Judith Francis escaped through some back door steps.
And you're like, don't look back, don't look up, just keep going, don't run. It felt like a thunder of elephants just coming.
Many survivors spent yesterday in shock. Today, for some, that shock gave way to anger.
If I made it from 105th floor, many, many more people could have made it down. And Port Authority was announcing over the speaker over and over again, everything is fine, we are secure.
In the wreckage, she may have lost dozens of co-workers.
People had a chance to get out, and people went and sat back down and went up to get their purse and went back, for silly things.
Downtown near Ground Zero, Maureen Raffoni tries to make it to her apartment just 1 block away from where the tower stood, with no luck.
So you're looking at not going home for 2 or 3 days?
She feels guilty these days for everything.
You don't want to be narcissistic, and be like, oh, my belongings, oh, my apartment is trashed. The reality is I'm alive, and those poor people that didn't get out, I just pray for them.
As the rescue workers file in, hoping against hope for more survivors, those who did make it through move into numbness.
I can't find words to describe it anymore. It's just the pain that I feel inside. I can't really label it.
For the survivors, theirs is a gift of life, but it's a gift wrapped in pain and sorrow. How could they have survived when so many others didn't? Maria Hinojosa, CNN, New York.
And once again, that eternal question of why, and for many, the question of why did I decide to flee, or why did I decide to stay? Questions being asked by so many people, above all the loved ones, the family and friends of those who were lost or at least are trapped at the World Trade Center site. Back to you now in Atlanta, Jim.
Garrick, just to chat with you a little bit and ask you, we see there the obvious pain, the wonderment at having survived such a disaster. But we also saw this day a lot of resolve on the part of New Yorkers, a band of people that, more than perhaps many others around the world, have a tendency to stick together in times of challenge.
That's true, and of course there's been this popular image of the tough New Yorker, the can-do New Yorker, at times rather obnoxious perhaps, but that's supposed to be this metropolis's characteristic. And one of the reasons for it is the sheer density of this city, particularly for an American city. Manhattan, the center of New York City, obviously, is an island. There are bridges going out on the Hudson River, the East River. People really live here in dormitory living. We live in cubicles and cells, if you will. And if you're going to live that close together, 2 things happen, Jim. One is you run up against each other and you become very abrasive. On the other hand, you realize that you are part of the community. There's no big backyard. There's no backyard fence or a driveway separating your place from the next place, like much of American suburbia, for example. And I think this goes a long way to explaining why people in New York City, particularly here in Manhattan, stick together, work together, and that's what they're continuing to do tonight and obviously for many days ahead.
All right, Gary Cutler, thank you for that. Colleen.
All right, Jim. Well, CNN has learned that a microphone was actually left open on the hijacked flight that crashed in rural Pennsylvania, and we have obtained a partial transcript of what air traffic ground control heard taking place inside that cockpit. While United Airlines Flight 93 is 35,000 feet over the Cleveland area, shouting is heard in that cockpit. Someone yells, "Get out of here." The microphone's turned off. It comes back on. Some scuffling is heard, and a voice again yells, "Get out of here." The microphone again turned off, and then when it's turned on once again, someone is heard speaking English in what is described to us as an Arabic accent, tells passengers this: "There is a bomb on board. This is the captain speaking. Remain in your seat. There is a bomb on board. Stay quiet. We are meeting their demands. We are returning to the airport." And the microphone then goes off as the doomed plane heads into Pittsburgh airspace. That into CNN. Well, the Federal Bureau of Investigation is conducting a massive operation throughout the U.S. The FBI Wednesday took several people into custody in Boston and Florida for questioning. Now, these people have not been arrested, or they're not even being described as suspects at this point, but authorities say that they could provide what they call important material information related to the attacks. Meanwhile, the FBI says it believes at least 4 hijackers were capable of flying a plane. CNN's Mike Betcher has more on that.
From Maine to Florida, the investigation moved quickly along the eastern seaboard.
We have, in the last 24 hours, taken the manifests and used those as an evidentiary base, and have talked to many of the families of the victims, and have successfully, I believe, identified many of the hijackers on each of the 4 flights that went down.
Federal investigators now believe they know the identity of 4 men capable of piloting the 2 planes that left Boston and crashed into the World Trade Center. The key, rental cars parked by the suspected terrorist at Portland International Airport and Boston's Logan Airport, each yielding clues that ultimately led investigators to flight schools in Florida.
A number of the suspected hijackers were trained as pilots in the United States.
Rental records for the car left in Portland brought investigators to residences in Vero Beach, Florida, which were searched by the FBI. Inside one house, pictures of Adnan Bukhari and a pilot certificate from a Florida flight school in his name. Also found inside the residence, another pilot certificate for Amir Abbas Bukhari. Another certificate indicates that at least one of the Bukharis participated in a program to help train Saudi Airlines employees. Federal investigators believe the 2 men are brothers and prime suspects. FBI agents also visited other Florida locations after gathering clues from the second rental car parked at Boston's Logan Airport that led to the identity of 2 more men, also pilots, Mohammed Atta and Marwan Youssef Al-Shehi, who received at least some flight training at Huffman Aviation in Venice, Florida. Charles Voss is a bookkeeper at Huffman Aviation who briefly allowed the 2 men to stay at his house.
They were, like I said, students, and they arrived over there a year ago. It was in last July. And when they first arrived, they had no place to stay. They just popped in pretty much, as I recall, unannounced. And so we provided them, for the benefit of the flight school, provided them a place to stay for a few days.
At least one person believed to be an acquaintance of the Bukharis has been taken into custody for questioning.
There have been occasions where we have interviewed individuals and come to find that the individual is out of status, and that individual has been detained on an immigration hold. But there have been no arrests relating to these hijackings at this point.
Having found the 4 men, federal investigators believe piloted the 2 hijacked jets into the World Trade Center towers. They are now scouring Florida flight schools, searching for the pilots of the other 2 jetliners, one that crashed in Pennsylvania, the other that rammed the Pentagon. Mike Betcher, CNN, Atlanta.
Congress and the White House are weighing their options on how to respond to Tuesday's attack. CNN's John King is covering this story from the White House. He joins us now live. John.
Jim, negotiations proceeding and progress being made, we are told, on 2 fronts. First and foremost, CNN getting details tonight of negotiations between the White House and key congressional leaders on what they are calling a resolution of resolve. But this resolution, we are told, includes language, and again, they're still negotiating the final document, but it includes language that would back the president in using force to retaliate for these deadly terrorist strikes. The negotiations went on late tonight, the White House faxing at some points proposed language to key members of Congress. We're told those talks will pick up in the morning. The president also making progress, we are told, in negotiating agreement on a $20 billion emergency spending bill. That could reach the White House as early as tomorrow afternoon. That would be a down payment on the money to pay first and foremost for the recovery and rescue efforts we see in New York and over at the Pentagon, and to pay for the early stages of the investigation. Jim?
Through the last years, there's been a sense that there's a terrorist threat that is looming there, and certainly the Bush administration has talked about that with its missile defense and everything else. It has pushed sanctions, diplomatic pressure, and other things. Is there a sense at the White House that the clock has run out on some of these options?
There certainly is, and again, there's both a short-term and a long-term prescription. Looking far down the road, we hear administration officials and especially key members of Congress saying the United States needs to go back to the drawing board, learn some lessons from this, find out what went wrong, and perhaps spend billions more not only on tougher airport security, but on human intelligence at the CIA, at the FBI, and at other law enforcement agencies. In the short term, Mr. Bush now trying to do something his father did when Saddam Hussein invaded Kuwait. Mr. Bush called more than a half dozen international leaders today. Secretary of State Colin Powell making efforts as well, trying to form what the White House is calling a broad international coalition against terrorism, hoping not only to have broad international support if and when the president decides to respond to these particular attacks, but also White House officials saying hopefully to bring some good from this catastrophe to create a sustained effort to go after suspected terrorists with military force if necessary, but also to get nations around the world to crack down and shun other nations that provide harbor or financial support to suspected terrorist groups. Jim?
You spoke earlier about some of the technicalities of obtaining the permission for the use of military force. How much coordination, how much support is there for the president? Are there sticking points?
Well, there are always sticking points whenever there is a proposal or a prospect of using force. Some in the Congress believe that Congress has to authorize it. The commander-in-chief always defends presidential prerogative, that he is the commander-in-chief and that the president can act to use force. So what the president hopes for here is to get language backing him, authorizing the use of force. He does not want to go to the Congress and say he needs the permission of the Congress, but what he would like, not only to show the American people there is broad bipartisan support for this, but to show other nations around the world that there is unity in the United States on this point. He would like, much like the Congress unanimously passed a resolution today condemning these acts, much like President Bush, the former President Bush, won support for his actions against Saddam Hussein. This president would like the United States Congress to be on record saying, Mr. President, if you come to a conclusive conclusion about who is responsible for this, please use force and retaliate.
All right, John King reporting there live from the White House. Colleen?
Jim, well, President Bush got a first-hand look Wednesday at the devastating blow suffered by the Pentagon, the site of the third terrorist strike. And for that story now, we turn to CNN's Jamie McIntyre, who's there for us. Jamie?
Colleen, President Bush did come by here at the Pentagon about 5:30 this afternoon to take a look at the huge gaping hole that was left when that American Airlines jetliner slammed into the side of the Pentagon. He thanked many of the firefighters and rescue workers and FBI agents personally for the hard work that they've been doing over the last 2 days. And as sort of a moment of high symbolism, some of the firefighters and other workers unfurled a huge American flag from the roof of the Pentagon, hung it down over the front of the facade as a symbol that they had gotten the fire under control and that the Pentagon was continuing to work as usual. But even though the firefighters finally did get that fire under control, they are now pretty much giving up hope of finding any more survivors.
There are still some smoldering embers in the rubble that was once the Navy wedge of the Pentagon, seen here in a commercial satellite photograph. But after more than 24 hours, the fire was basically out. The intense heat and smoky blaze that resulted from a fully fueled jetliner crashing into the building convinced Pentagon officials that anyone who might have survived the initial impact could not have survived the fire. The death toll, feared to be as high as 800, now looks as though it may be just over 200, including the 64 people on the plane.
From everything that we currently know, the estimate that's been widely reported is considerably high, and we certainly pray that that's the case.
The attack penetrated 3 of the Pentagon's 5 rings, and the fire spread through the wooden roof. For now, roughly 1/2 of the Pentagon is closed, sealed off by armed sentries posted at all 5 rings on all 5 floors. Now the search is for evidence. FBI agents lined up to slowly comb the area, looking for pieces of plane wreckage. It will take months, if not years, to repair the damage to the Pentagon. And thousands of Pentagon workers, including the chiefs of the Army and Navy, have been relocated to temporary offices. In a recorded message to U.S. troops, Secretary Rumsfeld again hinted military retaliation is coming.
It is my duty as head of this department to tell you that more, much more, will be asked of you in the weeks and months ahead. This is especially true of those who are in the field. We face powerful and terrible enemies, enemies we intend to vanquish, so that moments of horror, like yesterday, will be stopped.
So far, the only military deployments are defensive. An aircraft carrier off the coast of New York is one of dozens of ships patrolling the east and west coasts. Air National Guard planes are flying protective cover over major U.S. cities.
Rumsfeld warned that a military campaign against terrorists and their supporters will be neither quick nor easy. It will take, he said, a sustained and broadly based effort. Will it work, he was asked? His reply, only time will tell. Colleen?
All right, CNN's Jamie McIntyre at the Pentagon tonight. Thanks. Jim?
Attorney General John Ashcroft calls the probe into Tuesday's attacks the most massive and intensive investigation in American history. As David Inser reports, U.S. officials apparently have already made some significant progress.
U.S. officials say on the passenger manifests of the hijacked planes used in the attacks, they found names associated with terrorist groups. Intelligence officials say the evidence still points to the Al-Qaeda group, headed by Osama bin Laden.
There had to be some brains behind this. We have some good, promising leads. They're obviously being followed.
Publicly, the Bush administration is accusing no one so far, while warning nations they too will pay for any help given to those who attacked New York and Washington.
We will hold accountable those countries that provide support, that give host nation, if you can call it that, support and facilities to these kinds of terrorist groups.
Afghanistan's Taliban government has long offered haven to bin Laden, but U.S. officials say they have no evidence thus far of any state directly assisting the attacks in New York and Washington. Many analysts argue that such a coordinated broadside could not have been possible without it.
Osama bin Laden represents a complete terrorist network. He will have one or more state sponsors, countries that he's either based in or working in collusion with. There'll have been passport support, communication support.
One thing I think that ought to make us a bit suspicious about whether bin Laden was involved in it alone or not is that he goes to great lengths to advertise himself. And when you see something like that, you begin to wonder whether or not there may be an effort to draw our attention solely to him, to the neglect of someone who may be his principal contractor.
If there was state support, a number of terrorism experts point to Iraq as the most likely suspect. A statement from President Saddam Hussein on Iraqi television said, quote, "The United States reaps the thorns that its rulers have sown in the world."
U.S. officials say they are developing good law enforcement and intelligence leads. They do not know yet who was behind these attacks, nor whether any state assisted them. But they believe they soon will. David Ensor, CNN, Washington.
The Justice Department's Office of Victims of Crime has set up a hotline. We've got some numbers for you now for tips that may help thwart terrorist acts. You can call 800-483-5137. Families and relatives of those who are missing since the attack can call this number, 1-800-331-0075. Well, Wall Street remained closed Wednesday, but trading is currently underway in Asia. Maggie Lake is in our New York bureau with the latest numbers from Asian trading. A heck of a sell-off yesterday, Maggie. Has it stabilized at all today?
Colleen, there are some early, very encouraging signs. Obviously, global markets are still grappling with the devastation that rocked the U.S. on Tuesday. In particular, Wall Street, the financial nerve center of the U.S. Asian markets, as you said, are now open. And as I said, early indications show some modest gains across the board. It's a big relief. Yesterday, Asian markets fell sharply. Tokyo's Nikkei dropped over 6.5%, its lowest close since December 1983. The Hang Seng in Hong Kong declined 8.8%. That was its lowest close since 1999. But of course, they were the first to react to the unbelievable news of the attack on New York and Washington. Europe had a little bit more time to digest it and was able to push higher. That helped shore up sentiment, and today may indeed lend some support to Asian markets. If we take a look right now how those markets are trading, after a 30-minute delay at the Nikkei, this is the second day in a row we've seen that, it is actually just turned down. It was positive at the very open, it's down, but just fractionally. The Hong Kong Hang Seng is trading up more than 1%, and the Singapore Straits Times also trading up just marginally. Of course, the decision had already been made that U.S. equity markets will remain closed on Thursday. The destruction and actual infrastructure challenges are behind the decision.
The operational readiness of individual firms, as Harvey has said, we've examined the issues of communication, power, safety and soundness of structures in the lower Manhattan area, and certainly access to those structures for the people who operate our firms. We are committed that the equity markets will resume operations no later than Monday. The group that gathered today will gather again tomorrow, with the idea that we may well be in a position to resume trading as early as Friday.
Many analysts and market participants are really driving that point home today. That is not concern about the stability of markets, but rather logistics that are behind the delay. They feel it is a very important distinction to make. Well, we've all seen the pictures. The destruction is immense, and no one knows that better than Morgan Stanley Dean Witter. They were the largest tenant in the World Trade Center, 3,500 employees spread out on 22 floors. Many miraculously have been accounted for, but the search still continues, and obviously the offices are decimated. Despite this, the company's CEO has come out and said they will be open for business.
All of the financial systems internally and externally are working. So the country is strong, the financial system is very strong and resilient, and your company is extremely strong and very proud of its people. Bob?
Now, if you wonder how it's possible, many companies have disaster contingency plans in place. Many of them were actually shored up with the approach of Y2K and fears of the millennium bug. IBM, SunGard, and ComDisco are the three biggest players in that area. They have systems that replicate data and files, and they kick in and take over when something like this hits. ComDisco, for one, today saying it is handling operations for about 30 clients. In a way, many are saying now that the non-event of Y2K was maybe the best thing that ever happened. It helped cause these kinds of safeguards to be put in place and tested. Of course, financial regulators also urging this, and it's paid off, certainly. Now, it is important to stress many of the companies are rolling up their sleeves in the face of enormous personal loss, and it is not just in New York. Across the country, the financial community has lost colleagues and friends, but the response has been the same. Brokers and fund managers were in work today. Bank of America, which had offices in the World Trade Center, A.G. Edwards, the list goes on. All of them hit the phones, talking to clients, to investors, answering their questions, telling them to have patience and not to panic. Also, we've seen an incredible show of solidarity, and not by those directly that were not impacted. Amazon.com turned over its homepage to the American Red Cross to accept donations. GE has said it will donate $10 million. Cisco donated $4 million, both to the rebuilding and rescue efforts. Bank America donated $1 million to the September 11th fund, which helps the victims. Also, banks Wells Fargo and Wachovia are donating, and I'm sure that list will continue to grow in the days ahead. Colleen?
Maggie, there have been reports of talk of price gouging. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's right. Today there were some reports, mostly coming from the Midwest, of isolated cases of what seems to be individual gas station owners bumping up the price of gasoline, sometimes to as much as $4 or $5 a gallon. It was sort of a knee-jerk reaction. The oil companies, including ExxonMobil, immediately came out and said they were holding prices steady. Some of the station owners actually said in the wake of that they would give rebates to customers they overcharged, and the Automobile Association of America urged against exploiting the situation.
Consumers should not panic. They should remain calm. Our supplies are fine at this point. There's no need to form long gas lines and thinking that our supplies are going to run out.
In New York City, there were also some reports of price gouging, but again, they seem to be the exception. I have to say, I have been in and around the city for the last 2 days. I live here, and what I have seen has been just the opposite. People were giving out free pizza to people who were stranded yesterday, offering cars to people who needed transport, giving out free water. I was in the grocery store today. The prices were normal. People were orderly. Restaurants are keeping their doors open. So it seems that these are very isolated cases in what is a very difficult situation. Colleen?
Maggie, in comments earlier by Mayor Rudy Giuliani seeming to support that, saying things are going well, not a lot of looting, not a lot of problems. So thanks very much for your report. Jim?
All right, Colleen, let's turn our attention once again to the streets of New York. Our Garrick Utley is there, and we'll take his view. Garrick?
Well, Jim, we want to check up on something that's been happening in lower Manhattan around the site of the disaster all day and into the night, a rather nervous waiting and watching game as to whether yet another building may collapse there. This one, of course, is at One Liberty Plaza near the sites of the Twin Towers. We want to speak now with the president and CEO of Brookfield Properties, Bruce Flatt. That's the company which owns the building. Good evening, Mr. Flatt. What can you tell us about the status, the safety, the integrity of your building tonight?
Firstly, what I'd like to say is most of the reports that have been reported on the news are wrong, and how that information got out, we don't know. But we've been working with authorities, including the mayor's office and the governor's office, for the last 2 days since this started. We've had, since early this morning, engineers and people in One Liberty Plaza and in the World Financial Center downtown, which are our properties. And we've done preliminary technical work and investigation with structural engineers, and we have no structural damage in the buildings, including One Liberty Plaza. So
well, tell us, sir.
Hello?
Please, yes, Mr. Flatt, can I just ask you to get some specifics? Give us an idea of how high is this building? How many floors? What's the size?
Jerry Larkin's telling me it's 54 stories, and it is 2.2 million square feet. It's a large building, but I spent personally 3 hours in the building today. We had all of our senior people down there, including the former First Deputy Mayor, John Zuccotti, and we were through the building. We've had structural engineers, in fact, 2 firms through the building, including the fire department, who's given it. We've talked to them and let people back into the buildings, and there are no issues with the building at the current time. And there's been no partial collapses reported on the newscast. The thing that we're worried about, firstly, is people, and secondly, which is our tenants. And what I'd like to say to our tenants is that there is no issues as reported on the news in the last.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Flatt, for being with us and giving us that update on the structural integrity of your building there at One Liberty Plaza. Throughout the day, of course, we've been hearing statements from the Bush administration that when the investigation does pinpoint who or which organizations were responsible for these terrorist attacks, the United States will take direct, immediate action, unilateral action. The United States will do what it deems fit and proper as a response. And yet, of course, there is also the wider international community. Now, leaders of various nations, as we've heard, have been supporting the United States, expressing their official sympathy. Here in New York City, of course, we have the headquarters of the United Nations. What does the UN as a symbol of the international community think? What are the legal ramifications with me? And joining us this evening here in New York is Shashi Tharoor, who is the head of the Public Information Office.